Text 1. Rats and other animals need to be highly attuned to social signals from others so they can identify friends to cooperate with and enemies to avoid. To find out if this extends to non-living beings, Layla Quinn at the University of California, San Diego, and her colleagues tested whether rats can detect social signals from robotic rats. They housed 8 adult rats with 2 types of robotic rat, one social and one asocial, for 4 days. The robot rats were quite minimalist, resembling a chunkier version of a complete mouse with wheels to move around and colourful markings. During the experiment, the social robot rat followed the living rats around, played with the same toys, and opened the cage doors to let trapped rats escape. Meanwhile, the asocial robot simply moved forwards and backwards and side to side. Next, the researchers trapped the robots in cages and gave the rats the opportunity to release them by pressing a lever. Across 18 trials each, the living rats were 52% more likely, on average, to set the social robot free than the asocial one. This suggests that rats perceive the social robot as a genuine social being. They may have bonded more with the social robot because it displayed behaviours like communal exploring and playing. This could lead to the rats better remembering having freed it earlier and wanting the robot to return the favour when they get trapped, says Quinn. Rats have been shown to engage in multiple forms of reciprocal help and cooperation, including what is referred to as direct reciprocity, where a rat will help another rat that has previously helped them, says Quinn. The readiness of rats to befriend the social robot was surprising, given its minimal design. The robot was the same size as a regular rat, but resembled a simple plastic box on wheels. We'd assumed we'd have to give it a moving head and tail, facial features, and put a scent on it to make it smell like a real rat. But that wasn't necessary, says Janet Wiles of the University of Queensland in Australia, who helped with the research. The finding shows how sensitive rats are to social cues, even when they come from basic robots. Similarly, children tend to treat robots as if they are fellow beings, even when they display only simple social signals. We humans seem to be fascinated by robots, and it turns out other animals are too, says Wiles. (21) Quinn and her colleagues conducted a test to see if rats can A. Pick up social signals from non-living rats. B. Distinguish a friendly rat from a hostile one. C. Attain sociable traits through special training. D. Send out warning messages to their fellows. (22) What did the asocial robot do during the experiment? A. It followed the social robot. B. It played with some toys. C. It set the trapped rats free. D. It moved around alone. (23) According to Quinn, the rats released the social robot because they A. Tried to practice a means of escape. B. Expected it to do the same in return. C. Wanted to display their intelligence. D. Considered that an interesting game. (24) Janet Wiles noted that rats A. Can remember other rats' facial features. B. Differentiate smells better than sizes. C. Respond more to actions than to looks. D. Can be scared by a plastic box on wheels. 25. It can be learned from the text that rats A. Appear to be adaptable to new surroundings. B. Are more socially active than other animals. C. Behave differently from children in socializing. D. Are more sensitive to social cues than expected. Text 2. It is true that CEO pay has gone up. Top ones make 300 times the pay of typical workers on average, and since the mid-1970s, CEO pay for large publicly traded American corporations has, by varying estimates, gone up by about 500%. A typical CEO of a top American corporation now makes about $18.9 million a year. The best model for understanding the growth of CEO pay is that of limited CEO talent in a world. Business opportunities for the top firms are growing rapidly. The efforts of America's highest earning 1% have been one of the more dynamic elements of the global economy. It's not popular to say, but one reason their pay has gone up so much is that the CEOs have really upped their game relative to many other workers in the US economy. Today's CEO, at least for major American firms, must have many more skills than simply being able to run the company. CEOs must have a good sense of financial markets and maybe even how the company should trade in them. They also need better public relations skills than their predecessors, as the costs of even a minor slip-up can be significant. Then there's the fact that large American companies are much more globalized than ever before, with supply chains spread across a large number of countries. To lead in that system requires knowledge that is fairly mind-boggling. Plus, virtually all major American companies are becoming tech companies, often with their own research and development. And beyond this, major CEOs will still have to do all the day-to-day work they have always done. The common idea is that CEO pay is mainly about ripping people off, doesn't explain history very well. By most measures, corporate governance has become a lot tighter and more rigorous since the 1970s. Yet it is principally during this period of stronger governance that CEO pay has been high and rising. That suggests that it is the broader corporate interest to recruit top candidates for increasingly tough jobs. Furthermore, the highest CEO salaries are paid to outside candidates, not to the cozy insider picks, another sign that high CEO pay is not some kind of depredation at the expense of the rest of the company. And the stock market reacts positively when companies tie CEO pay to, say, stock prices, a sign that those practices build up a corporate value, not just for the CEO. 26. Which of the following has contributed to CEO pay rise? A. The growth in the number of corporations. B. The general pay rise with a better economy. C. Increased business opportunities for top firms. D. Close cooperation among leading economies. 27. Compared with their predecessors, today's CEOs are required to A. Foster a stronger sense of teamwork. B. Finance more research and development. C. Establish closer ties with tech companies. D. Operate more globalized companies. 28. CEO pay has been rising since the 1970s despite A. Continual internal opposition. B. Strict corporate governance. C. Conservative business strategies. D. Repeated government warnings. 29. High CEO pay can be justified by the fact that it helps A. Confirm the status of CEOs. B. Motivate inside candidates. C. Boost the efficiency of CEOs. D. Increase corporate value. The most suitable title for this text would be A. CEOs are not overpaid. B. CEO pay past and present. C. CEOs challenges of today. D. CEO traits not easy to define.
Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Directions. Read the following 4 texts. Answer the questions after each text by choosing A, B, C, or D. Mark your answers on the answer sheet. Text 1. Financial regulators in Britain have imposed a rather unusual rule on the bosses of big banks. Starting next year, any guaranteed bonus of top executives could be delayed 10 years if their banks are under investigation for wrongdoing. The main purpose of this clawback rule is to hold bankers accountable for harmful risk-taking and to restore public trust in financial institutions. Yet officials also hope for a much larger benefit, more long-term decision-making, not only by banks but by all corporations, to build a stronger economy for future generations. Short-termism, or the desire for quick profits, has worsened in publicly traded companies, says the Bank of England's top economist, Andrew Haldane. He quotes a giant of classical economics, Alfred Marshall, in describing this financial impatience as acting like children who pick the plums out of their pudding to eat them at once, rather than putting them aside to be eaten last. The average time for holding a stock in both the United States and Britain, he notes, has dropped from 7 years to 7 months in recent decades. Transient investors who demand high quarterly profits from companies can hinder a firm's efforts to invest in long-term research or to build up customer loyalty. This has been dubbed quarterly capitalism. In addition, new digital technologies have allowed more rapid trading of equities, quicker use of information, and thus shorter attention spans in financial markets. There seems to be a predominance of short-term thinking at the expense of long-term investing, said Commissioner Daniel Gallagher of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in a speech this week. In the U.S., the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002 has pushed most public companies to defer performance bonuses for senior executives by about a year, slightly helping reduce short-termism. In its latest survey of CEO pay, the Wall Street Journal finds that a substantial part of executive pay is now tied to performance. Much more could be done to encourage long-termism, such as changes in the tax code and quicker disclosure of stock acquisitions. In France, shareholders who hold onto a company investment for at least 2 years can sometimes earn more voting rights in a company. Within companies, the right compensation design can provide incentives for executives to think beyond their own time at the company and on behalf of all stakeholders. Britain's new rule is a reminder to bankers that society has an interest in their performance, not just for the short term, but for the long term. 21. According to paragraph 1, one motive in imposing the new rule is to A. Enhance bankers' sense of responsibility. B. Help corporations achieve larger profits. C. Build a new system of financial regulation. D. Guarantee the bonuses of top executives. 22. Alfred Marshall is quoted to indicate A. The conditions for generating quick profits. B. Government's impatience in decision-making. C. The solid structure of publicly traded companies. D. Short-termism in economic activities. 23. It is argued that the influence of transient investment on public companies can be A. Indirect. B. Adverse. C. Minimal. D. Temporary. 24. The U.S. and France examples are used to illustrate A. The obstacles to preventing short-termism. B. The significance of long-term thinking. C. The approaches to promoting long-termism. D. The prevalence of short-term thinking. 25. which of the following would be the best title for the text? A. Failure of quarterly capitalism. B. Patience as a corporate virtue. C. Decisiveness required of top executives. D. Frustration of risk-taking bankers. Text 2. Grade inflation, the gradual increase in average GPAs, grade point averages, over the past few decades, is often considered a product of a consumer era in higher education, in which students are treated like customers to be pleased. But another related force, a policy often buried deep in the course catalogs called grade forgiveness, is helping raise GPAs. Grade forgiveness allows students to retake a course in which they received a low grade, and the most recent grade or the highest grade is the only one that counts in calculating a student's overall GPA. The use of this little-known practice has accelerated in recent years as colleges continue to do their utmost to keep students in school and paying tuition, and improve their graduation rates. When this practice first started decades ago, it was usually limited to freshmen, to give them a second chance to take a class in their first year if they struggled in their transition to college-level courses. But now, most colleges, save for many selective campuses, allow all undergraduates and even graduate students to get their low grades forgiven. College officials tend to emphasize that the goal of grade forgiveness is less about the grade itself and more about encouraging students to retake courses critical to their degree program and graduation without incurring a big penalty. Ultimately, said Jack Miner, Ohio State University's registrar, we see students achieve more success because they retake a course and do better in subsequent contents or master the content that allows them to graduate on time. That said, there is a way in which grade forgiveness satisfies colleges' own needs as well. For public institutions, state funds are sometimes tied partly to their success on metrics such as graduation rates and student retention, so better grades can, by boosting figures like those, mean more money. And anything that raises GPAs will likely make students who, at the end of the day, are paying the bill, feel they've gotten a better value for their tuition dollars, which is another big concern for colleges. Indeed, grade forgiveness is just another way that universities are responding to consumers' expectations for higher education. Since students and parents expect a college degree to lead to a job, it is in the best interest of a school to turn out graduates who are as qualified as possible, or at least appear to be. On this, students and colleges' incentives seem to be aligned. 26. What is commonly regarded as the cause of grade inflation? A. The change of course catalogs. B. Students' indifference to GPAs. C. Colleges' neglect of GPAs. D. The influence of consumer culture. 27. What was the original purpose of grade forgiveness? A. To help freshmen adapt to college learning. B. To maintain colleges' graduation rates. C. To prepare graduates for a challenging future. D. To increase universities' income from tuition. 28. According to paragraph 5, grade forgiveness enables colleges to A. Obtain more financial support. B. Boost their student enrollments. C. Improve their teaching quality. D. Meet local government's needs. 29. What does the phrase "to be aligned," line 5, paragraph 6, most probably mean? A. To counterbalance each other. B. To complement each other. C. To be identical with each other. D. To be contradictory to each other. 30. The author examines the practice of grade forgiveness by A. Assessing its feasibility. B. Analyzing the causes behind it. C. Comparing different views on it. D. Listing its long-run effects. Text 3. This year marks exactly 2 centuries since the publication of Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus by Mary Shelley. Even before the invention of the electric light bulb, the author produced a remarkable work of speculative fiction that would foreshadow many ethical questions to be raised by technologies yet to come. Today, the rapid growth of artificial intelligence, AI, raises fundamental questions. What is intelligence, identity, or consciousness? What makes humans humans? What is being called artificial general intelligence, machines that would imitate the way humans think, continues to evade scientists. Yet humans remain fascinated by the idea of robots that would look, move, and respond like humans, similar to those recently depicted on popular sci-fi TV series, such as Westworld and Humans. Just how people think is still far too complex to be understood, let alone reproduced, says David Eagleman, a Stanford University neuroscientist. We are just in a situation where there are no good theories explaining what consciousness actually is, and how you could ever build a machine to get there. But that doesn't mean crucial ethical issues involving AI aren't at hand. The coming use of autonomous vehicles, for example, poses thorny ethical questions. Human drivers sometimes must make split-second decisions. Their reactions may be a complex combination of instant reflexes, input from past driving experiences, and what their eyes and ears tell them in that moment. AI vision today is not nearly as sophisticated as that of humans, and to anticipate every imaginable driving situation is a difficult programming problem. Whenever decisions are based on masses of data, you quickly get into a lot of ethical questions, notes Tan Kiat Hao, chief executive of a Singapore-based agency that is helping the government develop a voluntary code for the ethical use of AI. Along with Singapore, other governments and mega-corporations are beginning to establish their own guidelines. Britain is setting up a data ethics center. India released its AI ethics strategy this spring. On June 7th, Google pledged not to design or deploy AI that would cause overall harm, or to develop AI-directed weapons, or use AI for surveillance that would violate international norms. It also pledged not to deploy AI whose use would violate international laws or human rights. While the statement is vague, it represents one starting point. So does the idea that decisions made by AI systems should be explainable, transparent, and fair. To put it another way, how can we make sure that the thinking of intelligent machines reflects humanity's highest values? Only then will they be useful servants and not Frankenstein's out-of-control monster. 31. Mary Shelley's novel Frankenstein is mentioned because it A. Fascinates AI scientists all over the world. B. Has remained popular for as long as 200 years. C. Involves some concerns raised by AI today. D. Has sparked serious ethical controversies. 32. In David Eagleman's opinion, our current knowledge of consciousness A. Helps explain artificial intelligence. B. Can be misleading to robot making. C. Inspires popular sci-fi TV series. D. Is too limited for us to reproduce it. 33. The solution to the ethical issues brought by autonomous vehicles: A. Can hardly ever be found. B. Is still beyond our capacity. C. Causes little public concern. D. Has aroused much curiosity. 34. The author's attitude toward Google's pledges is one of A. Affirmation. B. Skepticism. C. Contempt. D. Respect. 35. Which of the following would be the best title for the text? A. AI's future in the hands of tech giants. B. Frankenstein, the novel predicting the age of AI. C. The conscience of AI, complex but inevitable. D. AI shall be killers once out of control. Text 4. States will be able to force more people to pay sales tax when they make online purchases under a Supreme Court decision Thursday that will leave shoppers with lighter wallets, but is a big financial win for states. The Supreme Court's opinion Thursday overruled a pair of decades-old decisions that states said cost them billions of dollars in lost revenue annually. The decisions made it more difficult for states to collect sales tax on certain online purchases. The cases the court overturned said that if a business was shipping a customer's purchase to a state where the business didn't have a physical presence, such as a warehouse or office, the business didn't have to collect sales tax for the state. Customers were generally responsible for paying the sales tax to the state themselves if they weren't charged it, but most didn't realize they owed it, and few paid. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote that the previous decisions were flawed. Each year, the physical presence rule becomes further removed from economic reality and results in significant revenue losses to the states, he wrote in an opinion joined by 4 other justices. Kennedy wrote that the rule limited states' ability to seek long-term prosperity and has prevented market participants from competing on an even playing field. The ruling is a victory for big chains with a presence in many states, since they usually collect sales tax on online purchases already. Now, rivals will be charging sales tax where they hadn't before. Big chains have been collecting sales tax nationwide because they typically have physical stores in whatever state a purchase is being shipped to. Amazon.com, with its network of warehouses, also collects sales tax in every state that charges it, though third-party sellers who use the site don't have to. Until now, many sellers that have a physical presence in only a single state or a few states have been able to avoid charging sales tax when they ship to addresses outside those states. Sellers that use eBay and Etsy, which provide platforms for smaller sellers, also haven't been collecting sales tax nationwide. Under the ruling Thursday, states can pass laws requiring out-of-state sellers to collect the state's sales tax from customers and send it to the state. Retail trade groups praised the ruling, saying it levels the playing field for local and online businesses. The losers, said retail analyst Neil Saunders, are online-only retailers, especially smaller ones. Those retailers may face headaches complying with various states' sales tax laws. The Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council advocacy group said in a statement, "Small business and internet entrepreneurs are not well served at all by this decision." 36. The Supreme Court decision Thursday will A. Better businesses' relations with states. B. Put most online businesses in a dilemma. C. Make more online shoppers pay sales tax. D. Force some states to cut sales tax. 37. It can be learned from paragraphs 2 and 3 that the overruled decisions A. Have led to the dominance of e-commerce. B. have cost consumers a lot over the years. C. Were widely criticized by online purchasers. D. Were considered unfavorable by states. 38. According to Justice Anthony Kennedy, the physical presence rule has A. Hindered economic development. B. Brought prosperity to the country. C. Harmed fair market competition. D. Boosted growth in states' revenue. 39. Who are most likely to welcome the Supreme Court ruling? A. Internet entrepreneurs. B. Big chain owners. C. Third-party sellers. D. Small retailers. 40. In dealing with the Supreme Court decision Thursday, the author A. Gives a factual account of it and discusses its consequences. B. Describes the long and complicated process of its making. C. Presents its main points with conflicting views on them. D. Cites some cases related to it and analyzes their implications. Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Directions. Read the following 4 texts. Answer the questions after each text by choosing A, B, C, or D. Mark your answers on the answer sheet. Text 1. Unlike so-called basic emotions such as sadness, fear, and anger, guilt emerges a little later in conjunction with a child's growing grasp of social and moral norms. Children aren't born knowing how to say "I'm sorry." Rather, they learn over time that such statements appease parents and friends and their own consciences. This is why researchers generally regard so-called moral guilt in the right amount to be a good thing. In the popular imagination, of course, guilt still gets a bad rap. It is deeply uncomfortable. It's the emotional equivalent of wearing a jacket weighted with stones. Yet this understanding is outdated. There has been a kind of revival or rethinking about what guilt is and what role guilt can serve, says Amrisha Vaish, a psychology researcher at the University of Virginia, adding that this revival is part of a larger recognition that emotions aren't binary. Feelings that may be advantageous in one context may be harmful in another. Jealousy and anger, for example, may have evolved to alert us to important inequalities. Too much happiness can be destructive. And guilt, by prompting us to think more deeply about our goodness, can encourage humans to make up for errors and fix relationships. Guilt, in other words, can help hold a cooperative species together. It is a kind of social glue. Viewed in this light, guilt is an opportunity. Work by Tina Malti, a psychology professor at the University of Toronto, suggests that guilt may compensate for an emotional deficiency. In a number of studies, Malti and others have shown that guilt and sympathy may represent different pathways to cooperation and sharing. Some kids who are low in sympathy may make up for that shortfall by experiencing more guilt, which can rein in their nastier impulses, and vice versa. High sympathy can substitute for low guilt. In a 2014 study, for example, Malti looked at 244 children. Using caregiver assessments and the children's self-observations, she rated each child's overall sympathy level and his or her tendency to feel negative emotions after moral transgressions. Then the kids were handed chocolate coins and given a chance to share them with an anonymous child. For the low sympathy kids, how much they shared appeared to turn on how inclined they were to feel guilty. The guilt-prone ones shared more, even though they hadn't magically become more sympathetic to the other child's deprivation. That's good news, Malti says. We can be pro-social because we caused harm and we feel regret. 21. Researchers think that guilt can be a good thing because it may help A. Regulate a child's basic emotions. B. Improve a child's intellectual ability. C. Foster a child's moral development. D. Intensify a child's positive feelings. 22. According to paragraph 2, many people still consider guilt to be A. Deceptive. B. Burdensome. C. Addictive. D. Inexcusable. 23. Weiss holds that the rethinking about guilt comes from an awareness that A. Emotions are context independent. B. Emotions are socially constructive. C. Emotional stability can benefit health. D. An emotion can play opposing roles. 24. Malti and others have shown that cooperation and sharing A. May help correct emotional deficiencies. B. Can result from either sympathy or guilt. C. Can bring about emotional satisfaction. D. May be the outcome of impulsive acts. 25. The word transgressions, line 4, paragraph 5, is closest in meaning to A. Teachings. B. Discussions. C. Restrictions. D. Wrongdoings. Text 2. Forests give us shade, quiet, and one of the harder challenges in the fight against climate change. Even as we humans count on forests to soak up a good share of the carbon dioxide we produce, we are threatening their ability to do so. The climate change we are hastening could one day leave us with forests that emit more carbon than they absorb. Thankfully, there is a way out of this trap, but it involves striking a subtle balance. Helping forests flourish as valuable carbon sinks long into the future may require reducing their capacity to absorb carbon now. California is leading the way, as it does on so many climate efforts in figuring out the details. The state's proposed forest carbon plan aims to double efforts to thin out young trees and clear bush in parts of the forest. This temporarily lowers carbon carrying capacity, but the remaining trees draw a greater share of the available moisture, so they grow and thrive, restoring the forest's capacity to pull carbon from the air. Healthy trees are also better able to fend off insects. The landscape is rendered less easily burnable. Even in the event of a fire, fewer trees are consumed. The need for such planning is increasingly urgent. Already since 2010, drought and insects have killed over 100 million trees in California, most of them in 2016 alone, and wildfires have burned hundreds of thousands of acres. California plans to treat 35,000 acres of forest a year by 2020 and 60,000 by 2030, financed from the proceeds of the state's emissions permit auctions. That's only a small share of the total acreage that could benefit, about 500,000 acres in all, so it will be vital to prioritize areas at greatest risk of fire or drought. The strategy also aims to ensure that carbon and woody material removed from the forest is locked away in the form of solid lumber, or burned as biofuel in vehicles that would otherwise run on fossil fuels. New research on transportation biofuels is already underway. State governments are well accustomed to managing forests, but traditionally they've focused on wildlife, watersheds, and opportunities for recreation. Only recently have they come to see the vital part forests will have to play in storing carbon. California's plan, which is expected to be finalized by the governor next year, should serve as a model. 26. By saying one of the harder challenges, the author implies that A. Global climate change may get out of control. B. People may misunderstand global warming. C. Extreme weather conditions may arise. D. forests may become a potential threat. 27. To maintain forests as valuable carbon sinks, we may need to A. Preserve the diversity of species in them. B. Accelerate the growth of young trees. C. Strike a balance among different plants. D. Lower their present carbon-absorbing capacity. 28. California's Forest Carbon Plan endeavors to A. Cultivate more drought-resistant trees. B. Reduce the density of some of its forests. C. Find more effective ways to kill insects. D. Restore its forests quickly after wildfires. 29. What is essential to California's plan according to paragraph 5? A. To handle the areas in serious danger first. B. To carry it out before the year of 2020. C. To perfect the emissions permit auctions. D. To obtain enough financial support. 30. The author's attitude to California's plan can best be described as A. Ambiguous. B. Tolerant. C. Supportive. D. Cautious. Text 3. American farmers have been complaining of labor shortages for several years. The complaints are unlikely to stop without an overhaul of immigration rules for farm workers. Congress has obstructed efforts to create a more straightforward visa for agricultural workers that would let foreign workers stay longer in the U.S. and change jobs within the industry. If this doesn't change, American businesses, communities, and consumers will be the losers. Perhaps half of U.S. farm laborers are undocumented immigrants. As fewer such workers enter the country, the characteristics of the agricultural workforce are changing. Today's farm laborers, while still predominantly born in Mexico, are more likely to be settled rather than migrating and more likely to be married than single. They're also aging. At the start of this century, about 1/3 of crop workers were over the age of 35. Now, more than half are. And picking crops is hard on older bodies. One oft-debated cure for this labor shortage remains as implausible as it's been all along. Native U.S. workers won't be returning to the farm. Mechanization isn't the answer either, not yet at least. Production of corn, cotton, rice, soybeans, and wheat has been largely mechanized, but many high-value labor-intensive crops, such as strawberries, need labor. Even dairy farms, where robots do a small share of milking, have a long way to go before they're automated. As a result, farms have grown increasingly reliant on temporary guest workers using the H-2A visa to fill the gaps in the workforce. Starting around 2012, requests for the visa rose sharply. From 2011 to 2016, the number of visas issued more than doubled. The H-2A visa has no numerical cap, unlike the H-2B visa for non-agricultural work, which is limited to $66,000 a year. Even so, employers complain that they aren't given all the workers they need. The process is cumbersome, expensive, and unreliable. One survey found that bureaucratic delays led the average H-2A worker to arrive on the job 22 days late. The shortage is compounded by federal immigration raids, which remove some workers and drive others underground. In a 2012 survey, 71% of tree fruit growers and almost 80% of raisin and berry growers said that they were short of labor. Some Western farmers have responded by moving operations to Mexico. From 1998 to 2000, 14.5% of the fruit Americans consumed was imported. Little more than a decade later, the share of imports was 25.8%. In effect, the U.S. can import food, or it can import the workers who pick it. 31. What problems should be addressed according to the first two paragraphs? A. Discrimination against foreign workers in the U.S. B. Biased laws in favor of some American businesses. C. Flaws in U.S. immigration rules for farm workers. D. Decline of job opportunities in U.S. agriculture. 32. One trouble with U.S. agricultural workforce is A. The rising number of illegal immigrants. B. The high mobility of crop workers. C. The lack of experienced laborers. D. The aging of immigrant farm workers. 33. What is the much-argued solution to the labor shortage in U.S. farming? A. To attract younger laborers to farm work. B. To get native U.S. workers back to farming. C. To use more robots to grow high-value crops. D. To strengthen financial support for farmers. 34. Agricultural employers complain about the H-2A visa for its A. Slow granting procedures. B. Limit on duration of stay. C. Tightened requirements. D. Control of annual admissions. 35. Which of the following could be the best title for this text? A. U.S. agriculture in decline. B. Import food or labor. C. America saved by Mexico. D. Manpower versus automation. Text 4. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Dia Mirza, and Adrian Grenier have a message for you. It's easy to beat plastic. They're part of a bunch of celebrities starring in a new video for World Environment Day, encouraging you, the consumer, to swap out your single-use plastic staples like straws and cutlery to combat the plastics crisis. The key messages that have been put together for World Environment Day do include a call for governments to enact legislation to curb single-use plastics, but the overarching message is directed at individuals. My concern with leaving it up to the individual, however, is our limited sense of what needs to be achieved. On their own, taking our own bags to the grocery store, or quitting plastic straws, for example, will accomplish little and require very little of us. They could even be detrimental, satisfying a need to have done our bit without ever progressing into bigger, bolder, more effective actions, a kind of moral licensing that allays our concerns and stops us doing more and asking more of those in charge. While the conversation around our environment and our responsibility toward it remains centered on shopping bags and straws, we're ignoring the balance of power that implies as consumers we must shop sustainably, rather than as citizens hold our governments and industries to account to push for real systemic change. It's important to acknowledge that the environment isn't everyone's priority, or even most people's. We shouldn't expect it to be. In her latest book, Why Good People Do Bad Environmental Things, Wellesley College professor Elizabeth R. Desambre argues that the best way to collectively change the behavior of large numbers of people is for the change to be structural. This might mean implementing policies such as a plastic tax that adds a cost to environmentally problematic action, or banning single-use plastics altogether. India has just announced it will eliminate all single-use plastic in the country by 2022. There are also incentive-based ways of making better environmental choices easier, such as ensuring recycling is at least as easy as trash disposal. Desambre isn't saying people should stop caring about the environment. It's just that individual actions are too slow, she says, for that to be the only or even primary approach to changing widespread behavior. None of this is about writing off the individual. It's just about putting things into perspective. We don't have time to wait. We need progressive policies that shape collective action and rein in polluting businesses, alongside engaged citizens pushing for change. 36. Some celebrities star in a new video to A. demand new laws on the use of plastics. B. Urge consumers to cut the use of plastics. C. Invite public opinion on the plastics crisis. D. Disclose the causes of the plastics crisis. 37. The author is concerned that moral licensing may A. Mislead us into doing worthless things. B. Prevent us from making further efforts. C. Weaken our sense of accomplishment. D. Suppress our desire for success. 38. By pointing out our identity citizens, the author indicates that A. Our focus should be shifted to community welfare. B. Our relationship with local industries is improving. C. We have been actively exercising our civil rights. D. We should press our government to lead the combat. 39. Desambre argues that the best way for collective change should be A. A win-win arrangement. B. A self-driven mechanism. C. A cost-effective approach. D. A top-down process. 40. The author concludes that individual efforts A. Can be too aggressive. B. Can be too inconsistent. C. Are far from sufficient. D. Are far from rational.
Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Directions. Read the following 4 texts. Answer the questions after each text by choosing A, B, C, or D. Mark your answers on the answer sheet. 40 points. Text 1. Among the annoying challenges facing the middle class is one that will probably go unmentioned in the next presidential campaign. What happens when the robots come for their jobs? Don't dismiss that possibility entirely. About half of U.S. jobs are at high risk of being automated, according to a University of Oxford study, with the middle class disproportionately squeezed. Lower-income jobs like gardening or daycare don't appeal to robots, but many middle-class occupations, trucking, financial advice, software engineering have aroused their interest, or soon will. The rich own the robots, so they will be fine. This isn't to be alarmist. Optimists point out that technological upheaval has benefited workers in the past. The Industrial Revolution didn't go so well for Luddites, whose jobs were displaced by mechanized looms, but it eventually raised living standards and created more jobs than it destroyed. Likewise, automation should eventually boost productivity, stimulate demand by driving down prices, and free workers from hard, boring work. But in the medium term, middle-class workers may need a lot of help adjusting. The first step, as Eric Brynjolfsson and Andrew McAfee argue in The Second Machine Age, should be rethinking education and job training. Curriculums from grammar school to college should evolve to focus less on memorizing facts and more on creativity and complex communication. Vocational schools should do a better job of fostering problem-solving skills and help students work alongside robots. Online education can supplement the traditional kind. It could make extra training and instruction affordable. Professionals trying to acquire new skills will be able to do so without going into debt. The challenge of coping with automation underlines the need for the U.S. to revive its fading business dynamism. Starting new companies must be made easier. In previous eras of drastic technological change, entrepreneurs smoothed the transition by dreaming up ways to combine labor and machines. The best uses of 3D printers and virtual reality haven't been invented yet. The U.S. needs the new companies that will invent them. Finally, because automation threatens to widen the gap between capital income and labor income, taxes and the safety net will have to be rethought. Taxes on low-wage labor need to be cut, and wage subsidies such as the Earned Income Tax Credit should be expanded. This would boost incomes, encourage work, reward companies for job creation, and reduce inequality. Technology will improve society in ways big and small over the next few years, yet this will be little comfort to those who find their lives and careers upended by automation. Destroying the machines that are coming for our jobs would be nuts, but policies to help workers adapt will be indispensable. 21. Who will be most threatened by automation? A. Leading politicians. B. Low-wage laborers. C. Robot owners. D. Middle-class workers. 22. Which of the following best represents the author's view? A. Worries about automation are in fact groundless. B. Optimists' opinions on new tech find little support. C. Issues arising from automation need to be tackled. D. Negative consequences of new tech can be avoided. 23. Education in the age of automation should put more emphasis on A. Creative potential. B. Job hunting skills. C. Individual needs. D. Cooperative spirit. 24. The author suggests that tax policies be aimed at A. Encouraging the development of automation. B. Increasing the return on capital investment. C. Easing the hostility between rich and poor. D. Preventing the income gap from widening. 25. In this text, the author presents a problem with A. Opposing views on it. B. Possible solutions to it. C. Its alarming impacts. D. Its major variations. Text 2. A new survey by Harvard University finds more than 2/3 of young Americans disapprove of President Trump's use of Twitter. The implication is that millennials prefer news from the White House to be filtered through other sources, not a president's social media platform. Most Americans rely on social media to check daily headlines. Yet as distrust has risen toward all media, people may be starting to beef up their media literacy skills. Such a trend is badly needed. During the 2016 presidential campaign, nearly a quarter of web content shared by Twitter users in the politically critical state of Michigan was fake news, according to the University of Oxford. And a survey conducted for BuzzFeed News found 44% of Facebook users rarely or never trust news from the media giant. Young people who are digital natives are indeed becoming more skillful at separating fact from fiction in cyberspace. A Knight Foundation focus group survey of young people between ages 14 and 24 found they use distributed trust to verify stories. They cross-check sources and prefer news from different perspectives, especially those that are open about any bias. Many young people assume a great deal of personal responsibility for educating themselves and actively seeking out opposing viewpoints, the survey concluded. Such active research can have another effect. A 2014 survey conducted in Australia, Britain, and the United States by the University of Wisconsin-Madison found that young people's reliance on social media led to greater political engagement. Social media allows users to experience new events more intimately and immediately, while also permitting them to reshare news as a projection of their values and interests. This forces users to be more conscious of their role in passing along information. A survey by Barna Research Group found the top reason given by Americans for the fake news phenomenon is reader error, more so than made-up stories or factual mistakes in reporting. About a third say the problem of fake news lies in misinterpretation or exaggeration of actual news via social media. In other words, the choice to share news on social media may be the heart of the issue. This indicates there is a real personal responsibility in counteracting this problem, says Roxanne Stone, editor-in-chief at Barna Group. So when young people are critical of an over-tweeting president, they reveal a mental discipline in thinking skills and in their choices on when to share on social media. 26. According to paragraphs 1 and 2, many young Americans cast doubts on A. The justification of the news filtering practice. B. People's preference for social media platforms. C. The administration's ability to handle information. D. Social media as a reliable source of news. 27. The phrase beef up, line 2, paragraph 2, is closest in meaning to A. Sharpen. B. Define. C. Boast. D. Share. 28. According to the Knight Foundation survey, young people A. Tend to voice their opinions in cyberspace. B. Verify news by referring to diverse sources. C. Have a strong sense of responsibility. D. Like to exchange views on distributed trust. 29. The Barna survey found that a main cause for the fake news problem is A. Readers' outdated values. B. Journalist bias reporting. C. Readers' misinterpretation. D. Journalists made up stories. 30. Which of the following would be the best title for the text? A. A rise in critical skills for sharing news online. B. A counteraction against the over-tweeting trend. C. The accumulation of mutual trust on social media. D. The platforms for projection of personal interests. Text 3. Any fair-minded assessment of the dangers of the deal between Britain's National Health Service, NHS, and DeepMind must start by acknowledging that both sides mean well. DeepMind is one of the leading artificial intelligence, AI, companies in the world. The potential of this work applied to healthcare is very great, but it could also lead to further concentration of power in the tech giants. It is against that background that the Information Commissioner, Elizabeth Denham, has issued her damning verdict against the Royal Free Hospital Trust under the NHS, which handed over to DeepMind the records of 1.6 million patients in 2015 on the basis of a vague agreement which took far too little account of the patients' rights and their expectations of privacy. DeepMind has almost apologized. The NHS Trust has mended its ways. Further arrangements, and there may be many between the NHS and DeepMind, will be carefully scrutinized to ensure that all necessary permissions have been asked of patients and all unnecessary data has been cleaned. There are lessons about informed patient consent to learn. But privacy is not the only angle in this case, and not even the most important. Ms. Denham chose to concentrate the blame on the NHS Trust, since under existing law it controlled the data and DeepMind merely processed it. But this distinction misses the point that it is processing and aggregation, not the mere possession of bits, that gives the data value. The great question is who should benefit from the analysis of all the data that our lives now generate. Privacy law builds on the concept of damage to an individual from identifiable knowledge about them. That misses the way the surveillance economy works. The data of an individual there gains its value only when it is compared with the data of countless millions more. The use of privacy law to curb the tech giants in this instance feels slightly maladapted. This practice does not address the real worry. It is not enough to say that the algorithms DeepMind develops will benefit patients and save lives. What matters is that they will belong to a private monopoly which developed them using public resources. And software promises to save lives on the scale that drugs now can. Big data may be expected to behave as a big pharma has done. We are still at the beginning of this revolution, and small choices now may turn out to have gigantic consequences later. A long struggle will be needed to avoid a future of digital feudalism. Ms. Denham's report is a welcome start. 31. What is true of the agreement between the NHS and DeepMind? A. It caused conflicts among tech giants. B. It failed to pay due attention to patients' rights. C. It fell short of the latter's expectations. D. It put both sides into a dangerous situation. 32. The NHS Trust responded to Denham's verdict with A. Empty promises. B. Tough resistance. C. Necessary adjustments. D. Sincere apologies. 33. The author argues in paragraph 2 that A. Privacy protection must be secured at all costs. B. Leaking patients' data is worse than selling it. C. Making profits from patients' data is illegal. D. The value of data comes from the processing of it. 34. According to the last paragraph, the real worry arising from this deal is A. The vicious rivalry among big pharmas. B. The ineffective enforcement of privacy law. C. The uncontrolled use of new software. D. The monopoly of big data by tech giants. 35. The author's attitude toward the application of AI to healthcare is A. Ambiguous. B. Cautious. C. Appreciative. D. Contemptuous. Text 4. The U.S. Postal Service USPS continues to bleed red ink. It reported a net loss of $5.6 billion for fiscal 2016, the 10th straight year its expenses have exceeded revenue. Meanwhile, it has more than $120 billion in unfunded liabilities, mostly for employee health and retirement costs. There are many reasons this formerly stable federal institution finds itself at the brink of bankruptcy. Fundamentally, the USPS is in a historic squeeze between technological change that has permanently decreased demand for its bread-and-butter product, first-class mail, and a regulatory structure that denies management the flexibility to adjust its operations to the new reality. And interest groups ranging from postal unions to greeting card makers exert self-interested pressure on the USPS's ultimate overseer, Congress, insisting that whatever else happens to the Postal Service, aspects of the status quo they depend on get protected. This is why repeated attempts at reform legislation have failed in recent years, leaving the Postal Service unable to pay its bills except by deferring vital modernization. Now comes word that everyone involved, Democrats, Republicans, the Postal Service, the unions, and the system's heaviest users, has finally agreed on a plan to fix the system. Legislation is moving through the House that would save USPS an estimated $28.6 billion over 5 years, which could help pay for new vehicles, among other survival measures. Most of the money would come from a penny per letter permanent rate increase and from shifting postal retirees into Medicare. The latter step would largely offset the financial burden of annually pre-funding retiree health care, thus addressing a long-standing complaint by the USPS and its unions. If it clears the House, this measure would still have to get through the Senate, where someone is bound to point out that it amounts to the bare minimum necessary to keep the Postal Service afloat, not comprehensive reform. There's no change to collective bargaining at the USPS, a major omission considering that personnel accounts for 80% of the agency costs. Also, missing is any discussion of eliminating Saturday letter delivery. That common sense change enjoys wide public support and would save the USPS $2 billion per year, but postal special interest groups seem to have killed it, at least in the House. The emerging consensus around the bill is a sign that legislators are getting frightened about a politically embarrassing short-term collapse at the USPS. It is not, however, a sign that they're getting serious about transforming the postal system for the 21st century. 36. The financial problem with the USPS is caused partly by A. Its unbalanced budget, B. Its rigid management, C. The cost for technical upgrading, D. The withdrawal of bank support. 37. According to paragraph 2, the USPS fails to modernize itself due to A. The interference from interest groups, B. The inadequate funding from Congress, C. The shrinking demand for postal service, D. The incompetence of postal unions. 38. The long-standing complaint by the USPS and its unions can be addressed by A. Removing its burden of retiree health care, B. Making more investment in new vehicles, C. Adopting a new rate increase mechanism, D. Attracting more first-class mail users. 39. In the last paragraph, the author seems to view legislators with A. Respect, B. Tolerance, C. Discontent, D. Gratitude. 40. Which of the following would be the best title for the text? A. The USPS starts to miss its good old days. B. The Postal Service, keep away from my cheese. C. The USPS, chronic illness requires a quick cure. D. The Postal Service needs more than a Band-Aid.
Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Directions. Read the following 4 texts. Answer the questions after each text by choosing A, B, C, or D. Mark your answers on answer sheet. 40 points. Text 1. It is curious that Stephen Koziatek feels almost as though he has to justify his efforts to give his students a better future. Mr. Koziatek is part of something pioneering. He is a teacher at a New Hampshire high school where learning is not something of books and tests and mechanical memorization, but practical. When did it become accepted wisdom that students should be able to name the 13th President of the United States, but be utterly overwhelmed by a broken bike chain? As Koziatek knows, there is learning in just about everything. Nothing is necessarily gained by forcing students to learn geometry at a graffitied desk stuck with generations of discarded chewing gum. They can also learn geometry by assembling a bicycle. But he's also found a kind of insidious prejudice. Working with your hands is seen as almost a mark of inferiority. Schools in the family of vocational education have that stereotype, that it's for kids who can't make it academically, he says. On one hand, that viewpoint is a logical product of America's evolution. Manufacturing is not the economic engine that it once was. The job security that the U.S. economy once offered to high school graduates has largely evaporated. More education is the new principle. We want more for our kids, and rightfully so. But the headlong push into bachelor's degrees for all, and the subtle devaluing of anything else, misses an important point. That's not the only thing the American economy needs. Yes, a bachelor's degree opens more doors, but even now, 54% of the jobs in the country are middle-skill jobs, such as construction and high-skill manufacturing. But only 44% of workers are adequately trained. In other words, at a time when the working class has turned the country on its political head, frustrated that the opportunity that once defined America is vanishing, one obvious solution is staring us in the face. There is a gap in working-class jobs, but the workers who need those jobs, most aren't equipped to do them. Koziatek's Manchester School of Technology High School is trying to fill that gap. Koziatek's school is a wake-up call. When education becomes one-size-fits-all, it risks overlooking a nation's diversity of gifts. Number 21. A broken bike chain is mentioned to show students' lack of A. Practical ability. B. Academic training. C. Pioneering spirit. D. Mechanical memorization. Number 22. There exists the prejudice that vocational education is for kids who A. Have a stereotyped mind. B. Have no career motivation. C. Are not academically successful. D. Are financially disadvantaged. Number 23. We can infer from paragraph 5 that high school graduates A. Used to have big financial concerns. B. Used to have more job opportunities. C. Are reluctant to work in manufacturing. D. Are entitled to more educational privileges. Number 24. The headlong push into bachelor's degrees for all A. Helps create a lot of middle-skill jobs. B. May narrow the gap in working-class jobs. C. Is expected to yield a better trained workforce. D. Indicates the overvaluing of higher education. Number 25. The author's attitude toward Koziatek's school can be described as A. Supportive. B. Tolerant. C. Disappointed. D. Cautious. Text 2. While fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, still generate roughly 85% of the world's energy supply, it's clearer than ever that the future belongs to renewable sources, such as wind and solar. The move to renewables is picking up momentum around the world. They now account for more than half of new power sources going online. Some growth stems from a commitment by governments and far-sighted businesses to fund cleaner energy sources. But increasingly, the story is about the plummeting prices of renewables, especially wind and solar. The cost of solar panels has dropped by 80%, and the cost of wind turbines by close to 1/3 in the past 8 years. In many parts of the world, renewable energy is already a principal energy source. In Scotland, for example, wind turbines provide enough energy to power 95% of homes. While the rest of the world takes the lead, notably China and Europe, the United States is also seeing a remarkable shift. In March, for the first time, wind and solar power accounted for more than 10% of the power generated in the U.S., reported the U.S. Energy Information Administration. President Trump has underlined fossil fuels, especially coal, as the path to economic growth. In a recent speech in Iowa, he dismissed wind power as an unreliable energy source. But that message did not play well with many in Iowa, where wind turbines dot the fields and provide 36% of the state's electricity generation, and where tech giants like Microsoft are being attracted by the availability of clean energy to power their data centers. The question, what happens when the wind doesn't blow or the sun doesn't shine, has provided a quick put-down for skeptics. But a boost in the storage capacity of batteries is making their ability to keep power flowing around the clock more likely. The advance is driven in part by vehicle manufacturers, who are placing big bets on battery-powered electric vehicles. Although electric cars are still a rarity on roads now, this massive investment could change the picture rapidly in coming years. While there's a long way to go, the trend lines for renewables are spiking. The pace of change in energy sources appears to be speeding up, perhaps just in time to have a meaningful effect in slowing climate change. What Washington does or doesn't do to promote alternative energy may mean less and less at a time of a global shift in thought. Number 26. The word plummeting, line 3, paragraph 2, is closest in meaning to A. Stabilizing, B. Changing, C. Falling, D. Rising. Number 27. According to paragraph 3, the use of renewable energy in America A. is progressing notably. B. is as extensive as in Europe. C. faces many challenges. D. has proved to be impractical. Number 28. It can be learned that in Iowa, A. wind is a widely used energy source. B. wind energy has replaced fossil fuels. C. tech giants are investing in clean energy. D. there is a shortage of clean energy supply. Number 29. Which of the following is true about clean energy according to paragraphs 5 and 6? A. its application has boosted battery storage. B. it is commonly used in car manufacturing. C. its continuous supply is becoming a reality. D. Its sustainable exploitation will remain difficult. Number 30. It can be inferred from the last paragraph that renewable energy A. will bring the USA closer to other countries. B. will accelerate global environmental change. C. is not really encouraged by the USA government. D. is not competitive enough with regard to its cost. Text 3. The power and ambition of the giants of the digital economy is astonishing. Amazon has just announced the purchase of the upmarket grocery chain Whole Foods for $13.5 billion. But 2 years ago, Facebook paid even more than that to acquire the WhatsApp messaging service, which doesn't have any physical product at all. What WhatsApp offered Facebook was an intricate and finely detailed web of its users' friendships and social lives. Facebook promised the European Commission then that it would not link phone numbers to Facebook identities, but it broke the promise almost as soon as the deal went through. Even without knowing what was in the messages, the knowledge of who sent them and to whom was enormously revealing and still could be. What political journalist, what party whip would not want to know the makeup of the WhatsApp groups in which Theresa May's enemies are currently plotting? It may be that the value of Whole Foods to Amazon is not so much the 460 shops it owns, but the records of which customers have purchased what. Competition law appears to be the only way to address these imbalances of power, but it is clumsy. For one thing, it is very slow compared to the pace of change within the digital economy. By the time a product has been addressed and remedied, it may have vanished in the marketplace, to be replaced by new abuses of power. But there is a deeper conceptual problem too. Competition law, as presently interpreted, deals with financial disadvantage to consumers, and this is not obvious when the users of these services don't pay for them. The users of their services are not their customers. That would be the people who buy advertising from them. And Facebook and Google, the two virtual giants, dominate digital advertising to the disadvantage of all other media and entertainment companies. The product they're selling is data, and we, the users, convert our lives to data for the benefit of the digital giants. Just as some ants farm the bugs called aphids for the honeydew they produce when they feed, so Google farms us for the data that our digital lives yield. Ants keep predatory insects away from where their aphids feed. Gmail keeps the spammers out of our inboxes. It doesn't feel like a human or democratic relationship, even if both sides benefit. Number 31. According to paragraph 1, Facebook acquired WhatsApp for its A. digital products, B. user information, C. physical assets, D. quality service. Number 32. Linking phone numbers to Facebook identities may A. worsen political disputes, B. mess up customer records, C. pose a risk to Facebook users, D. mislead the European Commission. Number 33. According to the author, competition law A. should serve the new market powers, B. may worsen the economic imbalance, C. should not provide just one legal solution, D. cannot keep pace with the changing market. Number 34. Competition law, as presently interpreted, can hardly protect Facebook users because A. They are not defined as customers. B. They are not financially reliable. C. The services are generally digital. D. The services are paid for by advertisers. Number 35. The ants analogy is used to illustrate A. A win-win business model between digital giants. B. A typical competition pattern among digital giants. C. The benefits provided for digital giants' customers. D. The relationship between digital giants and their users. Text 4. To combat the trap of putting a premium on being busy, Cal Newport, author of Deep Work, Rules for Focused Success in a Distracted World, recommends building a habit of deep work, the ability to focus without distraction. There are a number of approaches to mastering the art of deep work, be it lengthy retreats dedicated to a specific task, developing a daily ritual, or taking a journalistic approach to seizing moments of deep work when you can throughout the day. Whichever approach, the key is to determine the length of focus time and stick to it. Newport also recommends deep scheduling to combat constant interruptions and get more done in less time. At any given point, I should have deep work scheduled for roughly the next month. Once on the calendar, I protect this time like I would a doctor's appointment or important meeting, he writes. Another approach to getting more done in less time is to rethink how you prioritize your day, in particular, how we craft our to-do lists. Tim Harford, author of Messy, The Power of Disorder to Transform Our Lives, points to a study in the early 1980s that divided undergraduates into two groups. Some were advised to set out monthly goals and study activities. Others were told to plan activities and goals in much more detail, day by day. While the researchers assumed that the well-structured daily plans would be most effective when it came to the execution of tasks, they were wrong. The detailed daily plans demotivated students. Harford argues that inevitable distractions often render the daily to-do list ineffective, while leaving room for improvisation in such a list can reap the best results. In order to make the most of our focus and energy, we also need to embrace downtime, or as Newport suggests, be lazy. Idleness is not just a vacation, an indulgence, or a vice. It is as indispensable to the brain as vitamin D is to the body. Idleness is, paradoxically, necessary to getting any work done, he argues. Sirini Pillay, an associate professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School, believes this counterintuitive link between downtime and productivity may be due to the way our brains operate. When our brains switch between being focused and unfocused on a task, they tend to be more efficient. What people don't realize is that in order to complete these tasks, they need to use both the focus and unfocus circuits in their brain, says Pillay. Number 36. The key to mastering the art of deep work is to A. Keep to your focus time. B. List your immediate tasks. C. Make specific daily plans. D. Seize every minute to work. Number 37. The study in the early 1980s cited by Harford shows that A. Distractions may actually increase efficiency. B. Daily schedules are indispensable to studying. C. Students are hardly motivated by monthly goals. D. Detailed plans may not be as fruitful as expected. Number 38. According to Newport, idleness is A. A desirable mental state for busy people. B. A major contributor to physical health. C. An effective way to save time and energy. D. An essential factor in accomplishing any work. Number 39. Pillay believes that our brains shift between being focused and unfocused. A. Can result in psychological well-being. B. Can bring about greater efficiency. C. Is aimed at better balance in work. D. Is driven by task urgency. Number 40. This text is mainly about A. Ways to relieve the tension of busy life. B. Approaches to getting more done in less time. C. The key to eliminating distractions. D. The cause of the lack of focus time.
First 2 hours, now 3 hours. This is how far in advance authorities are recommending people show up to catch a domestic flight, at least at some major U.S. airports with increasingly massive security lines. Americans are willing to tolerate time-consuming security procedures in return for increased safety. The crash of Egypt Air Flight 804, which terrorists may have downed over the Mediterranean Sea, provides another tragic reminder of why. But demanding too much of air travelers or providing too little security in return undermines public support for the process, and it should. Wasted time is a drag on America's economic and private lives, not to mention infuriating. Last year, the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, found in a secret check that undercover investigators were able to sneak weapons, both fake and real, past airport security nearly every time they tried. Enhanced security measures since then, combined with a rise in airline travel due to the improving economy and low oil prices, have resulted in long waits at major airports such as Chicago's O'Hare International. It is not yet clear how much more effective airline security has become, but the lines are obvious. Part of the issue is that the government did not anticipate the steep increase in airline travel, so the TSA is now rushing to get new screeners on the line. Part of the issue is that airports have only so much room for screening lanes. Another factor may be that more people are trying to overpack their carry-on bags to avoid checked baggage fees, though the airlines strongly dispute this. There is one step the TSA could take that would not require remodeling airports or rushing to hire. Enroll more people in the pre-check program. Pre-check is supposed to be a win-win for travelers and the TSA. Passengers who pass a background check are eligible to use expedited screening lanes. This allows the TSA to focus on travelers who are higher risk, saving time for everyone involved. The TSA wants to enroll 25 million people in pre-check. It has not gotten anywhere close to that, and one big reason is sticker shock. Passengers must pay $85 every 5 years to process their background checks. Since the beginning, this price tag has been pre-check's fatal flaw. Upcoming reforms might bring the price to a more reasonable level, but Congress should look into doing so directly by helping to finance pre-check enrollment or to cut costs in other ways. The TSA cannot continue diverting resources into underused pre-check lanes, while most of the traveling public suffers in unnecessary lines. It is long past time to make the program work.
The ancient Hawaiians were astronomers, wrote Queen Liliuokalani, Hawaii's last reigning monarch, in 1897. Star watchers were among the most esteemed members of Hawaiian society. Sadly, all is not well with astronomy in Hawaii today. Protests have erupted over construction of the 30-meter telescope TMT, a giant observatory that promises to revolutionize humanity's view of the cosmos. At issue is the TMT's planned location on Mauna Kea, a dormant volcano worshipped by some Hawaiians as the Pico, that connects the Hawaiian Islands to the heavens. But Mauna Kea is also home to some of the world's most powerful telescopes. Rested in the Pacific Ocean, Mauna Kea's peak rises above the bulk of our planet's dense atmosphere, where conditions allow telescopes to obtain images of unsurpassed clarity. Opposition to telescopes on Mauna Kea is nothing new. A small but vocal group of Hawaiians and environmentalists have long viewed their presence as disrespect for sacred land and a painful reminder of the occupation of what was once a sovereign nation. Some blame for the current controversy belongs to astronomers. In their eagerness to build bigger telescopes, they forgot that science is not the only way of understanding the world. They did not always prioritize the protection of Mauna Kea's fragile ecosystems or its holiness to the island's inhabitants. Hawaiian culture is not a relic of the past. It is a living culture undergoing a renaissance today. Yet science has a cultural history too, with roots going back to the dawn of civilization. The same curiosity to find what lies beyond the horizon that first brought early Polynesians to Hawaii's shores inspires astronomers today to explore the heavens. Calls to disassemble all telescopes on Mauna Kea or to ban future development there ignore the reality that astronomy and Hawaiian culture both seek to answer big questions about who we are, where we come from, and where we are going. Perhaps that is why we explore the starry skies, as if answering a primal calling to know ourselves and our true ancestral homes. The astronomy community is making compromises to change its use of Mauna Kea. The TMT site was chosen to minimize the telescope's visibility around the island and to avoid archaeological and environmental impact. To limit the number of telescopes on Mauna Kea, old ones will be removed at the end of their lifetimes, and their sites returned to a natural state. There is no reason why everyone cannot be welcomed on Mauna Kea to embrace their cultural heritage and to study the stars.
Robert F. Kennedy once said that a country's GDP measures everything except that which makes life worthwhile. With Britain voting to leave the European Union and GDP already predicted to slow as a result, it is now a timely moment to assess what he was referring to. The question of GDP and its usefulness has annoyed policymakers for over half a century. Many argue that it is a flawed concept. It measures things that do not matter and misses things that do. By most recent measures, the UK's GDP has been the envy of the Western world, with record low unemployment and high growth figures. If everything was going so well, then why did over 17 million people vote for Brexit, despite the warnings about what it could do to their country's economic prospects? A recent annual study of countries and their ability to convert growth into well-being shed some light on that question. Across the 163 countries measured, the UK is one of the poorest performers in ensuring that economic growth is translated into meaningful improvements for its citizens. Rather than just focusing on GDP, over 40 different sets of criteria from health, education, and civil society engagement have been measured to get a more rounded assessment of how countries are performing. While all of these countries face their own challenges, there are a number of consistent themes. Yes, there has been a budding economic recovery since the 2008 global crash, but in key indicators in areas such as health and education, major economies have continued to decline. Yet this isn't the case with all countries. Some relatively poor European countries have seen huge improvements across measures including civil society, income equality, and the environment. This is a lesson that rich countries can learn. When GDP is no longer regarded as the sole measure of a country's success, the world looks very different. So, what Kennedy was referring to was that while GDP has been the most common method for measuring the economic activity of nations, as a measure it is no longer enough. It does not include important factors such as environmental quality or education outcomes, all things that contribute to a person's sense of well-being. The sharp hit to growth predicted around the world and in the UK could lead to a decline in the everyday services we depend on for our well-being and for growth. But policy makers who refocus efforts on improving well-being rather than simply worrying about GDP figures could avoid the forecasted doom and may even see progress.
In a rare unanimous ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court has overturned the corruption conviction of a former Virginia governor, Robert McDonnell, but it did so while holding its nose at the ethics of his conduct, which included accepting gifts such as a Rolex watch and a Ferrari automobile from a company seeking access to government. The High Court's decision said the judge in Mr. McDonnell's trial failed to tell a jury that it must look only at his official acts, or the former governor's decisions on specific and unsettled issues related to his duties. Merely helping a gift-giver gain access to other officials, unless done with clear intent to pressure those officials, is not corruption, the justices found. The court did suggest that accepting favors in return for opening doors is distasteful and nasty, but under anti-bribery laws, proof must be made of concrete benefits, such as approval of a contract or regulation. Simply arranging a meeting, making a phone call, or hosting an event is not an official act. The court's ruling is legally sound in defining a kind of favoritism that is not criminal. Elected leaders must be allowed to help supporters deal with bureaucratic problems without fear of prosecution for bribery. The basic compact underlying representative government, wrote Chief Justice John Roberts for the court, assumes that public officials will hear from their constituents and act on their concerns. But the ruling reinforces the need for citizens and their elected representatives, not the courts, to ensure equality of access to government. Officials must not be allowed to play favorites in providing information or in arranging meetings simply because an individual or group provides a campaign donation or a personal gift. This type of integrity requires well-enforced laws in government transparency, such as records of official meetings, rules on lobbying, and information about each elected leader's source of wealth. Favoritism in official access can fan public perceptions of corruption, but it is not always corruption. Rather, officials must avoid double standards or different types of access for average people and the wealthy. If connections can be bought, a basic premise of democratic society, that all are equal in treatment by government, is undermined. Good governance rests on an understanding of the inherent worth of each individual. The court's ruling is a step forward in the struggle against both corruption and official favoritism.
Every Saturday morning at 9 a.m., more than 50,000 runners set off to run 5 kilometers around their local park. The park run phenomenon began with a dozen friends and has inspired 400 events in the UK and more abroad. Events are free, staffed by thousands of volunteers. Runners range from 4 years old to grandparents. Their times range from Andrew Baddeley's world record, 13 minutes 48 seconds, up to an hour. Parkrun is succeeding where London's Olympic legacy is failing. 10 years ago, on Monday, it was announced that the Games of the 30th Olympiad would be in London. Planning documents pledged that the great legacy of the Games would be to lever a nation of sport lovers away from their couches. The population would be fitter, healthier, and produce more winners. It has not happened. The number of adults doing weekly sport did rise by nearly 2 million in the run-up to 2012, but the general population was growing faster. Worse, the numbers are now falling at an accelerating rate. The opposition claims primary school pupils doing at least 2 hours of sport a week have nearly halved. Obesity has risen among adults and children. Official retrospections continue as to why London 2012 failed to inspire a generation. The success of Parkrun offers answers. Parkrun is not a race, but a time trial. Your only competitor is the clock. The ethos welcomes anybody. There is as much joy over a puffed-out first-timer being clapped over the line as there is about top talent shining. The Olympic bidders, by contrast, wanted to get more people doing sports and to produce more elite athletes. The dual aim was mixed up. The stress on success over taking part was intimidating for newcomers. Indeed, there is something a little absurd in the state getting involved in the planning of such a fundamentally grassroots concept as community sports associations. If there is a role for government, it should really be getting involved in providing common goods, making sure there is space for playing fields and the money to pave tennis and netball courts, and encouraging the provision of all these activities in schools. But successive governments have presided over selling green spaces, squeezing money from local authorities, and declining attention on sport and education. Instead of worthy strategies, future governments need to do more to provide the conditions for sport to thrive, or at least not make them worse. With so much focus on children's use of screens, it's easy for parents to forget about their own screen use. Tech is designed to really suck you in, says Jenny Radisky in her study of digital play. And digital products are there to promote maximal engagement. It makes it hard to disengage and leads to a lot of bleed over into the family routine. Radisky has studied the use of mobile phones and tablets at mealtimes by giving mother-child pairs a food testing exercise. She found that mothers who used devices during the exercise started 20% fewer verbal and 39% fewer nonverbal interactions with their children. During a separate observation, she saw that phones became a source of tension in the family. Parents would be looking at their emails, while the children would be making excited bids for their attention. Infants are wired to look at parents' faces to try to understand their world, and if those faces are blank and unresponsive, as they often are when absorbed in a device, it can be extremely disconcerting for the children. Radisky cites the still face experiment devised by the developmental psychologist Ed Tronick in the 1970s. In it, a mother is asked to interact with her child in a normal way before putting on a blank expression and not giving them any visual social feedback. The child becomes increasingly distressed as she tries to capture her mother's attention. Parents don't have to be exquisitely parents at all times, but there needs to be a balance, and parents need to be responsive and sensitive to a child's verbal or nonverbal expressions of an emotional need, says Radisky. On the other hand, Tronick himself is concerned that the worries about kids' use of screens are born out of an oppressive ideology that demands that parents should always be interacting with their children. It's based on a somewhat fantasized, very white, very upper-middle-class ideology that says, if you're failing to expose your child to 30,000 words, you are neglecting them. Tronick believes that just because a child isn't learning from the screen doesn't mean there's no value to it, particularly if it gives parents time to have a shower, do housework, or simply have a break from their child. Parents, he says, can get a lot out of using their devices to speak to a friend or get some work out of the way. This can make them feel happier, which lets them be more available to their child the rest of the time. Today, widespread social pressure to immediately go to college in conjunction with increasingly high expectations in a fast-moving world often causes students to completely overlook the possibility of taking a gap year. After all, if everyone you know is going to college in the fall, it seems silly to stay back a year, doesn't it? And after going to school for 12 years, it doesn't feel natural to spend a year doing something that isn't academic. But while this may be true, it's not a good enough reason to condemn gap years. There's always a constant fear of falling behind everyone else on the socially perpetrated race to the finish line, whether that be toward graduate school, medical school, or lucrative career. But despite common misconceptions, a gap year does not hinder the success of academic pursuits. In fact, it probably enhances it. Studies from the United States and Australia show that students who take a gap year are generally better prepared for and perform better in college than those who do not. Rather than pulling students back, a gap year pushes them ahead by preparing them for independence, new responsibilities, and environmental changes, all things that first-year students often struggle with the most. Gap year experiences can lessen the blow when it comes to adjusting to college and being thrown into a brand new environment, making it easier to focus on academics and activities rather than acclimation blunders. If you're not convinced of the inherent value to taking a year off to explore interests, then consider its financial impact on future academic choices. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, nearly 80% of college students end up changing their majors at least once. This isn't surprising, considering the basic mandatory high school curriculum leaves students with a poor understanding of the vast academic possibilities that await them in college. Many students find themselves listing one major on their college applications, but switching to another after taking college classes. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but depending on the school, it can be costly to make up credits after switching too late in the game. At Boston College, for example, you would have to complete an extra year were you to switch to the nursing school from another department. Taking a gap year to figure things out initially can help prevent stress and save money later on. Though often viewed as a problem for Western states, the growing frequency of wildfires is a national concern because of its impact on federal tax dollars, says Professor Max Moritz, a specialist in fire ecology and management. In 2015, the U.S. Forest Service, for the first time, spent more than half of its $5.5 billion annual budget fighting fires, nearly double the percentage it spent on such efforts 20 years ago. In effect, fewer federal funds today are going towards the agency's other work, such as forest conservation, watershed and cultural resources management, and infrastructure upkeep that affects the lives of all Americans. Another nationwide concern is whether public funds from other agencies are going into construction in fire-prone districts. As Moritz puts it, how often are federal dollars building homes that are likely to be lost to a wildfire? It's already a huge problem from a public expenditure perspective for the whole country, he says. We need to take a magnifying glass to that. Like, wait a minute, is this okay? Do we want instead to redirect those funds to concentrate on lower hazard parts of the landscape? Such a view would require a corresponding shift in the way U.S. society today views fire. Researchers say, for one thing, conversations about wildfires need to be more inclusive. Over the past decade, the focus has been on climate change, how the warming of the earth formed greenhouse gases is leading to conditions that worsen fires. While climate is a key element, Moritz says, it shouldn't come at the expense of the rest of the equation. The human system and the landscapes we live on are linked, and the interactions go both ways. He says, failing to recognize that, he notes, lends to an overly simplified view of what the solutions might be. Our perception of the problem and of what the solution is becomes very limited. At the same time, people continue to treat fire as an event that needs to be wholly controlled and unleashed only out of necessity, says Professor Balch at the University of Colorado. But acknowledging fire's inevitable presence in human life is an attitude crucial to developing the laws, policies, and practices that make it as safe as possible, she says. We've disconnected ourselves from living with fire, Fox says. It is really important to understand and try and tease out what is the human connection with fire today.
France, which prides itself as the global innovator of fashion, has decided its fashion industry has lost an absolute right to define physical beauty for women. Its lawmakers gave preliminary approval last week to a law that would make it a crime to employ ultra-thin models on runways. The Parliament also agreed to ban websites that incite excessive thinness by promoting extreme dieting. Such measures have a couple of uplifting motives. They suggest beauty should not be defined by looks that end up impinging on health. That's a start, and the ban on ultra-thin models seems to go beyond protecting models from starving themselves to death, as some have done. It tells the fashion industry that it must take responsibility for the signal it sends women, especially teenage girls, about the social tape measure they must use to determine their individual worth. The bans, if fully enforced, would suggest to women and many men that they should not let others be arbiters of their beauty. And perhaps faintly, they hint that people should look to intangible qualities like character and intellect rather than dieting their way to size 0 or wasp-waist physiques. The French measures, however, rely too much on severe punishment to change a culture that still regards beauty as skin-deep and bone-showing. Under the law, using a fashion model that does not meet a government-defined index of body mass could result in an $85,000 fine and 6 months in prison. The fashion industry knows it has an inherent problem in focusing on material adornment and idealized body types. In Denmark, the United States, and a few other countries, it is trying to set voluntary standards for models and fashion images that rely more on peer pressure for enforcement. In contrast to France's actions, Denmark's fashion industry agreed last month on rules and sanctions regarding the age, health, and other characteristics of models. The newly revised Danish Fashion Ethical Charter clearly states, "We are aware of and take responsibility for the impact the fashion industry has on body ideals, especially on young people." The Charter's main tool of enforcement is to deny access for designers and modeling agencies to Copenhagen Fashion Week, CFW, which is run by the Danish Fashion Institute. But in general, it relies on a name-and-shame method of compliance. Relying on ethical persuasion rather than law to address the misuse of body ideals may be the best step. Even better would be to help elevate notions of beauty beyond the material standards of a particular industry. For the first time in history, more people live in towns than in the country. In Britain, this has had a curious result. While polls show Britons rate the countryside alongside the royal family, Shakespeare, and the National Health Service, NHS, as what makes them proudest of their country, this has limited political support. A century ago, Octavia Hill launched the National Trust not to rescue stylish houses, but to save the beauty of natural places for everyone forever. It was specifically to provide city dwellers with spaces for leisure where they could experience a refreshing air. Hill's pressure later led to the creation of national parks and greenbelts. They don't make countryside anymore, and every year concrete consumes more of it. It needs constant guardianship. At the next election, none of the big parties seem likely to endorse this sentiment. The Conservatives' planning reform explicitly gives rural development priority over conservation, even authorizing off-plan building where local people might object. The concept of sustainable development has been defined as profitable. Labor likewise wants to discontinue local planning where councils oppose development. The Liberal Democrats are silent. Only UKIP, sensing its chance, has sided with those pleading for a more considered approach to using green land. Its campaign to protect rural England struck terror into many local Conservative parties. The sensible place to build new houses, factories, and offices is where people are, in cities and towns where infrastructure is in place. The London agent's Sterling Ackroyd recently identified enough sites for 500,000 houses in the London area alone, with no intrusion on greenbelt. What is true of London is even truer of the provinces. The idea that housing crisis equals concreted meadows is pure lobby talk. The issue is not the need for more houses, but, as always, where to put them. Under lobby pressure, George Osborne favors rural new build against urban renovation and renewal. He favors out-of-town shopping sites against high streets. This is not a free market, but a biased one. Rural towns and villages have grown and will always grow. They do so best where a building sticks to their edges and respects their character. We do not ruin urban conservation areas. Why ruin rural ones? Development should be planned, not let rip. After the Netherlands, Britain is Europe's most crowded country. Half a century of town and country planning has enabled it to retain an enviable rural coherence, while still permitting low-density urban living. There is no doubt of the alternative, the corrupted landscapes of southern Portugal, Spain, or Ireland. Avoiding this, rather than promoting it, should unite the left and right of the political spectrum. There is one and only one social responsibility of business, wrote Milton Friedman, a Nobel Prize-winning economist, that is, to use its resources and engage in activities designed to increase its profits. But even if you accept Friedman's premise and regard corporate social responsibility, CSR, policies as a waste of shareholders' money, things may not be absolutely clear-cut. New research suggests that CSR may create monetary value for companies, at least when they are prosecuted for corruption. The largest firms in America and Britain together spend more than $15 billion a year on CSR, according to an estimate by EPG, a consulting firm. This could add value to their businesses in three ways. First, consumers may take CSR spending as a signal that a company's products are of high quality. Second, customers may be willing to buy a company's products as an indirect way to donate to the good causes it helps. And third, through a more diffuse halo effect, whereby its good deeds earn it greater consideration from consumers and others. Previous studies on CSR have had trouble differentiating these effects because consumers can be affected by all three. A recent study attempts to separate them by looking at bribery prosecutions under America's Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, FCPA. It argues that since prosecutors do not consume a company's products as part of their investigations, they could be influenced only by the halo effect. The study found that, among prosecuted firms, those with the most comprehensive CSR programs tended to get more lenient penalties. Their analysis ruled out the possibility that it was firms' political influence rather than their CSR stand that accounted for the leniency. Companies that contributed more to political campaigns did not receive lower fines. In all, the study concludes that whereas prosecutors should only evaluate a case based on its merits, they do seem to be influenced by a company's record in CSR. We estimate that either eliminating a substantial labor rights concern, such as child labor, or increasing corporate giving by about 20% results in fines that generally are 40% lower than the typical punishment for bribing foreign officials, says one researcher. Researchers admit that their study does not answer the question of how much businesses ought to spend on CSR, nor does it reveal how much companies are banking on the halo effect, rather than the other possible benefits when they decide their do-gooding policies. But at least they have demonstrated that when companies get into trouble with the law, evidence of good character can win them less costly punishment. There will eventually come a day when the New York Times ceases to publish stories on newsprint. Exactly when that day will be is a matter of debate. Sometime in the future, the paper's publisher said back in 2010. Nostalgia for ink on paper and the rustle of pages aside, there's plenty of incentive to ditch print. The infrastructure required to make a physical newspaper, printing presses, delivery trucks, isn't just expensive, it's excessive at a time when online-only competitors don't have the same set of financial constraints. Readers are migrating away from print anyway, and though print ad sales still dwarf their online and mobile counterparts, revenue from print is still declining. Overhead may be high and circulation lower, but rushing to eliminate its print edition would be a mistake, says BuzzFeed CEO Jonah Peretti. Peretti says the Times shouldn't waste time getting out of the print business, but only if they go about doing it the right way. Figuring out a way to accelerate that transition would make sense for them, he said, but if you discontinue it, you're going to have your most loyal customers really upset with you. Sometimes that's worth making a change anyway. Peretti gives the example of Netflix discontinuing its DVD mailing service to focus on streaming. It was seen as a blunder, he said. The move turned out to be foresighted. And if Peretti were in charge at the Times, I wouldn't pick a year to end print, he said. I would raise prices and make it into more of a legacy product. The most loyal customers would still get the product they favor, the idea goes, and they'd feel like they were helping sustain the quality of something they believe in. So if you're overpaying for print, you could feel like you were helping, Peretti said. Then increase it at a higher rate each year and essentially try to generate additional revenue. In other words, if you're going to make a print product, make it for the people who are already obsessed with it, which may be what the Times is doing already. Getting the print edition 7 days a week costs nearly $500 a year, more than twice as much as a digital-only subscription. It's a really hard thing to do, and it's a tremendous luxury that BuzzFeed doesn't have a legacy business, Peretti remarked. But we're going to have questions like that where we have things we're doing that don't make sense when the market changes and the world changes. In those situations, it's better to be more aggressive than less aggressive.
It's true that high school coding classes aren't essential for learning computer science in college. Students without experience can catch up after a few introductory courses, said Tom Cortina, the Assistant Dean at Carnegie Mellon School of Computer Science. However, Cortina said early exposure is beneficial. When younger kids learn computer science, they learn that it's not just a confusing, endless string of letters and numbers, but a tool to build apps or create artwork or test hypotheses. It's not as hard for them to transform their thought processes as it is for older students. Breaking down problems into bite-sized chunks and using code to solve them becomes normal. Giving more children this training could increase the number of people interested in the field and help fill the jobs gap, Cortina said. Students also benefit from learning something about coding before they get to college, where introductory computer science classes are packed to the brim, which can drive the less experienced or determined students away. The Flatiron School, where people pay to learn programming, started as one of the many coding boot camps that's become popular for adults looking for a career change. The high schoolers get the same curriculum, but we try to gear lessons toward things they're interested in, said Victoria Friedman, an instructor. For instance, one of the apps the students are developing suggests movies based on your mood. The students in the Flatiron class probably won't drop out of high school and build the next Facebook. Programming languages have a quick turnover, so the Ruby on Rails language they learned may not even be relevant by the time they enter the job market. But the skills they learn, how to think logically through a problem and organize the results, apply to any coding language, said Deborah Seahorn, an education consultant for the state of North Carolina. Indeed, the Flatiron students might not go into IT at all. But creating a future army of coders is not the sole purpose of the classes. These kids are going to be surrounded by computers, in their pockets, in their offices, in their homes, for the rest of their lives. The younger they learn how computers think, how to coax the machine into producing what they want, the earlier they learn that they have the power to do that, the better.
Biologists estimate that as many as 2 million lesser prairie chickens, a kind of bird living on stretching grasslands, once lent red to the often gray landscape of the Midwestern and Southwestern United States. But just some 22,000 birds remain today, occupying about 16% of the species' historic range. The crash was a major reason the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, USFWS, decided to formally list the bird as threatened. The lesser prairie chicken is in a desperate situation, said USFWS Director Daniel Ash. Some environmentalists, however, were disappointed. They had pushed the agency to designate the bird as endangered, a status that gives federal officials greater regulatory power to crack down on threats. But Ash and others argued that the threatened tag gave the federal government flexibility to try out new, potentially less confrontational conservation approaches. In particular, they called for forging closer collaborations with Western state governments, which are often uneasy with federal action, and with the private landowners, who control an estimated 95% of the prairie chicken's habitat. Under the plan, for example, the agency said it would not prosecute landowners or businesses that unintentionally kill, harm, or disturb the bird, as long as they had signed a range-wide management plan to restore prairie chicken habitat. Negotiated by USFWS and the states, the plan requires individuals and businesses that damage habitat as part of their operations to pay into a fund to replace every acre destroyed with 2 new acres of suitable habitat. The fund will also be used to compensate landowners who set aside habitat. USFWS also set an interim goal of restoring prairie chicken populations to an annual average of 67,000 birds over the next 10 years. And it gives the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, WAFWA, a coalition of state agencies, the job of monitoring progress. Overall, the idea is to let states remain in the driver's seat for managing the species, Ash said.
Not everyone buys the win-win rhetoric. Some Congress members are trying to block the plan, and at least a dozen industry groups, 4 states, and 3 environmental groups are challenging it in federal court. Not surprisingly, industry groups and states generally argue it goes too far. Environmentalists say it doesn't go far enough. The federal government is giving responsibility for managing the bird to the same industries that are pushing it to extinction, says biologist Jay Lineker.
That everyone's too busy these days is a cliché. But one specific complaint is made especially mournfully. There's never any time to read. What makes the problem thornier is that the usual time management techniques don't seem sufficient. The web's full of articles offering tips on making time to read. Give up TV or carry a book with you at all times. But in my experience, using such methods to free up the odd 30 minutes doesn't work. Sit down to read and the flywheel of work-related thoughts keeps spinning. Or else you're so exhausted that a challenging book's the last thing you need. The modern mind, Tim Parks, a novelist and critic, writes, is overwhelmingly inclined toward communication. It is not simply that one is interrupted, it is that one is actually inclined to interruption. Deep reading requires not just time, but a special kind of time, which can't be obtained merely by becoming more efficient. In fact, becoming more efficient is part of the problem. Thinking of time as a resource to be maximized means you approach it instrumentally, judging any given moment as well spent only in so far as it advances progress towards some goal. Immersive reading, by contrast, depends on being willing to risk inefficiency, goallessness, even time wasting. Try to slot it as a to-do list item, and you'll manage only goal-focused reading. Useful sometimes, but not the most fulfilling kind. The future comes at us like empty bottles along an unstoppable and nearly infinite conveyor belt, writes Gary Eberl in his book Sacred Time, and we feel a pressure to fill these different-sized bottles, days, hours, minutes, as they pass. For if they get by without being filled, we will have wasted them. No mindset could be worse for losing yourself in a book. So what does work? Perhaps surprisingly, scheduling regular times for reading. You'd think this might fuel the efficiency mindset, but in fact, Eberl notes, such ritualistic behavior helps us step outside time's flow into soul time. You could limit distractions by reading only physical books, or on single-purpose e-readers. Carry a book with you at all times can actually work too, providing you dip in often enough so that reading becomes the default state from which you temporarily surface to take care of business, before dropping back down. On a really good day, it no longer feels as if you're making time to read, but just reading, and making time for everything else. Against a backdrop of drastic changes in economy and population structure, younger Americans are drawing a new 21st century roadmap to success, a latest poll has found. Across generational lines, Americans continue to prize many of the same traditional milestones of a successful life, including getting married, having children, owning a home, and retiring in their 60s. But while young and old mostly agree on what constitutes the finish line of a fulfilling life, they offer strikingly different paths for reaching it. Young people who are still getting started in life were more likely than older adults to prioritize personal fulfillment in their work, to believe they will advance their careers most by regularly changing jobs, to favor communities with more public services and a faster pace of life, to agree that couples should be financially secure before getting married or having children, and to maintain that children are best served by two parents working outside the home, the survey found. From career to community and family, these contrasts suggest that in the aftermath of the searing Great Recession, those just starting out in life are defining priorities and expectations that will increasingly spread through virtually all aspects of American life, from consumer preferences to housing patterns to politics. Young and old converge on one key point. Overwhelming majorities of both groups said they believe it is harder for young people today to get started in life than it was for earlier generations. While younger people are somewhat more optimistic than their elders about the prospects for those starting out today, big majorities in both groups believe those just getting started in life face a tougher climb than earlier generations in reaching such signpost achievements as securing a good-paying job, starting a family, managing debt, and finding affordable housing. Pete Schneider considers the climb tougher today. Schneider, a 27-year-old auto technician from the Chicago suburbs, says he struggled to find a job after graduating from college. Even now that he is working steadily, he said, "I can't afford to pay my monthly mortgage payments on my own, so I have to rent rooms out to people to make that happen." Looking back, he is struck that his parents could provide a comfortable life for their children, even though neither had completed college when he was young. "I still grew up in an upper-middle-class home with parents who didn't have college degrees," Schneider said. "I don't think people are capable of that anymore."
King Juan Carlos of Spain once insisted, "Kings don't abdicate, they die in their sleep." But embarrassing scandals and the popularity of the Republican left in the recent Euro elections have forced him to eat his words and stand down. So does the Spanish crisis suggest that monarchy is seeing its last days? Does that mean the writing is on the wall for all European royals, with their magnificent uniforms and majestic lifestyles? The Spanish case provides arguments both for and against monarchy. When public opinion is particularly polarized, as it was following the end of the Franco regime, monarchs can rise above mere politics and embody a spirit of national unity. It is this apparent transcendence of politics that explains monarchs' continuing popularity as heads of state. And so, the Middle East accepted, Europe is the most monarch-infested region in the world, with 10 kingdoms, not counting Vatican City and Andorra. But unlike their absolutist counterparts in the Gulf and Asia, most royal families have survived because they allow voters to avoid the difficult search for a non-controversial but respected public figure. Even so, kings and queens undoubtedly have a downside. Symbolic of national unity, as they claim to be, their very history, and sometimes the way they behave today, embodies outdated and indefensible privileges and inequalities. At a time when Thomas Piketty and other economists are warning of rising inequality and the increasing power of inherited wealth, it is bizarre that wealthy aristocratic families should still be the symbolic heart of modern democratic states. The most successful monarchies strive to abandon or hide their old aristocratic ways. Princes and princesses have day jobs and ride bicycles, not horses or helicopters. Even so, these are wealthy families who party with the international 1%, and media intrusiveness makes it increasingly difficult to maintain the right image. While Europe's monarchies will no doubt be smart enough to survive for some time to come, it is the British royals who have most to fear from the Spanish example. It is only the Queen who has preserved the monarchy's reputation with her rather ordinary, if well-heeled, granny style. The danger will come with Charles, who has both an expensive taste of lifestyle and a pretty hierarchical view of the world. He has failed to understand that monarchies have largely survived because they provide a service, as non-controversial and non-political heads of state. Charles ought to know that, as English history shows, it is kings, not republicans, who are the monarchy's worst enemies. Just how much does the Constitution protect your digital data? The Supreme Court will now consider whether police can search the contents of a mobile phone without a warrant if the phone is on or around a person during an arrest. California has asked the justices to refrain from a sweeping ruling, particularly one that upsets the old assumption that authorities may search through the effects of suspects at the time of their arrest. It is hard, the state argues, for judges to assess the implications of new and rapidly changing technologies. The court would be recklessly modest if it followed California's advice. Enough of the implications are discernible, even obvious, that the justices can and should provide updated guidelines to police, lawyers and defendants. They should start by discarding California's lame argument that exploring the contents of a smartphone, a vast storehouse of digital information, is similar to, say, rifling through a suspect's purse. The court has ruled that police don't violate the Fourth Amendment when they sift through the wallet or pocketbook of an arrestee without a warrant. But exploring one's smartphone is more like entering his or her home. A smartphone may contain an arrestee's reading history, financial history, medical history, and comprehensive records of recent correspondence. The development of cloud computing, meanwhile, has made that exploration so much easier. Americans should take steps to protect their digital privacy, but keeping sensitive information on these devices is increasingly a requirement of normal life. Citizens still have a right to expect private documents to remain private and protected by the Constitution's prohibition on unreasonable searches. As so often is the case, stating that principle doesn't ease the challenge of line drawing. In many cases, it would not be overly onerous for authorities to obtain a warrant to search through phone contents. They could still invalidate Fourth Amendment protections when facing severe, urgent circumstances, and they could take reasonable measures to ensure that phone data are not erased or altered while a warrant is pending. The court, though, may want to allow room for police to cite situations where they are entitled to more freedom. But the justices should not swallow California's argument whole. New, disruptive technology sometimes demands novel applications of the Constitution's protections. Orin Kerr, a law professor, compares the explosion and accessibility of digital information in the 21st century with the establishment of automobile use as a virtual necessity of life in the 20th. The justices had to specify novel rules for the new personal domain of the passenger car then. They must sort out how the Fourth Amendment applies to digital information now. The journal Science is adding an extra round of statistical checks to its peer review process, Editor-in-Chief Marcia McNutt announced today. The policy follows similar efforts from other journals, after widespread concern that basic mistakes in data analysis are contributing to the irreproducibility of many published research findings. Readers must have confidence in the conclusions published in our journal, writes McNutt in an editorial. Working with the American Statistical Association, the journal has appointed 7 experts to a statistics board of reviewing editors, SBORE. Manuscript will be flagged up for additional scrutiny by the journal's internal editors, or by its existing board of reviewing editors, or by outside peer reviewers. The SBORE panel will then find external statisticians to review these manuscripts. Asked whether any particular papers had impelled the change, McNutt said, "The creation of the Statistics Board was motivated by concerns broadly with the application of statistics and data analysis in scientific research, and is part of science's overall drive to increase reproducibility in the research we publish." Giovanni Parmigiani, a biostatistician at the Harvard School of Public Health, is a member of the SBORE group. He says he expects the board to play primarily an advisory role. He agreed to join because he found the foresight behind the establishment of the SBORE to be novel, unique, and likely to have a lasting impact. This impact will not only be through the publications in Science itself, but hopefully through a larger group of publishing places that may want to model their approach after Science. John Ioannidis, a physician who studies research methodology, says that the policy is a most welcome step forward and long overdue. Most journals are weak in statistical review, and this damages the quality of what they publish. I think that, for the majority of scientific papers nowadays, statistical review is more essential than expert review, he says. But he noted that biomedical journals such as Annals of Internal Medicine, the Journal of the American Medical Association, and The Lancet pay strong attention to statistical review. Professional scientists are expected to know how to analyze data, but statistical errors are alarmingly common in published research, according to David Vaux, a cell biologist. Researchers should improve their standards, he wrote in Nature in 2012. But journals should also take a tougher line, engaging reviewers who are statistically literate and editors who can verify the process. Vaux says that Science's idea to pass some papers to statisticians has some merit, but a weakness is that it relies on the board of reviewing editors to identify the papers that need scrutiny in the first place.
2 years ago, Rupert Murdoch's daughter, Elizabeth, spoke of the unsettling dearth of integrity across so many of our institutions. Integrity had collapsed, she argued, because of a collective acceptance that the only sorting mechanism in society should be profit and the market. But it's us, human beings, we the people, who create the society we want, not profit. Driving her point home, she continued, "It's increasingly apparent that the absence of purpose of a moral language within government, media, or business could become one of the most dangerous goals for capitalism and freedom." This same absence of moral purpose was wounding companies such as News International, she thought, making it more likely that it would lose its way, as it had with widespread illegal telephone hacking. As the hacking trials conclude, finding guilty one ex-editor of the News of the World, Andy Coulson, for conspiring to hack phones, and finding his predecessor, Rebecca Brooks, innocent of the same charge, the wider issue of dearth of integrity still stands. Journalists are known to have hacked the phones of up to 5,500 people. This is hacking on an industrial scale, as we acknowledged by Glenn Mulcair, the man hired by the News of the World in 2001 to be the point person for phone hacking. Others await trial. This long story still unfolds. In many respects, the dearth of moral purpose frames not only the fact of such widespread phone hacking, but the terms on which the trial took place. One of the astonishing revelations was how little Rebecca Brooks knew of what went on in her newsroom, how little she thought to ask, and the fact that she never inquired how the stories arrived. The core of her successful defense was that she knew nothing. In today's world, it has become normal that well-paid executives should not be accountable for what happens in the organizations that they run. Perhaps we should not be surprised. For a generation, the collective doctrine has been that the sorting mechanism of society should be profit. The words that have mattered are efficiency, flexibility, shareholder value, business-friendly, wealth generation, sales, impact, and, in newspapers, circulation. Words degraded to the margin have been justice, fairness, tolerance, proportionality, and accountability. The purpose of editing the News of the World was not to promote reader understanding, to be fair in what was written, or to betray any common humanity. It was to ruin lives in the quest for circulation and impact. Ms. Brooks may or may not have had suspicions about how her journalists got their stories, but she asked no questions, gave no instructions, nor received traceable, recorded answers.
A new study suggests that, contrary to most surveys, people are actually more stressed at home than at work. Researchers measured people's cortisol, which is a stress marker, while they were at work and while they were at home, and found it higher at what is supposed to be a place of refuge. Further contradicting conventional wisdom, we found that women as well as men have lower levels of stress at work than at home, writes one of the researchers, Sarah Damaska. In fact, women even say they feel better at work, she notes. It is men, not women, who report being happier at home than at work. Another surprise is that the findings hold true for both those with children and without, but more so for non-parents. This is why people who work outside the home have better health. What the study doesn't measure is whether people are still doing work when they're at home, whether it is household work or work brought home from the office. For many men, the end of the workday is a time to kick back. For women who stay home, they never get to leave the office. And for women who work outside the home, they often are playing catch-up with household tasks. With the blurring of roles, and the fact that the home front lags well behind the workplace in making adjustments for working women, it's not surprising that women are more stressed at home. But it's not just a gender thing. At work, people pretty much know what they're supposed to be doing. Working, making money, doing the tasks they have to do in order to draw an income. The bargain is very pure. Employee puts in hours of physical or mental labor, and employee draws out life-sustaining moolah. On the home front, however, people have no such clarity. Rare is the household in which the division of labor is so clinically and methodically laid out. There are a lot of tasks to be done. There are inadequate rewards for most of them. Your home colleagues, your family, have no clear rewards for their labor. They need to be talked into it, or if they're teenagers, threatened with complete removal of all electronic devices. Plus, they're your family. You cannot fire your family. You never really get to go home from home. So it's not surprising that people are more stressed at home. Not only are the tasks apparently infinite, the co-workers are much harder to motivate. For years, studies have found that first-generation college students, those who do not have a parent with a college degree, lag other students on a range of education achievement factors. Their grades are lower, and their dropout rates are higher. But since such students are most likely to advance economically if they succeed in higher education, colleges and universities have pushed for decades to recruit more of them. This has created a paradox in that recruiting first-generation students, but then watching many of them fail, means that higher education has continued to reproduce and widen rather than close an achievement gap based on social class, according to the depressing beginning of a paper forthcoming in the journal Psychological Science. But the article is actually quite optimistic, as it outlines a potential solution to this problem, suggesting that an approach which involves a 1-hour next-to-no-cost program, can close 63% of the achievement gap, measured by such factors as grades, between first-generation and other students. The authors of the paper are from different universities, and their findings are based on a study involving 147 students who completed the project at an unnamed private university. First generation was defined as not having a parent with a 4-year college degree. Most of the first generation students, 59.1%, were recipients of Pell Grants, a federal grant for undergraduates with financial need, while this was true only for 8.6% of the students with at least one parent with a 4-year degree. Their thesis, that a relatively modest intervention could have a big impact, was based on the view that first-generation students may be most lacking not in potential, but in practical knowledge about how to deal with the issues that face most college students. They cite past research by several authors to show that this is the gap that must be narrowed to close the achievement gap. Many first-generation students struggle to navigate the middle-class culture of higher education, learn the rules of the game, and take advantage of college resources, they write. And this becomes more of a problem when colleges don't talk about the class advantages and disadvantages of different groups of students. Because US colleges and universities seldom acknowledge how social class can affect students' educational experiences, many first-generation students lack insight about why they are struggling and do not understand how students like them can improve. Even in traditional offices, the lingua franca of corporate America has gotten much more emotional and much more right-brained than it was 20 years ago, said Harvard Business School professor Nancy Cohn. She started spinning off examples. If you and I parachuted back to Fortune 500 companies in 1990, we would see much less frequent use of terms like journey, mission, passion. There were goals, there were strategies, there were objectives. But we didn't talk about energy. We didn't talk about passion. Cohn pointed out that this new era of corporate vocabulary is very team-oriented, and not by coincidence. Let's not forget sports. In male-dominated corporate America, it's still a big deal. It's not explicitly conscious, It's the idea that I'm a coach and you're my team, and we're in this together. There are lots and lots of CEOs in very different companies, but most think of themselves as coaches, and this is their team, and they want to win. These terms are also intended to infuse work with meaning, and, as Kurana points out, increase allegiance to the firm. You have the importation of terminology that historically used to be associated with non-profit organizations and religious organizations. Terms like vision, values, passion, and purpose, said Kurana. This new focus on personal fulfillment can help keep employees motivated amid increasingly loud debates over work-life balance. The mummy wars of the 1990s are still going on today, prompting arguments about why women still can't have it all, and books like Sheryl Sandberg's Lean In, whose title has become a buzzword in its own right. Terms like unplug, offline, life hack, bandwidth, and capacity are all about setting boundaries between the office and the home. But if your work is your passion, you'll be more likely to devote yourself to it, even if that means going home for dinner and then working long after the kids are in bed. But this seems to be the irony of office speak. Everyone makes fun of it, but managers love it, companies depend on it, and regular people willingly absorb it. As Nunberg said, you can get people to think it's nonsense at the same time that you buy into it. In a workplace that's fundamentally indifferent to your life and its meaning, office speak can help you figure out how you relate to your work, and how your work defines who you are. Many people talked of the 288,000 new jobs the Labour Department reported for June, along with the drop in the unemployment rate to 6.1% as good news. And they were right. For now it appears the economy is creating jobs at a decent pace. We still have a long way to go to get back to full employment, but at least we are now finally moving forward at a faster pace. However, there is another important part of the jobs picture that was largely overlooked. There was a big jump in the number of people who report voluntarily working part-time. This figure is now 830,000, 4.4% above its year-ago level. Before explaining the connection to the Obamacare, it is worth making an important distinction. Many people who work part-time jobs actually want full-time jobs. They take part-time work because this is all they can get. An increase in involuntary part-time work is evidence of weakness in the labour market, and it means that many people will be having a very hard time making ends meet. There was an increase in involuntary part-time in June, but the general direction has been down. Involuntary part-time employment is still far higher than before the recession, but it is down by 640,000, 7.9% from its year-ago level. We know the difference between voluntary and involuntary part-time employment because people tell us. The survey used by the Labour Department asks people if they work less than 35 hours in the reference week. If the answer is yes, they are classified as working part-time. The survey then asks whether they worked less than 35 hours in that week because they wanted to work less than full-time or because they had no choice. They are only classified as voluntary part-time workers if they tell the survey taker they chose to work less than 35 hours a week. The issue of voluntary part-time relates to Obamacare because one of the main purposes was to allow people to get insurance outside of employment. For many people, especially those with serious health conditions or family members with serious health conditions, before Obamacare, the only way to get insurance was through a job that provided health insurance. However, Obamacare has allowed more than 12 million people to either get insurance through Medicaid or the exchanges. These are people who may previously have felt the need to get a full-time job that provided insurance in order to cover themselves and their families. With Obamacare, there is no longer a link between employment and insurance.
Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Text 1. In order to change lives for the better and reduce dependency, George Osborne, Chancellor of the Exchequer, introduced the upfront work search scheme. Only if the jobless arrive at the job center with a CV, register for online job search, and start looking for work, will they be eligible for benefit, and then they should report weekly rather than fortnightly. What could be more reasonable? More apparent reasonableness followed. There will now be a 7-day wait for the job seeker's allowance. Those first few days should be spent looking for work, not looking to sign on, he claimed. We're doing these things because we know they help people stay off benefits and help those on benefits get into work faster. Help? Really? On first hearing, this was the socially concerned chancellor, trying to change lives for the better, complete with reforms to an obviously indulgent system that demands too little effort from the newly unemployed to find work and subsidizes laziness. What motivated him, we were to understand, was his zeal for fundamental fairness, protecting the taxpayer, controlling spending, and ensuring that only the most deserving claimants received their benefits. Losing a job is hurting. You don't skip down to the job center with a song in your heart, delighted at the prospect of doubling your income from the generous state. It is financially terrifying, psychologically embarrassing, and you know that support is minimal and extraordinarily hard to get. You are now not wanted. You are now excluded from the work environment that offers purpose and structure in your life. Worse, the crucial income to feed yourself and your family and pay the bills has disappeared. Ask anyone newly unemployed what they want, and the answer is always a job. But in Osborne land, your first instinct is to fall into dependency, permanent dependency if you can get it, supported by a state only too ready to indulge your falsehood. It is as though 20 years of ever tougher reforms of the job search and benefit administration system never happened. The principle of British welfare is no longer that you can insure yourself against the risk of unemployment and receive unconditional payments if the disaster happens. Even the very phrase job seeker's allowance is about redefining the unemployed as a job seeker who had no fundamental right to a benefit he or she has earned through making national insurance contributions. Instead, the claimant receives a time-limited allowance, conditional on actively seeking a job, no entitlement and no insurance, at £71.70 a week one of the least generous in the EU.
Text 2. All around the world, lawyers generate more hostility than the members of any other profession, with the possible exception of journalism. But there are few places where clients have more grounds for complaint than America. During the decade before the economic crisis, spending on legal services in America grew twice as fast as inflation. The best lawyers made skyscrapers full of money, tempting even more students to pile into law schools. But most law graduates never get a big firm job. Many of them, instead, become the kind of nuisance lawsuit filer that makes the tort system a costly nightmare. There are many reasons for this. One is the excessive costs of a legal education. There is just one path for a lawyer in most American states: a 4-year undergraduate degree in some unrelated subject, then a 3-year law degree at one of 200 law schools authorized by the American Bar Association, and an expensive preparation for the bar exam. This leaves today's average law school graduate with $100,000 of debt on top of undergraduate debts. Law school debt means that they have to work fearsomely hard. Reforming the system would help both lawyers and their customers. Sensible ideas have been around for a long time, but the state-level bodies that govern the profession have been too conservative to implement them. One idea is to allow people to study law as an undergraduate degree. Another is to let students sit for the bar after only 2 years of law school. If the bar exam is truly a stern enough test for a would-be lawyer, those who can sit it earlier should be allowed to do so. Students who do not need the extra training could cut their debt mountain by 1/3. The other reason why costs are so high is the restrictive guild-like ownership structure of the business. Except in the District of Columbia, non-lawyers may not own any share of a law firm. This keeps fees high and innovation slow. There is pressure for change from within the profession, but opponents of change among the regulators insist that keeping outsiders out of a law firm isolates lawyers from the pressure to make money rather than serve clients ethically. In fact, allowing non-lawyers to own shares in law firms would reduce costs and improve services to customers by encouraging law firms to use technology and to employ professional managers to focus on improving firms' efficiency. After all, other countries, such as Australia and Britain, have started liberalizing their legal professions. America should follow.
Text 3. The U.S. $3 million Fundamental Physics Prize is indeed an interesting experiment, as Alexander Polyakov said when he accepted this year's award in March, and it is far from the only one of its type. As a news feature article in Nature discusses, a string of lucrative awards for researchers have joined the Nobel Prizes in recent years. Many, like the Fundamental Physics Prize, are funded from the telephone number-sized bank accounts of Internet entrepreneurs. These benefactors have succeeded in their chosen fields, they say, and they want to use their wealth to draw attention to those who have succeeded in science. What's not to like? Quite a lot, according to a handful of scientists quoted in the news feature. You cannot buy class, as the old saying goes, and these upstart entrepreneurs cannot buy their prizes the prestige of the Nobels. The new awards are an exercise in self-promotion for those behind them, say scientists. They could distort the achievement-based system of peer-review-led research. They could cement the status quo of peer-reviewed research. They do not fund peer-reviewed research. They perpetuate the myth of the lone genius. The goals of the prize givers seem as scattered as the criticism. Some want to shock, others to draw people into science, or to better reward those who have made their careers in research. As Nature has pointed out before, there are some legitimate concerns about how science prizes, both new and old, are distributed. The Breakthrough Prize in Life Sciences, launched this year, takes an unrepresentative view of what the life sciences include, but the Nobel Foundation's limit of 3 recipients per prize, each of whom must still be living, has long been outgrown by the collaborative nature of modern research, as will be demonstrated by the inevitable row over who is ignored when it comes to acknowledging the discovery of the Higgs boson. The Nobels were, of course, themselves set up by a very rich individual who had decided what he wanted to do with his own money. Time, rather than intention, has given them legitimacy. As much as some scientists may complain about the new awards, 2 things seem clear. First, most researchers would accept such a prize if they were offered one. Second, it is surely a good thing that the money and attention come to science rather than go elsewhere. It is fair to criticize and question the mechanism. That is the culture of research, after all, but it is the prize givers' money to do with as they please. It is wise to take such gifts with gratitude and grace.
The Heart of the Matter, the just-released report by the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, AAAS, deserves praise for affirming the importance of the humanities and social sciences to the prosperity and security of liberal democracy in America. Regrettably, however, the report's failure to address the true nature of the crisis facing liberal education may cause more harm than good. In 2010, leading congressional Democrats and Republicans sent letters to the AAAS asking that it identify actions that could be taken by federal, state, and local governments, universities, foundations, educators, individual benefactors, and others to maintain national excellence in humanities and social scientific scholarship and education. In response, the American Academy formed the Commission on the Humanities and Social Sciences. Among the Commission's 51 members are top-tier university presidents, scholars, lawyers, judges, and business executives, as well as prominent figures from diplomacy, filmmaking, music, and journalism. The goals identified in the report are generally admirable. Because representative government presupposes an informed citizenry, the report supports full literacy, stresses the study of history and government, particularly American history and American government, and encourages the use of new digital technologies. To encourage innovation and competition, the report calls for increased investment in research, the crafting of coherent curricula that improve students' ability to solve problems and communicate effectively in the 21st century, increased funding for teachers, and the encouragement of scholars to bring their learning to bear on the great challenges of the day. The report also advocates greater study of foreign languages, international affairs, and the expansion of study abroad programs. Unfortunately, Despite 2.5 years in the making, the heart of the matter never gets to the heart of the matter. The illiberal nature of liberal education at our leading colleges and universities. The Commission ignores that for several decades, America's colleges and universities have produced graduates who don't know the content and character of liberal education, and are thus deprived of its benefits. Sadly, the spirit of inquiry once at home on campus has been replaced by the use of the humanities and social sciences as vehicles for publicizing progressive or left-liberal propaganda. Today, professors routinely treat the progressive interpretation of history and progressive public policy as the proper subject of study, while portraying conservative or classical liberal ideas, such as free markets and self-reliance, as falling outside the boundaries of routine and sometimes legitimate intellectual investigation. The AAAS displays great enthusiasm for liberal education, yet its report may well set back reform by obscuring the depth and breadth of the challenge that Congress asked it to illuminate. Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Text 1. In the 2006 film version of The Devil Wears Prada, Miranda Priestley, played by Meryl Streep, scolds her unattractive assistant for imagining that high fashion doesn't affect her. Priestley explains how the deep blue color of the assistant's sweater descended over the years from fashion shows to department stores and to the bargain bin in which the poor girl doubtlessly found her garment. This top-down conception of the fashion business couldn't be more out of date or at odds with the feverish world described in Overdressed, Elizabeth Klein's 3-year indictment of fast fashion. In the last decade or so, advances in technology have allowed mass-market labels such as Zara, H&M, and Uniqlo to react to trends more quickly and anticipate demand more precisely. Quicker turnarounds mean less wasted inventory, more frequent releases, and more profit. Those labels encourage style-conscious consumers to see clothes as disposable, meant to last only a wash or two, although they don't advertise that, and to renew their wardrobe every few weeks. By offering on-trend items at dirt-cheap prices, Klein argues these brands have hijacked fashion cycles, shaking an industry long accustomed to a seasonal pace. The victims of this revolution, of course, are not limited to designers. For H&M to offer a $5.95 knit miniskirt in all its 2,300-plus stores around the world, it must rely on low-wage overseas labor, order in volumes that strain natural resources, and use massive amounts of harmful chemicals. Overdressed is the fashion world's answer to consumer activist bestsellers, like Michael Pollan's The Omnivore's Dilemma. Mass-produced clothing, like fast food, fills a hunger and need, yet is non-durable and wasteful, Klein argues. Americans, she finds, buy roughly 20 billion garments a year, about 64 items per person, and no matter how much they give away, this excess leads to waste. Towards the end of Overdressed, Klein introduced her ideal, a Brooklyn woman named Sarah Kate Beaumont, who since 2008 has made all of her own clothes, and beautifully. But as Klein is the first to note, it took Beaumont decades to perfect her craft. Her example can't be knocked off. Though several fast fashion companies have made efforts to curb their impact on labor and the environment, including H&M with its Green Conscious Collection line, Klein believes lasting change can only be effected by the customer. She exhibits the idealism common to many advocates of sustainability, be it in food or in energy. Vanity is a constant. people will not only start shopping more sustainably when they can't afford not to.
Text 2. An old saying has it that half of all advertising budgets are wasted. The trouble is, no one knows which half. In the Internet age, at least in theory, this fraction can be much reduced. By watching what people search for, click on and say online, companies can aim behavioral ads at those most likely to buy. In the past couple of weeks, a quarrel has illustrated the value to advertisers of such fine-grained information. Should advertisers assume that people are happy to be tracked and sent behavioral ads, or should they have explicit permission? In December 2010, America's Federal Trade Commission, FTC, proposed adding a Do Not Track DNT option to Internet browsers, so that users could tell advertisers that they did not want to be followed. Microsoft's Internet Explorer and Apple's Safari both offer DNT. Google's Chrome is due to do so this year. In February, the FTC and the Digital Advertising Alliance, DAA, agreed that the industry would get cracking on responding to DNT requests. On May 31st, Microsoft set off the row. It said that Internet Explorer 10, the version due to appear with Windows 8, would have DNT as a default. Advertisers are horrified. Human nature being what it is, most people stick with default settings. Few switch DNT on now, but if tracking is off, it will stay off. Bob Leodice, the chief executive of the Association of National Advertisers, say consumers will be worse off if the industry cannot collect information about their preferences. People will not get fewer ads, he says. They'll get less meaningful, less targeted ads. It is not yet clear how advertisers will respond. Getting a DNT signal does not oblige anyone to stop tracking, although some companies have promised to do so. Unable to tell whether someone really objects to behavioral ads, or whether they are sticking with Microsoft's default, some may ignore a DNT signal and press on anyways. Also unclear is why Microsoft has gone it alone. After all, it has an ad business too, which it says will comply with DNT requests, though it is still working out how. If it is trying to upset Google, which relies almost wholly on advertising, it has chosen an indirect method. There is no guarantee that DNT by default will become the norm. DNT does not seem an obviously huge selling point for Windows 8, though the firm has compared some of its other products favorably with Google's on that count before. Brendan Lynch, Microsoft's chief privacy officer, blogged, "We believe consumers should have more control. Could it really be that simple?"
Text 3. Up until a few decades ago, our visions of the future were largely, though by no means uniformly, glowingly positive. Science and technology would cure all the ills of humanity, leading to lives of fulfillment and opportunity for all. Now, utopia has grown unfashionable, as we have gained a deeper appreciation of the range of threats facing us, from asteroid strike to epidemic flu and to climate change. You might even be tempted to assume that humanity has little future to look forward to. But such gloominess is misplaced. The fossil record shows that many species have endured for millions of years. So why shouldn't we? Take a broader look at our species' place in the universe, and it becomes clear that we have an excellent chance of surviving for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Look at Homo sapiens in the red list of threatened species of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN, and you will read, listed as least concern as the species is very widely distributed, adaptable, currently increasing, and there are no major threats resulting in an overall population decline. So what does our deep future hold? A growing number of researchers and organizations are now thinking seriously about that question. For example, the Long Now Foundation has as its flagship project a mechanical clock that is designed to still be marking time thousands of years hence. Perhaps willfully, it may be easier to think about such lengthy timescales than about the more immediate future. The potential evolution of today's technology and its social consequences is dazzlingly complicated, and it's perhaps best left to science fiction writers and futurologists to explore the many possibilities we can envisage. That's one reason why we have launched ARC, a new publication dedicated to the near future. But take a longer view, and there is a surprising amount that we can say with considerable assurance. As so often, the past holds the key to the future. We have now identified enough of the long-term patterns shaping the history of the planet and our species to make evidence-based forecasts about the situations in which our descendants will find themselves. This long perspective makes the pessimistic view of our prospects seem more likely to be a passing fad. To be sure, the future is not all rosy, but we are now knowledgeable enough to reduce many of the risks that threaten the existence of earlier humans, and to improve the lot of those to come.
Text 4. On a 5-3 vote, the Supreme Court knocked out much of Arizona's immigration law Monday, a modest policy victory for the Obama administration. But on the more important matter of the Constitution, the decision was an 8-0 defeat for the administration's effort to upset the balance of power between the federal government and the states. In Arizona versus United States, the majority overturned 3 of the 4 contested provisions of Arizona's controversial plan to have state and local police enforce federal immigration law, the constitutional principles that Washington alone has the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, and that federal laws precede state laws are non-controversial. Arizona had attempted to fashion state policies that ran parallel to the existing federal ones. Justice Anthony Kennedy, joined by the Chief Justice John Roberts and the court's liberals, ruled that the state flew too close to the federal sun. On the overturned provisions, the majority held that Congress had deliberately occupied the field, and Arizona had thus intruded on the federal's privileged powers. However, the justices said that Arizona police would be allowed to verify the legal status of people who come in contact with law enforcement. That's because Congress has always envisioned joint federal-state immigration enforcement and explicitly encourages state officers to share information and cooperate with federal colleagues. 2 of the 3 objecting justices, Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, agreed with this constitutional logic, but disagreed about which Arizona rules conflicted with the federal statute. The only major objection came from Justice Antonin Scalia, who offered an even more robust defense of state privileges going back to the Alien and Sedition Acts. The 8-0 objection to President Obama turns on what Justice Samuel Alito describes in his objection as a shocking assertion of federal executive power. The White House argued that Arizona's laws conflicted with its enforcement priorities, even if state laws complied with federal statutes to the letter. In effect, the White House claimed that it could invalidate any otherwise legitimate state law that it disagrees with. Some powers do belong exclusively to the federal government, and control of citizenship, and the borders is among them. But if Congress wanted to prevent states from using their own resources to check immigration status, it could. It never did so. The administration was in essence asserting that because it didn't want to carry out Congress's immigration wishes, no state should be allowed to do so either. Every justice rightly rejected this remarkable claim.
Section 2. Reading Comprehension.
Part A. Text 1. Come on, everybody's doing it. That whispered message, half invitation and half forcing, is what most of us think of when we hear the words peer pressure. It usually leads to no good, drinking, drugs, and casual sex. But in her new book, Join the Club, Tina Rosenberg contends that peer pressure can also be a positive force through what she calls the social cure, in which organizations and officials use the power of group dynamics to help individuals improve their lives and possibly the world. Rosenberg, the recipient of a Pulitzer Prize, offers a host of examples of the social cure in action. In South Carolina, a state-sponsored anti-smoking program called Rage Against the Haze sets out to make cigarettes uncool. In South Africa, an HIV prevention initiative known as Love Life recruits young people to promote safe sex among their peers. The idea seems promising, and Rosenberg is a perceptive observer. Her critique of the lameness of many public health campaigns is spot on. They fail to mobilize peer pressure for healthy habits, and they demonstrate a seriously flawed understanding of psychology. Dare to be different, please don't smoke, pleads one billboard campaign aimed at reducing smoking among teenagers who desire nothing more than fitting in. Rosenberg argues convincingly that public health advocates ought to take a page from advertisers, so skilled at applying peer pressure. But on the general effectiveness of the social cure, Rosenberg is less persuasive. Join the Club is filled with too much irrelevant detail and not enough exploration of the social and biological factors that make peer pressure so powerful. The most glaring flaw of the social cure as it's presented here is that it doesn't work very well for very long. Rage Against the Haze failed once state funding was cut. Evidence that the Love Life program produces lasting changes is limited and mixed. There's no doubt that our peer groups exert enormous influence on our behavior. An emerging body of research shows that positive health habits, as well as negative ones, spread through networks of friends via social communication. This is a subtle form of peer pressure. We unconsciously imitate the behavior we see every day. Far less certain, however, is how successfully experts and bureaucrats can select our peer groups and steer their activities in virtuous directions. It's like the teacher who breaks up the troublemakers in the back row by pairing them with better-behaved classmates. The tactic never really works, and that's the problem with a social cure engineered from the outside. In the real world, as in school, we insist on choosing our own friends.
欢迎参加考研保国班，先过线，再付款。
Text 2. A deal is a deal, except apparently when energy is involved. The company, a major energy supplier in New England, provoked justified outrage in Vermont last week when it announced it was reneging on a long-standing commitment to abide by the strict nuclear regulations. Instead, the company has done precisely what it had long promised. It would not challenge the constitutionality of Vermont's rules in the federal court, as part of a desperate effort to keep its Vermont Yankee nuclear power plant running. It's a stunning move. The conflict has been surfacing since 2002, when the corporation bought Vermont's only nuclear power plant, an aging reactor in Vernon. As a condition of receiving state approval for the sale, the company agreed to seek permission from state regulators to operate past 2012. In 2006, the state went a step further, requiring that any extension of the plant's license be subject to Vermont legislature's approval. Then, too, the company went along. Either Entergy never really intended to live by those commitments, or it simply didn't foresee what would happen next. A string of accidents, including the partial collapse of a cooling tower in 2007 and the discovery of an underground pipe system leakage, raised serious questions about both Vermont Yankees' safety and Entergy's management, especially after the company made misleading statements about the pipe. Enraged by Entergy's behavior, the Vermont Senate voted 26-4 last year against allowing an extension. Now the company is suddenly claiming that the 2002 agreement is invalid because of the 2006 legislation, and that only the federal government has regulatory power over nuclear issues. The legal issues in the case are obscure. Whereas the Supreme Court has ruled that states do have some regulatory authority over nuclear power, legal scholars say that Vermont case will offer a precedent-setting test of how far those powers extend. Certainly, there are valid concerns about the patchwork regulations that could result if every state sets its own rules. But had Entergy kept its word, that debate would be beside the point. The company seems to have concluded that its reputation in Vermont is already so damaged that it has nothing left to lose by going to war with the Senate. But there should be consequences. Permission to run a nuclear plant is a public trust. Entergy runs 11 other reactors in the United States, including Pilgrim Nuclear Station in Plymouth. Pledging to run Pilgrim safely, the company has applied for federal permission to keep it open for another 20 years. But as the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NRC, reviews the company's application, it should keep in mind what promises from Entergy are worth.
欢迎参加考研保国班，先过线，再付款。
Text 3. In the idealized version of how science is done, facts about the world are waiting to be observed and collected by objective researchers who use the scientific method to carry out their work. But in the everyday practice of science, discovery frequently follows an ambiguous and complicated route. We aim to be objective, but we cannot escape the context of our unique life experience. Prior knowledge and interest influence what we experience, what we think our experiences mean, and the subsequent actions we take. Opportunities for misinterpretation, error, and self-deception abound. Consequently, discovery claims should be thought of as proto-science. Similar to newly staked mining claims, they are full of potential. But it takes collective scrutiny and acceptance to transform a discovery claim into a mature discovery. This is the credibility process, through which the individual researchers, me, here, now, becomes the community's anyone, anywhere, anytime. Objective knowledge is the goal, not the starting point. Once a discovery claim becomes public, the discoverer receives intellectual credit. But unlike with mining claims, the community takes control of what happens next. Within the complex social structure of the scientific community, researchers make discoveries.
Editors and reviewers act as gatekeepers by controlling the publication process. Other scientists use the new finding to suit their own purposes.
And finally, the public, including other scientists, receives the new discovery and possibly accompanying technology. As a discovery claim works it through the community, the interaction and confrontation between shared and competing beliefs about the science and the technology involved transforms an individual's discovery claim into the community's credible discovery. Two paradoxes exist throughout this credibility process. First, scientific work tends to focus on some aspect of prevailing knowledge that is viewed as incomplete or incorrect. Little reward accompanies duplication and confirmation of what is already known and believed. The goal is new search, not research. Not surprisingly, newly published discovery claims and credible discoveries that appear to be important and convincing will always be open to challenge and potential modification or refutation by future researchers. Second, novelty itself frequently provokes disbelief. Nobel laureate and physiologist Albert Azant-Georgi once described discovery as seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. But thinking what nobody else has thought and telling others what they have missed may not change their views. Sometimes years are required for truly novel discovery claims to be accepted and appreciated. In the end, credibility happens to a discovery claim, a process that corresponds to what philosopher Annette Beyer has described as the commons of the mind. We reason together, challenge, revise, and complete each other's reasoning and each other's conceptions of reason.
欢迎参加考研保国班，先过线，再付款。
Text 4. If the trade unionist Jimmy Hoffa were alive today, he would probably represent civil servants. When Hoffa's Teamsters were in their prime in 1960, only 1 in 10 American government workers belonged to a union. Now 36% do. In 2009, the number of unionists in America's public sector passed that of their fellow members in the private sector. In Britain, more than half of public sector workers, but only about 15% of private sector ones, are unionized. There are 3 reasons for the public sector unions thriving. First, they can shut things down without suffering much in the way of consequences. Second, they are mostly bright and well-educated. A quarter of America's public sector workers have a university degree. Third, they now dominate left-of-center politics. Some of their ties go back a long way. Britain's Labour Party, as its name implies, has long been associated with trade unionism. Its current leader, Ed Miliband, owes his position to votes from public sector unions. At the state level, their influence can be even more fearsome. Mark Baldassar of the Public Policy Institute of California points out that much of the state's budget is patrolled by unions. The teachers' unions keep an eye on schools, the CCPOA on prisons, and a variety of labor groups on health care. In many rich countries, average wages in the state sector are higher than in the private one. But the real gains come in benefits and work practices. Politicians have repeatedly backloaded public sector pay deals, keeping the pay increases modest, but adding to holidays and especially pensions that are already generous. Reform has been vigorously opposed, perhaps most egregiously in education, where charter schools, academies, and merit pay all faced down-out battles. Even though there is plenty of evidence that the quality of the teachers is the most important variable, teachers' unions have fought against getting rid of bad ones and promoting good ones. As the cost to everyone else has become clearer, politicians have begun to clamp down. In Wisconsin, the unions have rallied thousands of supporters against Scott Walker, the hardline Republican governor. But many within the public sector suffer under the current system, too. John Donahue at Harvard's Kennedy School points out that the norms of culture in Western civil services suit those who want to stay put, but it's bad for high achievers. The only American public sector workers who earn well above $250,000 a year are university sports coaches and the President of the United States. Bankers' fat pay packets have attracted much criticism, but a public sector system that does not reward high achievers may be a much bigger problem for America. Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Text 1. The decision of the New York Philharmonic to hire Alan Gilbert as its next music director has been the talk of the classical music world ever since the sudden announcement of his appointment in 2009. For the most part, the response has been favorable, to say the least. "Hooray! At last!" wrote Anthony Tomasini, a sober-sided classical music critic. One of the reasons why the appointment came as such a surprise, however, is that Gilbert is comparatively little known. Even Tomasini, who had advocated Gilbert's appointment in the Times, calls him an unpretentious musician with no air of the formidable conductor about him. As a description of the next music director of an orchestra that has hitherto been led by musicians like Gustav Mahler and Pierre Boulez, that seems likely to have struck at least some Times readers as faint praise. For my part, I have no idea whether Gilbert is a great conductor or even a good one. To be sure, he performs an impressive variety of interesting compositions, but it is not necessary for me to visit Avery Fisher Hall or anywhere else to hear interesting orchestral music. All I have to do is go to my CD shelf or boot up my computer and download still more recorded tunes from iTunes. Devoted concert-goers who reply that recordings are no substitute for live performance are missing the point. For the time, attention, and money of the art-loving public, classical instrumentalists must compete not only with opera houses, dance troupes, theater companies, and museums, but also with the recorded performances of the great classical musicians of the 20th century. These recordings are cheap, available everywhere, and very often much higher in artistic quality than today's live performances. Moreover, they can be consumed at a time and place of the listener's choosing. The widespread availability of such recordings has thus brought about a crisis in the institution of the traditional classical concert. One possible response is for classical performers to program attractive new music that is not yet available on record. Gilbert's own interest in new music has been widely noted. Alex Ross, a classical music critic, has described him as a man who is capable of turning the Philharmonic into a markedly different, more vibrant organization. But what will be the nature of that difference? Merely expanding the orchestra's repertoire will not be enough. If Gilbert and the Philharmonic are to succeed, they must first change the relationship between America's oldest orchestra and the new audience it hopes to attract.
Text 2. When Liam McGee departed as president of Bank of America in August, his explanation was surprisingly straight up. Rather than cloaking his exit in the usual vague excuses, he came right out and said he was leaving to pursue my goal of running a company. Broadcasting his ambition was very much my decision, McGee says. Within 2 weeks, he was talking for the first time with the board of Hartford Financial Services Group, which named him CEO and chairman on September 29th. McGee says leaving without a position lined up gave him time to reflect on what kind of company he wanted to run. It also sent a clear message to the outside world about his aspirations. And McGee isn't alone. In recent weeks, the number 2 executives at Avon and American Express quit with the explanation that they were looking for a CEO post. As boards scrutinize succession plans in response to shareholder pressure, executives who don't get the nod also may wish to move on. A turbulent business environment also has senior managers cautious of letting vague pronouncements cloud their reputations. As the first signs of recovery begin to take hold, deputy chiefs may be more willing to make the jump without a net. In the third quarter, CEO turnover was down 23% from a year ago, as nervous boards stuck with the leaders they had, according to Librum research. As the economy picks up, opportunities will abound for aspiring leaders. The decision to quit a senior position to look for a better one is unconventional. For years, executives and headhunters have adhered to the rule that the most attractive CEO candidates are the ones who must be poached, says Korn Ferry senior partner Dennis Carey. I can't think of a single search I've done where a board has not instructed me to look at sitting CEOs first. Those who jumped without a job haven't always landed in top positions quickly. Ellen Marham quit as chief of Tropicana a decade ago, saying she wanted to be a CEO. It was a year before she became head of a tiny internet-based commodities exchange. Robert Willemstad left Citigroup in 2005 with ambitions to be a CEO. He finally took that post at a major financial institution 3 years later. Many recruiters say the old disgrace is fading for top performers. The financial crisis has made it more acceptable to be between jobs or to leave a bad one. The traditional rule was it's safer to stay where you are, but that's been fundamentally inverted, says one headhunter. The people who've been hurt the worst are those who've stayed too long.
Text 3. The rough guide to marketing success used to be that you got what you paid for. No longer. While traditional paid media, such as television commercials and print advertisements, still play a major role, companies today can exploit many alternative forms of media. Consumers passionate about a product may create earned media by willingly promoting it to friends, and a company may leverage owned media by sending email alerts about products and sales to customers registered with its web site. The way consumers now approach the process of making purchase decisions means that marketing's impact stems from a broad range of factors beyond conventional paid media. Paid and owned media are controlled by marketers promoting their own products. For earned media, such marketers act as the initiator for users' responses. But in some cases, one marketer's owned media becomes another marketer's paid media. For instance, when an e-commerce retailer sells ad space on its website. We define such sold media as owned media whose traffic is so strong that other organizations place their content or e-commerce engines within that environment. This trend, which we believe is still in its infancy, effectively began with retailers and travel providers such as airlines and hotels, and will no doubt go further. Johnson & Johnson, for example, has created Baby Center, a stand-alone media property that promotes complementary and even competitive products. Besides generating income, the presence of other marketers makes the site seem objective, gives companies opportunities to learn valuable information about the appeal of other companies' marketing, and may help expand user traffic for all companies concerned. The same dramatic technological changes that have provided marketers with more and more diverse communications choices have also increased the risk that passionate consumers will voice their opinions in quicker, more visible, and much more damaging ways. Such hijacked media are the opposite of earned media. An asset or campaign becomes hostage to consumers, other stakeholders, or activists who make negative allegations about a brand or product. Members of social networks, for instance, are learning that they can hijack media to apply pressure on the businesses that originally created them. If that happens, passionate consumers would try to persuade others to boycott products, putting the reputation of the target company at risk. In such a case, the company's response may not be sufficiently quick or thoughtful, and the learning curve has been steep. Toyota Motor, for example, alleviated some of the damage from its recall crisis earlier this year with a relatively quick and well-orchestrated social media response campaign, which included efforts to engage with consumers directly on sites such as Twitter and the social news site Dig.
Text 4. It's no surprise that Jennifer Senior's insightful, provocative magazine cover story, I Love My Children, I Hate My Life, is arousing much chatter. Nothing gets people talking like the suggestion that child-rearing is anything less than a completely fulfilling, life-enriching experience. Rather than concluding that children make parents either happy or miserable, Senior suggests we need to redefine happiness. Instead of thinking of it as something that can be measured by moment-to-moment joy, we should consider being happy as a past-tense condition. Even though the day-to-day experience of raising kids can be soul-crushingly hard, Senior writes that the very things that in the moment dampen our moods can later be sources of intense gratification and delight. The magazine cover showing an attractive mother holding a cute baby is hardly the only Madonna and child image on newsstands this week. There are also stories about newly adoptive and newly single mom Sandra Bullock, as well as the usual Jennifer Aniston is pregnant news. Practically every week features at least one celebrity mom or mom-to-be smiling on the newsstands. In a society that so persistently celebrates procreation, is it any wonder that admitting you regret having children is equivalent to admitting you support kitten killing? It doesn't seem quite fair, then, to compare the regrets of parents to the regrets of the children. Unhappy parents rarely are provoked to wonder if they shouldn't have had kids, but unhappy childless folks are bothered with the message that children are the single most important thing in the world. Obviously, their misery must be a direct result of the gaping, baby-size holes in their lives. Of course, the image of parenthood that celebrity magazines like US Weekly and People present is hugely unrealistic, especially when the parents are single mothers like Bullock. According to several studies concluding that parents are less happy than childless couples, single parents are the least happy of all. No shock there, considering how much work it is to raise a kid without a partner to lean on. Yet to hear Sandra and Brittany tell it, raising a kid on their own, read with round-the-clock help, is a piece of cake. It's hard to imagine that many people are dumb enough to want children just because Reese and Angelina make it look so glamorous. Most adults understand that a baby is not a haircut. But it's interesting to wonder if the images we see every week of stress-free, happiness-enhancing parenthood aren't in some small, subconscious way contributing to our own dissatisfactions with the actual experience. In the same way that a small part of us hoped getting the Rachel might make us look just a little bit like Jennifer Aniston.
Text 1.
Of all the changes that have been taking place in English language newspapers during the past quarter century, perhaps the most far-reaching has been the inexorable decline in the scope and seriousness of their arts coverage. It is difficult to the point of impossibility for the average reader under the age of 40 to imagine a time when high-quality arts criticism would be found in most big city newspapers. Yet, a considerable number of the most significant collections of criticism published in the 20th century consisted in large part of newspaper reviews. To read such books today is to marvel at the fact that their learned content were once deemed suitable for publication in general circulation dailies. We are even farther removed from the unfocused newspaper reviews published in England between the turn of the 20th century and the eve of World War II. At a time when newsprint was dirt cheap, and stylish art criticism was considered an ornament to the publications in which it appeared. In those far-off days, it was taken for granted that the critics of major papers would write in detail and at length about the events they covered. Theirs was a serious business, and even those reviewers who were there learning lightly, like George Barnett Shaw and Ernest Newman, could be trusted to know what they were about. These men believed in journalism as a calling and were proud to be published in the daily press. So few authors have brains enough or literary gift enough to keep their own end up in journalism. Newman wrote that I am tempted to define journalism as a term of contempt applied by writers who are not read to writers who are. Unfortunately, these critics are virtually forgotten. Neville Cardus, who wrote for the Manchester Guardian from 1917 until shortly before his death in 1975, is now known solely as a writer of essays on the game of cricket. During his lifetime, though, he was also one of England's foremost classical music critics, and a stylist so widely admired that his autobiography, 1947, became a bestseller. He was knighted in 1967, the first music critic to be so honored. Yet only one of his books is now in print, and his vast body of writings on music is unknown, save to specialists. Is there any chance that Cardus's criticism will enjoy a revival? The prospect seems remote. Journalistic tastes had changed long before his death, and postmodern readers have little use for the richly upholstered Vic Worden prose in which he specialized. Moreover, the amateur tradition in music criticism has been in headlong retreat. Text 2. Over the past decade, thousands of patents have been granted for what are called business methods. Amazon.com received one for its one-click online payment system. Merrill Lynch got legal protection for an assessed allocation strategy. One inventor patented a technique for lifting a box. Now the nation's top patent court appears completely ready to scale back on business method patent, which have been controversial ever since they were first authorized 10 years ago. In a move that has intellectual property, lawyers abuzz the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit said it would use a particular case to conduct a broad review of business method patents. In Rybilski, as the case is known, is a very big deal, says Dennis D. Quartz of the University of Missouri School of Law. It has the potential to eliminate an entire class of patents. Curbs on business method claims would be a dramatic about-face because it was the Federal Circuit itself that introduced such patents with its 1998 decision in the so-called State Street Blank case, approving a patent on a way of pooling mutual fund assets. That ruling produced an explosion in business method patent filings, initially by emerging internet companies trying to stake out exclusive rights to specific types of online transactions. Later, more established companies raced to add such patents to their files, if only as a defensive move against rivals that might beat them to the punch. In 2005, IBM noted in a court filing that it had been issued more than 300 business method patents, despite the fact that it questioned the legal basis for granting them. Similarly, some Wall Street investment firms armed themselves with patents for financial products, even as they took positions in court cases opposing the practice. The Bilski case involves a claimed patent on a method for hedging risk in the energy market. The Federal Circuit issued an unusual order stating that the case would be heard by all 12 of the court's judges, rather than a typical panel of 3, and that one issue it wants to evaluate is whether it should reconsider its State Street Blank ruling. The Federal Circuit's action comes in the wake of a series of recent decisions by the Supreme Court that has narrowed the scope of protection for the patent holders. Last April, for example, the justices signaled that too many patents were being upheld for inventions that are obvious. The judges on the Federal Circuit are reacting to the anti-patent trend at the Supreme Court, says Harlotte C. Wagner, a patent attorney and professor at George Washington University Law School. 3. In his book, The Tipping Point, Malcolm Gladwell argues that social epidemics are driven in large part by the actions of a tiny minority of special individuals, often called influentials, who are unusually informed, persuasive, or well-connected. The idea is intuitively compelling, but it does not explain how ideas actually spread. The supposed importance of influential derives from a plausible-sounding but largely untested theory called the two-step flow of communication. Information flows from the media to the influentials and from them to everyone else. Marketers have embraced the two-step flow because it suggests that if they can just find and influence the influentials, those select people will do most of the work for them. The theory also seems to explain the sudden and unexpected popularity of certain looks, brands, or neighborhoods. In many such cases, a cursory search for causes finds that some small group of people was wearing, promoting, or developing whatever it is before anyone else paid attention. Anecdotal evidence of this kind fits nicely with the idea that only certain special people can drive trends. In their recent work, however, some researchers have come up with the finding that influentials have far less impact on social epidemics than is generally supposed. In fact, they don't seem to be required at all. The researchers' arguments stem from a simple observation about social influence. With the exception of a few celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, whose outside presence is primarily a function of media, not interpersonal influence, even the most influential members of a population simply don't interact with that many others. Yet it is precisely this non-celebrity influentials who, according to the two-step flow theory, are supposed to drive social epidemics by influencing their friends and colleagues directly. For a social epidemic to occur, however, each person so affected must then influence his or her own acquaintances, who must in turn influence theirs, and so on. And just how many others pay attention to each of these people has little to do with initial influential. If people in the network just 2 degrees removed from the initial influential prove resistant, for example, the cascade of the change won't propagate very far or affect many people. Building on this basic truth about interpersonal influence, the researchers studied the dynamic of social influence by conducting thousands of computer simulations of populations, manipulating a number of variables relating to the people's ability to influence others and their tendency to be influenced. They found that the principal requirement for what is called global cascades, the widespread propagation of influence through network, is the presence not of a few influential, but rather of a critical mass of easily influenced people. Text 4. Bankers have been blaming themselves for their troubles in public. Behind the scenes, they have been taking aim at someone else. The accounting standard sitters. Their rules moan the bank, have forced them to report enormous losses, and it's just not fair. These rules say they must value some assets at the price a third party would pay, not the price managers and regulators would like them to fetch. Unfortunately, banks' lobbying now seem to be working. The details may be unknowable, but the independence of standard sitters, essential to the proper functioning of capital markets, is being compromised. And unless banks carry toxic assets at price that attract buyers, reviving the banking system will be difficult. After a bruising encounter with Congress, America's Financial Accounting Standard Board, FASB, rushed through rule changes. These gave banks more freedom to use models to value liquid assets and more flexibility in recognizing losses on long-term assets in their income statements. Bob Hart, the FASB's chairman, cried out against those who question our motives. Yet bank shares rose, and the changes enhanced what one lobby group politely calls the use of judgment by management. European ministers initially demanded that International Accounting Standard Board, IASB, do likewise. The IASB says it does not want to act without overall planning, but the pressure to fold when it competes its reconstruction of rules later this year is strong. Charlie McCreevy, a European commissioner, warned the IASB that it did not live in a political vacuum, but in the real world, and that Europe could yet develop different rules. It was banks that were on the wrong planet, with accounts that vastly overvalued assets. Today, they argue that market prices overstate losses because they largely reflect the temporary illiquidity of markets, not the likely extent of bad debts. The truth will not be known for years, but banks' shares trade below their book value, suggesting that investors are skeptical. And debt markets partly reflect the paralysis of banks, which will not sell assets for fear of booking losses, yet are reluctant to buy all those supposed bargains. To get the system working again, losses must be recognized and dealt with. Americans' new plan to buy up toxic assets will not work unless banks mark assets to levels which buyers find attractive. Successful markets require independent and even combative standard setters. The FASB and IASB have been exactly that, cleaning up rules on stock options and pensions, for example, against hostility from special interests. But by giving in to critics, now they're inviting pressure to make more concessions. One basic weakness in conservation system based wholly on economic motives is that most members of the land community have no economic value. Yet, these creatures are members of the biotic community, and if its stability depends on its integrity, they are entitled to continuance. When one of these non-economic categories is threatened, and if we happen to love it, we invent excuses to give it economic importance. At the beginning of century, songbirds were supposed to be disappearing. Scientists jumped to the rescue with some distinctly shaky evidence to the effect that insects would eat us up if birds failed to control them. The evidence had to be economic in order to be valid. It is painful to read these roundabout accounts today. We have no land ethic yet, but we have at least drawn nearer the point of admitting that birds would continue as a matter of intrinsic right, regardless of the presence or absence of economic advantage to us. A parallel situation exists in respect of predatory mammals and fish-eating birds. Time was when biologists somewhat overworked the evidence that these creatures preserve the health of game by killing the physically weak, or that they prey only on worthless species. Here again, the evidence had to be economic in order to be valid. It is only in recent years that we hear the more honest arguments that predators are members of the community, and that no special interest has the right to exterminate them for the sake of benefit, real or fancied to itself. Some species of trees have been read out of the party by economic-minded foresters because they grow too slowly or have too low a sale value to pay as timber crops. In Europe, where forestry is ecologically more advanced, the non-commercial tree species are recognized as members of native forest community, to be preserved as such within reason. Moreover, some have been found to have a valuable function in building up soil fertility. The interdependence of the forest and its constituent tree species, ground flora, and fauna is taken for granted. To sum up, a system of conservation based solely on economic self-interest is hopelessly lopsided. It tends to ignore and thus eventually to eliminate many elements in the land community that lack commercial value, but that are essential to its healthy functioning. It assumes, falsely I think, that the economic parts of the biotic clock will function without the uneconomic parts.
Section 2. Reading Comprehension. Part A. Text 1. Habits are a funny thing. We reach for them mindlessly, setting our brains on autopilot and relaxing into the unconscious comfort of familiar routine. Not choice, but habit rules the unreflecting herd, William Wordsworth said in the 19th century. In the ever-changing 21st century, even the word habit carries a negative implication. So it seems paradoxical to talk about habits in the same context as creativity and innovation. But brain researchers have discovered that when we consciously develop new habits, we create parallel paths and even entirely new brain cells that can jump our trains of thought onto new, innovative tracks. Rather than dismissing ourselves as unchangeable creatures of habit, We can instead direct our own change by consciously developing new habits. In fact, the more new things we try, the more we step outside our comfort zone, the more inherently creative we become, both in the workplace and in our personal lives. But don't bother trying to kill off old habits. Once those ruts of procedure are worn into the brain, they're there to stay. Instead, the new habits we deliberately press into ourselves create parallel pathways that can bypass those old roads. The first thing needed for innovation is a fascination with wonder, says Donna Markova, author of The Open Mind. But we are taught instead to decide, just as our president calls himself the decider. She adds, however, that to decide is to kill off all possibilities but one. A good innovational thinker is always exploring the many other possibilities. All of us work through problems in ways of which we are unaware, she says. Researchers in the late 1960s discovered that humans are born with the capacity to approach challenges in 4 primary ways: analytically, procedurally, relationally, or collaboratively, and innovatively. At the end of adolescence, however, the brain shuts down half of that capacity, preserving only those modes of thought that have seemed most valuable during the first decade or so of life. The current emphasis on standardized testing highlights analysis and procedure, meaning that few of us inherently use our innovative and collaborative modes of thought. This breaks the major rule in the American belief system that anyone can do anything, explains M.G. Ryan, author of the 2006 book This Year I Will, and Ms. Markova's business partner. That's a lie that we have perpetuated, and it fosters commonness. Knowing what you're good at and doing even more of it creates excellence. This is where developing new habits comes in.
2. It is a wise father that knows his own child, but today a man can boost his paternal, fatherly wisdom, or at least confirm that he's the kid's dad. All he needs to do is shell out $30 for a paternity testing kit, PTK, at his local drugstore, and another $120 to get the results. More than 60,000 people have purchased the PTKs since they first became available without prescriptions last year, according to Doug Fogg, Chief Operating Officer of Identigene, which makes the over-the-counter kits. More than 24 companies sell DNA tests directly to the public, ranging in price from a few $100s to more than $2,500. Among the most popular, paternity and kinship testing, which adopted children can use to find their biological relatives and families can use to track down kids put up for adoption. DNA testing is also the latest rage amongst passionate genealogists and supports businesses that offer to search for a family's geographic roots. More tests require collecting cells by swabbing saliva in the mouth and sending it to the company for testing. All tests require a potential candidate with whom to compare DNA. But some observers are skeptical. There's a kind of false precision being hawked by people claiming they are doing ancestry testing, says Roy Duster, a New York University sociologist. He notes that each individual has many ancestors, numbering in the hundreds, just a few centuries back. Yet most ancestry testing only considers a single lineage, either the Y chromosome inherited through men in the father's line, or mitochondrial DNA, which is passed down only from mothers. This DNA can reveal genetic information about only 1 or 2 ancestors, even though, for example, just 3 generations back people also have 6 other great-grandparents, or 4 generations back, 14 other great-grandparents. Critics also argue that commercial genetic testing is only as good as the reference collections to which a sample is compared. Databases used by some companies don't rely on data collected systematically, but rather lump together information from different research projects. This means that a DNA database may have a lot of data from some regions and not others, so a person's test results may differ depending on the company that processes the results. In addition, the computer programs a company uses to estimate relationships may be patented and not subject to peer review or outside evaluation.
Text 3. The relationship between formal education and economic growth in poor countries is widely misunderstood by economists and politicians alike. Progress in both areas is undoubtedly necessary for the social, political, and intellectual development of these and other societies. However, the conventional view that education should be one of the very highest priorities for promoting rapid economic development in poor countries is wrong. We are unfortunate, that is, because building new educational systems there and putting enough people through them to improve economic performance would require 2 or 3 generations. The findings of a research institution have consistently shown that workers in all countries can be trained on the job to achieve radically higher productivity and, as a result, radically higher standards of living. Ironically, the first evidence for this idea appeared in the United States. Not long ago, with the countries entering a recession and Japan at its pre-bubble peak, the US workforce was derided as poorly educated and one of the primarily causes of the US economic performance. Japan was, and remains, the global leader in automotive assembly productivity. Yet the research revealed that the US factories of Honda, Nissan, and Toyota achieved about 95% of the productivity of their Japanese counterparts, a result of the training that US workers received on the job. More recently, while examining housing construction, the researchers discovered that illiterate, non-English speaking Mexican workers in Houston, Texas, consistently met best practice labor productivity standards despite the complexity of the building industry's work. What is the relationship between education and economic development? We have to suspect that the continuing economic growth promotes the development of education even when governments don't force it. After all, that's how education got started. When our ancestors were hunters and gatherers 10,000 years ago, they didn't have time to wonder much about anything else besides finding food. Only when humanity began to get its food in a more productive way was there time for other things. As education improved, humanity's productivity potential increased as well. When the competitive environment pushed our ancestors to achieve that potential, they could in turn afford more education. This increasingly high level of education is probably a necessary, but not a sufficient, condition for the complex political system required by advanced economic performance. Thus, poor countries might not be able to escape their poverty traps without political changes that may be possible only with broader formal education. A lack of formal education, however, doesn't constrain the ability of the developing world's workforce to substantially improve productivity for the foreseeable future. On the contrary, constraints on improving productivity explain why education isn't developing more quickly than it is.
Text 4. The most thoroughly studied intellectuals in the history of the New World are the ministers and political leaders of 17th century New England. According to the standardized history of American philosophy, nowhere else in colonial America was so much importance attached to intellectual pursuits. According to many books and articles, New England's leaders established the basic themes and preoccupations of an unfolding, dominant Puritan tradition in American intellectual life. To take this approach to the New Englanders normally means to start with the Puritans' theological innovations and their distinctive ideas about the church, important subjects that we may not neglect. But in keeping with our examination of Southern intellectual life, we may consider the original Puritans as carriers of European culture, adjusting to new world circumstances. The New England colonies were the scenes of important episodes in the pursuit of widely understood ideals of civility and virtuosity. The early settlers of Massachusetts Bay included men of impressive education and influence in England. Besides the 90 or so learned ministers who came to Massachusetts churches in the decade after 1629, there were political leaders like John Winthrop, an educated gentleman, lawyer and official of the Crown before he journeyed to Boston. These men wrote and published extensively, reaching both New World and Old World audiences, giving New England an atmosphere of intellectual earnestness. We should not forget, however, that most New Englanders were less well educated. While few craftsmen or farmers, let alone dependents and servants, left literary compositions to be analysed, it is obvious that their views were less fully intellectualised. Their thinking often had a traditional superstitious quality. A tailor named John Dane, who emigrated in the late 1630s, left an account of his reasons for leaving England that is filled with signs. Sexual confusion, economic frustrations, and religious hope all came together in a decisive moment when he opened the Bible, told his father that the first line he saw would settle his fate, and read the magical words, "Come out from among them, touch no unclean thing, and I will be your God, and you shall be my people." One wonders what Dane thought of the careful sermons explaining the Bible that he'd heard in Puritan churches. Meanwhile, many settlers had slighter religious commitments than Danes, as one clergyman learnt in confronting folk along the coast who mocked that they had not come to the New World for religion. Our main end was to catch fish. There is a marked difference between the education which everyone gets from living with others and the deliberate education of the young. In the former case, the education is incidental. It is natural and important, but is not the express reason of the association. It may be said that the measure of the worth of any social institution is its effect in enlarging and improving experience. But this effect is not a part of its original motive. Religious associations began, for example, in the desire to secure the favour of overruling powers and to ward off evil influences. Family life in the desire to gratify appetites and secure family perpetuity. Systematic labour, for the most part because of enslavement to others, etc. Only gradually was the byproduct of the institution noted, and only more gradually still was this effect considered as a directive factor in the conduct of the institution. Even today, in our industrial life, apart from certain values of industriousness, thrift, the intellectual and emotional reaction of the forms of human association under which the world's work is carried on, receives little attention as compared with physical output. But in dealing with the young, the fact of association itself, as an immediate human fact, gains an importance. While it is easy to ignore in our contact with them the effects of our acts upon their disposition, it is not so easy as in dealing with adults. The need of training is too evident, and the pressure to accomplish a change in their attitude and habits is too urgent to leave these consequences wholly out of account. Since our chief business with them is to enable them to share in a common life, we cannot help consider whether or not Since our chief business with them is to enable them to share a common life, we cannot help considering whether or not we are forming the powers which will secure this ability. If humanity has made some headway in realizing that the ultimate value of every institution is its distinctively human effect, we may well believe that this lesson has been learned largely through dealings with the young. We are thus led to distinguish, within the broad educational process, which we have been so far considering, a more formal kind of education, that of direct tuition or schooling. In underdeveloped social groups, we find very little formal teaching and training. These groups mainly rely for instilling needed dispositions into the young upon the same sort of association which keeps adults loyal to their group. 2. Reading comprehension. Part A. Read the following 4 texts. Answer the questions below each text by choosing A, B, C or D. Mark your answers on answer sheet 1. Text 1. While still catching up to men in some spheres of modern life, women appear to be way ahead in at least one undesirable category. Women are particularly susceptible to developing depression and anxiety disorders in response to stress compared to men, according to Dr. Yehuda, Chief Psychiatrist in New York's Veterans Administration Hospital. Studies of both animals and humans have shown that sex hormones somehow affect the stress response, causing females under stress to produce more of the trigger chemicals than do males under the same conditions. In several of the studies, when stressed out female rats had their ovaries, the female reproductive organs, removed, their chemical responses became equal to those of the males. Adding to a woman's increased dose of stress chemicals are her increased opportunities for stress. It's not necessarily that women don't cope as well, it's just that they have so much more to cope with, says Dr. Yehuda. Their capacity for tolerating stress may be even greater than men's, she observes. It's just that they're dealing with so many more things that they become worn out from it more visibly and sooner. Dr. Yehuda notes another difference between the sexes. I think that the kinds of things that women are exposed to tend to be in more of a chronic or repeated nature. Men go to war and are exposed to combat stress. Men are exposed to more acts of random physical violence. The kinds of interpersonal violence that women are exposed to tend to be in domestic situations, by unfortunately parents or other family members. And they tend not to be one-shot deals. The wear and tear that comes from these longer relationships can be quite devastating. Adeline Alvarez married at 18 and gave birth to a son, but was determined to finish college. I struggled a lot to get the college degree. I was living in so much frustration that was my escape. To go to school and get ahead and do better. Later, her marriage ended and she became a single mother. It's the hardest thing to take care of a teenager, have a job, pay the rent, pay the car payment, and pay the debt. I lived from paycheck to paycheck. Not everyone experiences the kind of severe chronic stresses Alvarez describes. But most women today are coping with a lot of obligations, with few breaks and feeling the strain. Alvarez's experience demonstrates the importance of finding ways to diffuse stress before it threatens your health and your ability to function.
Text 2. It used to be so straightforward. A team of researchers working together in the laboratory would submit the results of their research to a journal. A journal editor would then remove the author's name and affiliations from the paper and send it to their peers for review. Depending on the comments received, the editor would accept the paper for publication or decline it. Copyright rested with the journal publisher, and researchers seeking knowledge of the results would have to subscribe to the journal. No longer. The Internet, and pressure from funding agencies who are questioning why commercial publishers are making money from government-funded research by restricting access to it, is making access to scientific results a reality. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, has just issued a report describing the far-reaching consequences of this. The report, by John Horton of Victoria University in Australia and Graham Vickery of the OECD, makes heavy reading for publishers who have, so far, made handsome profits. But it goes further than that. It signals a change in what has, until now, been a key element of scientific endeavour. The value of knowledge and the return on the public investment in research depends, in part, upon wide distribution and ready access. It is big business. In America, the core scientific publishing market is estimated at between 7 billion and 11 billion. The International Association of Technical and Medical Publishers say that there are more than 2,000 publishers worldwide specializing in these subjects. They publish more than 1.2 million articles each year in some 16,000 journals. This is now changing. According to the OECD report, some 75% of scholarly journals are now online. Entirely new business models are emerging. 3 main ones were identified by the report's authors. There is the so-called big deal, where institutional subscribers pay for access to a collection of online journal titles through site licensing agreements. There is open access publishing, typically supported by asking the author or his employer to pay for the paper to be published. Finally, there are open access archives, where organizations such as universities or international laboratories support institutional repositories. Other models exist that are hybrids of these, such as delayed open access, where journals allow only subscribers to read a paper for the first 6 months, before making it freely available to everyone who wishes to see it. All this could change the traditional form of the peer review process, at least for the publication of papers.
Text 3. In the early 1960s, Wilt Chamberlain was one of the only 3 players in the National Basketball Association, NBA, listed at over 7 feet. If he had played last season, however, he would have been one of 42. The bodies playing major professional sports have changed dramatically over the years, and managers have been more than willing to adjust team uniforms to fit the growing numbers of bigger, longer frames. The trend in sports, though, may be obscuring an unrecognised reality. Americans have generally stopped growing. Though typically about 2 inches taller now than 140 years ago, today's people, especially those born to families who have lived in the US for many generations, apparently reached their limit in the early 1960s, and they aren't likely to get any taller. In the general population today, at this genetic, environmental level, we've pretty much gone as far as we can go, says anthropologist William Cameron Chumlea of Wright State University. In the case of NBA players, their increase in height appears to grow from the increasingly common practice of recruiting players from all over the world. Growth, which rarely continues beyond the age of 20, demands calories and nutrients, notably protein, to feed expanding tissues. At the start of the 20th century, undernutrition and childhood infections got in the way, but as diet and health improved, children and adolescents have, on average, increased in height by about 1.5 inches every 20 years, a pattern known as the secular trend in height. Yet according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, average height, 5'9" for men, 5'4" for women, hasn't really changed since 1960. Genetically speaking, there are advantages to avoiding substantial height. During childbirth, larger babies have more difficulty passing through the birth canal. Moreover, even though humans have been upright for millions of years, our feet and back continue to struggle with bipedal posture and cannot easily withstand repeated strain imposed by oversized limbs. There are some real constraints that are set by genetic architecture of the individual organism, says anthropologist William Leonard of Northwestern University. Genetic maximums can change, but don't expect this to happen soon. Claire C. Gordon, senior anthropologist at the Army Research Center in Natick, Massachusetts, ensures that 90% of the uniforms of workstations fit recruits without alteration. She says that, unlike those for basketball, the length of military uniforms has not changed for some time. And if you need to predict human height in the future to design a piece of equipment, Gordon says that by and large, you could use today's data and feel fairly confident.
Text 4. In 1784, 5 years before he became President of the United States, George Washington, 52, was nearly toothless. So he hired a dentist to transplant 9 teeth into his jaw, having extracted them from the mouths of his slaves. That's a far different image from the cherry tree chopping George most people remember from their history books. But recently, many historians have begun to focus on the role slavery played in the lives of the founding generation. They have been spurred in part by DNA evidence made available in 1998, which almost certainly proved Thomas Jefferson had fathered at least one child with his slave, Sally Hemings. And only over the past 30 years have scholars examined history from the bottom up. Works of several historians reveal the moral compromises made by the nation's early leaders and the fragile nature of the country's infancy. More significantly, they argue that many of the founding fathers knew slavery was wrong, and yet most did little to fight it. More than anything, the historians say, the founders were hampered by the culture of their time. While Washington and Jefferson privately expressed distaste for slavery, they also understood that it was part of the political and economic bedrock of the country they helped to create. For one thing, the South could not afford to part with its slaves. Owning slaves was like having a large bank account, says Weincheck, author of An Imperfect God, George Washington, His Slaves, and the Creation of America. The Southern states would not have signed the Constitution without protections for the peculiar institution, including a clause that counted a slave as 3/5 of a man for purposes of congressional representation. And the statemen's political lives depended on slavery. The 3/5 formula handed Jefferson his narrow victory in the presidential election of 1800 by inflating the votes of the Southern states in the Electoral College. Once in office, Jefferson extended slavery with the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. The new land was carved into 13 states, including 3 slave states. Still, Jefferson freed Hemings' children, though not Hemings herself or his approximately 150 other slaves. Washington, who had begun to believe that all men were created equal after observing the bravery of the black soldiers during the Revolutionary War, overcame the strong opposition of his relatives to grant his slaves their freedom in his will. Only a decade later, such an act would have required legislative approval in Virginia. Part C. Read the following text carefully and then translate the underlined segments into Chinese. Your translation should be written neatly on answer sheet 2. In his autobiography, Darwin himself speaks of his intellectual powers with extraordinary modesty. He points out that he has always experienced much difficulty in expressing himself clearly and concisely, but he believes that this very difficulty may have had the compensating advantage of forcing him to think long and intently about every sentence, and thus enabling him to detect errors in reasoning and in his own observations. He disclaimed the possession of any great quickness of apprehension or wit, such as distinguished Huxley. He asserted also that his power to follow a long and purely abstract train of thought was very limited, for which reason he felt certain that he never could have succeeded with mathematics. His memory, too, he described as extensive but hazy. So poor in one sense was it that he never could remember for more than a few days a single date or a line of poetry. On the other hand, he did not accept as well-founded the charge made by some of his critics that, while he was a good observer, he had no power of reasoning. This, he thought, could not be true, because the origin of species is one long argument from the beginning to the end, and has convinced many able men. No one, he submits, could have written it without possessing some power of reasoning. He was willing to assert that, I have a fair share of invention, and of common sense or judgment, such as every fairly successful lawyer or doctor must have, but not, I believe, in any higher degree. He adds humbly that perhaps he was superior to the common run of men in noticing things which easily escape attention and in observing them carefully. Writing in the last year of his life, he expressed the opinion that in 2 or 3 respects his mind had changed during the preceding 20 or 30 years. Up to the age of 30 or beyond it, poetry of many kinds gave him great pleasure. Formerly, too, pictures had given him considerable, and music very great delight. In 1881, however, he said, "Now for many years I cannot endure to read a line of poetry. I have also almost lost my taste for pictures or music." Darwin was convinced that the loss of these tastes was not a loss of happiness, but might possibly be injurious to the intellect and more probably to the moral character. Text 1. If you were to examine the birth certificates of every soccer player in 2006 World Cup tournament, you would most likely find a noteworthy quirk. Elite soccer players are more likely to have been born in the earlier months of the year than in the later months. If you then examine the European national youth teams that feed the World Cup and professional ranks, you would find this strange phenomenon to be even more pronounced. What might account for this strange phenomenon? Here are a few guesses. A. Certain astrological signs confer superior soccer skills. B. Winter-born babies tend to have higher oxygen capacity, which increases soccer stamina. C. Soccer-mad parents are more likely to conceive children in springtime at the annual peak of soccer mania. D. None of the above. Anders Ericsson, a 50-year-old psychology professor at Florida State University, says he believes strongly in none of the above. Ericsson grew up in Sweden and studied nuclear engineering until he realized he would have more opportunity to conduct his own research if he switched to psychology. His first experiment, nearly 30 years ago, involved memory, training a person to hear and then repeat a random series of numbers. With the first subject, after about 20 hours of training, his digit span had risen from 7 to 20, Ericsson recalls. He kept improving, and after about 200 hours of training, he had risen to over 80 numbers. This success, coupled with later research showing that memory itself is not genetically determined, led Ericsson to conclude that the act of memorizing is more of a cognitive exercise than an intuitive one. In other words, whatever inborn differences two people may exhibit in their abilities to memorize, those differences are swamped by how well each person encodes the information. And the best way to learn how to encode information meaningfully, Ericsson determined, was a process known as deliberate practice. Deliberate practice entails more than simply repeating a task. Rather, it involves setting specific goals, obtaining immediate feedback, and concentrating as much on technique as on outcome. Ericsson and his colleagues have thus taken to studying expert performers in a wide range of pursuits, including soccer. They gather all the data they can, not just performance statistics and biographical details, but also the results of their own laboratory experiments with high achievers. Their work makes a rather startling assertion. The trait commonly called talent is highly overrated. Or, put another way, expert performers, whether in memory or surgery, ballet or computer programming, are nearly always made, not born.
For the past several years, the Sunday newspaper supplement Parade has featured a column called Ask Marilyn. People are invited to query Marilyn von Savant, who at age 10 had tested at a mental age of someone about 23 years old. That gave her an IQ of 228, the highest score ever recorded. IQ tests ask you to complete verbal and visual analogies and to envision paper after it has been folded and cut, and to deduce numerical sequences among other similar tasks. So it's a bit confusing when von Savant fields such queries from the average Joe, whose IQ is 100. What's the difference between love and fondness? What is the nature of luck and coincidence? It's not obvious how the capacity to visualize objects and to figure out numerical patterns suits one to answer questions that have eluded some of the best poets and philosophers. Clearly, intelligence encompasses more than a score on a test. Just what does it mean to be smart? How much of intelligence can be specified? And how much can we learn about it from neurology, genetics, computer science, and other fields? The defining term of intelligence in humans still seems to be the IQ score, even though IQ tests are not given as often as they used to be. The test comes primarily in two forms: the Stanford-Binet Intelligence Scale and the Wechsler Intelligence Scales. Both come in adults and children's versions. Generally costing several $100s, they are usually given only by psychologists, although variations of them populate bookstores and the World Wide Web. Super high scores like von Savant's are no longer possible, because scoring is now based on a statistical population distribution among age peers, rather than simply dividing the mental age by the chronological age and multiplying by 100. Other standardized tests, such as the Scholastic Assessment Test, SAT, and the Graduate Record Exam, GRE, capture the main aspects of IQ tests. Such standardized tests may not access all the important elements necessary to succeed in school and in life, argues Robert J. Sternberg. In his article, How Intelligence is Intelligence Testing, Sternberg notes that traditional tests best assess analytical and verbal skills, but fail to measure creativity and practical knowledge. Components also critical to problem solving and life success. Moreover, IQ tests do not necessarily predict so well once populations or situations change. Research has found that IQ predicted leadership skills when the tests were given under low stress conditions, but under high stress conditions, IQ was negatively correlated with leadership. That is, it predicted the opposite. Anyone who has toiled through SAT will testify that test-taking skill also matters, whether it's knowing when to guess or what questions to skip.
During the past generation, the American middle-class family that once could not count on hard work and fair play to keep itself financially secure has been transformed by economic risk and new realities. Now a pink slip, a bad diagnosis, or a disappearing spouse can reduce a family from solidly middle class to nearly poor in a few months. In just one generation, millions of mothers have gone to work, transforming basic family economics. Scholars, policymakers, and critics of all stripes have debated the social implications of these changes, but few have looked at the side effect. Family risk has risen as well. Today's families have budgeted to the limits of their new two-paycheck status. As a result, they have lost the parachute they once had in times of financial setback. A backup earner, usually mom, who could go into the workforce if the primary earner got laid off or fell sick. This added work effect could support the safety net offered by unemployment insurance or disability insurance to help families weather bad times. But today, a disruption to family fortunes can no longer be made up with extra income from an otherwise stay-at-home partner. During the same period, families have been asked to absorb much more risk in their retirement income. Steel workers, airline employees, and now those in the auto industry are joining millions of families who must worry about interest rates, stock market fluctuations, and the harsh reality that they may outlive their retirement money. For much of the past year, President Bush campaigned to move Social Security to a savings account model, with retirees trading much or all of their guaranteed payments for payments depending on investment returns. For younger families, the picture is not any better. Both the absolute cost of healthcare and the share of it borne by families have risen, and newly fashionable health-saving plans are spread from legislative halls to Walmart workers, with much higher deductibles and a large new dose of investment risks for families' future health care. Even demographics are working against the middle-class family, as the odds of having a weak elderly parent and all the attendant need for physical and financial assistance have jumped 8-fold in just one generation. From the middle-class family perspective, much of this, understandably, looks far less like an opportunity to exercise more financial responsibility and a good deal more like a frightening acceleration of the wholesale shift of financial risk onto their already overburdened shoulders. The financial fallout has begun, and the political fallout may not be far behind.
Text 4. It never rains, but it pours. Just as bosses and boards have finally sorted out their worst accounting and compliance troubles and improved their feeble corporation governments, a new problem threatens to earn them, especially in America, the sort of nasty headlines that inevitably lead to heads rolling in the executive suite: data insecurity. Left, until now, to odd, low-level IT staff to put right, and seen as a concern only of data-rich industries such as banking, telecoms and air travel, information protection is now high on the boss's agenda in business of every variety. Several massive leakages of customer and employee data this year, from organisations as diverse as Time Warner, the American defence contractor Science Applications International Corp, and even the University of California, Berkeley, have left managers hurriedly peering into their intricate IT systems and business processes in search of potential vulnerabilities. Data is becoming an asset which needs to be guarded as much as any other asset, says Chaim Mendelsohn of Stanford University's Business School. The ability to guard customer data is the key to market value, which the board is responsible for on behalf of the shareholders. Indeed, just as there is the concept of generally accepted accounting principles, GAAP, perhaps it is time for GASP, generally accepted security practices, suggested Ellie Noam of New York's Columbia Business School. Setting the proper investment level for security, redundancy and recovery is a management issue, not a technical one, he says. The mystery is that this should come as a surprise to any boss. Surely it should be obvious to the dimmest executive that trust, that most valuable of economic assets, is easily destroyed and hugely expensive to restore, and that few things are more likely to destroy trust than a company letting sensitive personal data get into the wrong hands. The current state of affairs may have been encouraged, though not justified, by the lack of legal penalty, in America but not Europe, for data leakage. Until California recently passed a law, American firms did not have to tell anyone, even the victim, when data went astray. That may change fast. Lots of proposed data security legislation is now doing the rounds in Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, the theft of information about some 40 million credit card accounts in America, disclosed on June 17th, overshadowed a hugely important decision a day earlier by America's Federal Trade Commission, FTC, that puts corporate America on notice that regulators will act if firms fail to provide adequate data security. The study of law has been recognized for centuries as a basic intellectual discipline in European universities. However, only in recent years has it become a feature of undergraduate programs in Canadian universities. Traditionally, legal learning has been viewed in such institutions as the special preserve of lawyers, rather than a necessary part of the intellectual equipment of an educated person. Happily, the older and more continental view of legal education is establishing itself in a number of Canadian universities, and some have even begun to offer undergraduate degrees in law. If the study of law is beginning to establish itself as part and parcel of a general education, its aims and methods should appeal directly to journalism educators. Law is a discipline which encourages responsible judgment. On the one hand, it provides opportunities to analyze such ideas as justice, democracy, and freedom. On the other, it links these concepts to everyday realities in a manner which is parallel to the links journalists forge on a daily basis as they cover and comment on the news. For example, notions of evidence and fact, of basic rights and public interest are at work in the process of journalistic judgment and production just as in courts of law. Sharpening judgment by absorbing and reflecting on law is a desirable component of a journalist's intellectual preparation for his or her career. But the idea that the journalist must understand the law more profoundly than an ordinary citizen rests on an understanding of the established conventions and special responsibilities of the news media. Politics, or more broadly the functioning of the state, is a major subject for journalists. The better informed they are about the way the state works, the better their reporting will be. In fact, it is difficult to see how journalists who do not have a clear grasp of the basic features of the Canadian Constitution can do a competent job on political stories. Furthermore, the legal system and the events which occur within it are primary subjects for journalists. While the quality of legal journalism varies greatly, there is an undue reliance amongst many journalists on interpretations supplied to them by lawyers. While comment and reaction from lawyers may enhance stories, it is preferable for journalists to rely on their own notions of significance and make their own judgments. These can only come from a well-grounded understanding of the legal system. In spite of endless talk of difference, American society is an amazing machine for homogenizing people. There is the democratizing uniformity of dress and discourse, and the casualness and absence of difference, characteristic of popular culture. People are absorbed into a culture of consumption, launched by the 19th century department stores that offered vast arrays of goods in an elegant atmosphere. Instead of intimate shops catering to a knowledgeable elite, these were stores anyone could enter, regardless of class or background. This turned shopping into a public and democratic act. The mass media, advertising, and sports are other forces for homogenization. Immigrants are quickly fitted into this common culture, which may not be altogether elevating, but is hardly poisonous. Writing for the National Immigration Forum, Gregory Rodriguez reports that today immigration is neither at unprecedented levels nor resistant to assimilation. In 1993, immigrants were 9.8% of the population. In 1900, 13.6%. In the 10 years prior to 1990, 3.1 immigrants arrived for every 1,000 residents. In the 10 years prior to 1890, 9.2 for every 1,000. Now, consider three indices of assimilation: language, home ownership, and intermarriage. The 1990 census revealed that a majority of immigrants from each of the 15 most common countries of origin spoke English well or very well after 10 years of residence. The children of immigrants tend to be bilingual and proficient in English. By the third generation, the original language is lost in the majority of immigrant families. By the third generation, the original language is lost in the majority of immigrant families. Hence the description of America as a graveyard for languages. By 1996, foreign-born immigrants who had arrived before 1970 had a home ownership rate of 75.6%, higher than the 69.8% rate among native-born Americans. Foreign-born Asians and Hispanics have higher rates of intermarriage than do US-born whites and blacks. By the third generation, 1/3 of Hispanic women are married to non-Hispanics, and 41% of Asian American women are married to non-Asians. Rodriguez notes that children in remote villages around the world are fans of superstars like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Garth Brooks. Yet some Americans fear that immigrants living within the United States remain somehow immune to the nation's assimilative power. Are there divisive issues and pockets of seething anger in America? Indeed, it is big enough to have a bit of everything, but particularly when viewed against America's turbulent past. Today's social indices hardly suggest a dark and deteriorating social environment.
Text 2. Stratford-on-Avon, as we all know, has only one industry, William Shakespeare, but there are two distinctly separate and increasingly hostile branches. There is the Royal Shakespeare Company, RSC, which presents superb productions of the plays at the Shakespeare Memorial Theatre on the Avon. And there are the townsfolk who largely live off the tourists who come, not to see the plays, but to look at Anne Hathaway's cottage, Shakespeare's birthplace, and the other sites. The worthy residents of Stratford doubt that the theatre adds a penny to their revenue. They frankly dislike the RSC's actors, them with their long hair and beards and sandals and noisiness. It's all deliciously ironic when you consider that Shakespeare, who earns their living, was himself an actor, with a beard, and did his share of noise-making. The tourist streams are not entirely separate. The sightseers who come by bus, and often take in Warwick Castle and Blenheim Palace on the side, don't usually see the plays, and some of them are even surprised to find a theatre in Stratford. However, the playgoers do manage a little sightseeing along with their playgoing. It is the playgoers, the RSC contends, who brings in much of the town's revenue, because they spend the night, some of them 4 or 5 nights, pouring cash into the hotels and restaurants. The sightseers can take in everything and get out of town by nightfall. The townsfolk don't see it in this way, and the local council does not contribute directly to the subsidy of the Royal Shakespeare Company. Stratford cries poor traditionally. Nevertheless, every hotel in town seems to be adding a new wing or cocktail lounge. Hilton is building its own hotel there, which you may be sure will be decorated with Hamlet hamburger bars, the Lear Lounge, the Banquo banqueting room, and so forth, and will be very expensive. Anyway, the townsfolk can't understand why the Royal Shakespeare Company needs a subsidy. The theatre has broken attendance records for 3 years in a row. Last year, its 1,431 seats were 94% occupied all year long, and this year they'll do better. The reason, of course, is that costs have rocketed and ticket prices have stayed low. It would be a shame to raise prices too much because it would drive away the young people who are Stratford's most attractive clientele. They come entirely for the plays, not the sights. They all seem to look alike, though they come from all over. Lean, pointed, dedicated faces wearing jeans and sandals, eating their buns and bedding down for the night on the flagstones outside the theatre to buy the 20 seats and 80 standing room tickets held for the sleepers and sold to them when the box office opens at 10:30 a.m.
Text 3. When prehistoric man arrived in new parts of the world, something strange happened to the large animals. They suddenly became extinct. Smaller species survived. The large, slow-growing animals were easy game and were quickly hunted to extinction. Now something similar could be happening in the oceans. That the seas are being overfished has been known for years. What researchers such as Ransom, Myers and Boris Worm have shown is just how fast things are changing. They have looked at half a century of data from fisheries around the world. Their methods do not attempt to estimate the actual biomass, the amount of living biological matter of fish species in particular parts of the ocean, but rather changes in the biomass over time. According to their latest paper, published in Nature, the biomass of large predators, animals that kill and eat each other, in a new fishery is reduced on average by 80% within 15 years of the start of exploitation. In some long-fished areas, it has halved again since then. Dr. Worm acknowledges that these figures are conservative. One reason for this is that fishing technology has improved. Today's vessels can find their prey using satellites and sonar, which were not available 50 years ago. That means a higher proportion of what is in the sea is being caught, so the real difference between present and past is likely to be worse than the one recorded by changes in catch sizes. In the early days, too, long lines would have been more saturated with fish. Some individuals would therefore not have been caught, since no baited hooks would have been available to trap them, leading to an underestimate of fish stocks in the past. Furthermore, in the early days of long line fishing, a lot of fish were lost to sharks after they had been hooked. That is no longer a problem because there are fewer sharks around now. Dr. Myers and Dr. Worm argue that their work gives a correct baseline, which future management efforts must take into account. They believe the data supports an idea current among marine biologists, that of the shifting baseline. The notion is that people have failed to detect the massive changes which have happened in the ocean because they have been looking back only at a relatively short time into the past. That matters because theory suggests that the maximum sustainable yield that can be cropped from a fishery comes when the biomass of a target species is about 50% of its original levels. Most fisheries are well below that, which is a bad way to do business.
Text 4. Many things make people think artists are weird, but the weirdest may be this. Artists' only job is to explore emotions, and yet they choose to focus on the ones that feel bad. This wasn't always so. The earliest forms of art, like painting and music, are those best suited for expressing joy. But somewhere from the 19th century onwards, more artists began seeing happiness as meaningless, phony, or worst of all, boring, as we went from Wordsworth's daffodils to Baudelaire's flowers of evil. You could argue that art became more skeptical of happiness because modern times have seen so much misery. But it's not as if early times didn't know perpetual war, disaster, and the massacre of innocents. The reason, in fact, may be just the opposite. There's too much damn happiness in the world today. After all, what is the one modern form of expression almost completely dedicated to depicting happiness? Advertising. The rise of anti-happy art almost exactly tracks the emergence of mass media, and with it, a commercial culture in which happiness is not just an ideal, but an ideology. People in earlier eras were surrounded by reminders of misery. They worked until exhausted, lived with few protections, and died young. In the West, before mass communication and literacy, the most powerful mass medium was the church, which reminded worshippers that their souls were in danger and that they would someday be meat for worms. Given all this, they did not exactly need their art to be a bummer too. Today, the messages the average Westerner is surrounded with are not religious but commercial, and forever happy. Fast food eaters, news anchors, text messengers, all smiling, smiling, smiling. Our magazines feature beaming celebrities and happy families in perfect homes. And since these messages have an agenda to lure us to open our wallets, they make the very idea of happiness seem unreliable. Celebrate, commanded the ads for the arthritis drug Celebrex, before we found out it could increase the risk of heart attacks. But what we forget, what our economy depends on us forgetting, is that happiness is more than pleasure without pain. The things that bring the greatest joy carry the greatest potential for loss and disappointment. Today, surrounded by promises of easy happiness, we need art to tell us, as religions once did, memento mori, remember that you will die, that everything ends, and that happiness comes not in denying this, but in living with it. It's a message even more bitter than a close cigarette, yet somehow a breath of fresh air. Is it true the American intellectual is rejected and considered of no account in his society? I'm going to suggest that this is not true. Father Bruckberger told part of the story when he observed that it is the intellectuals who have rejected America. But they have done more than that. They have grown dissatisfied with the role of the intellectual. It is they, not America, who have become anti-intellectual. First, the object of our study pleads for definition. What is an intellectual? I shall define him as an individual who has elected as his primary duty and pleasure in life the activity of thinking in a Socratic way about moral problems. He explores such problems consciously, articulately, and frankly, first by asking factual questions, then by asking moral questions, finally by suggesting action which seems appropriate in the light of the factual and moral information which he has obtained. His function is analogous to that of a judge, who must accept the obligation of revealing in as obvious a manner as possible the course of reasoning which led him to his decision. This definition excludes many individuals usually referred to as intellectuals, the average scientist for one. I have excluded him because, while his accomplishments may contribute to the solution of moral problems, he has not been charged with the task of approaching any but the factual aspects of those problems. Like other human beings, he encounters moral issues even in the everyday performance of his routine duties. He is not supposed to cook his experiments, manufacture evidence, or doctor his reports. But his primary task is not to think about the moral code which governs his activity, any more than a businessman is expected to dedicate his energies to an exploration of rules of conduct in business. During most of his waking life, he will take his code for granted, as the businessman takes his ethics. The definition also excludes the majority of teachers, despite the fact that teaching has traditionally been the method whereby many intellectuals earn their living. They may teach very well and more than earn their salaries, but most of them make little or no independent reflections on human problems which involve moral judgment. This description even fits the majority of eminent scholars. Being learned in some branch of human knowledge is one thing. Living in public and illustrious thoughts, as Emerson would say, is something else. Text 1. Everybody loves a fat pay rise, yet pleasure at your own can vanish if you learn that a colleague has been given a bigger one. Indeed, if he has a reputation for slacking, you might even be outraged. Such behavior is regarded as all too human, with the underlying assumption that other animals would not be capable of this finely developed sense of grievance. But a study by Sarah Brosnan and France de Waal of Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, which has just been published in Nature, suggests that it is all too monkey as well. The researchers studied the behavior of female brown capuchin monkeys. They look cute. They are good-natured, cooperative creatures, and they shared their food readily. Above all, like their female human counterparts, they tend to pay much closer attention to the value of goods and services than males. Such characteristics make them perfect candidates for Dr. Brosnan's and Dr. de Waal's study. The researchers spent 2 years teaching their monkeys to exchange tokens for food. Normally, the monkeys were happy enough to exchange pieces of rock for slices of cucumber. However, when 2 monkeys were placed in separate but adjoining chambers, so that each could observe what the other was getting in return for its rock, their behavior became markedly different. In the world of capuchins, grapes are luxury goods, and much preferable to cucumbers. So when one monkey was handed a grape in exchange for her token, the second was reluctant to hand hers over for a mere piece of cucumber. And if one received a grape without having to provide her token in exchange at all, the other either tossed her own token at the researcher or out of the chamber, or refused to accept the slice of cucumber. Indeed, the mere presence of a grape in the other chamber, without an actual monkey to eat it, was enough to induce resentment in a female capuchin. The researchers suggested that capuchin monkeys, like humans, are guided by social emotions. In the wild, they are cooperative, group-loving species. Such cooperation is likely to be stable only when each animal feels it is not being cheated. Feelings of righteous indignation, it seems, are not the preserve of people alone. Refusing a lesser reward completely makes those feelings abundantly clear to other members of the group. However, whether such a sense of fairness evolved independently in capuchins and humans, or whether it stems from the common ancestor that the species had 35 million years ago, is as yet an unanswered question.
Text 2. Do you remember all those years when scientists argued that smoking would kill us, but the doubters insisted that we didn't know for sure? That the evidence was inconclusive, the science uncertain? That the anti-smoking lobby was out to destroy our way of life, and the government should stay out of the way? Lots of Americans bought that nonsense. and over 3 decades, some 10 million smokers went to early graves. There are upsetting parallels today, as scientists in one wave after another try to awaken us to the growing threat of global warming. The latest was a panel from the National Academy of Sciences, enlisted by the White House, to tell us that the Earth's atmosphere is definitely warming and that the problem is largely man-made. The clear message is that we should get moving to protect ourselves. The president of the National Academy, Bruce Alberts, added this key point in the preface to the panel's report. Science never has all the answers, but science does provide us with the best available guide to the future, and it is critical that our nation and the world base important policies on the best judgments that science can provide concerning the future consequences of present actions. Just as on smoking, voices now come from many quarters insisting that the science about global warming is incomplete, that it's okay to keep pouring fumes into the air until we know for sure. This is a dangerous game. By the time 100% of the evidence is in, it may be too late. With the risks obvious and growing, prudent people would take out an insurance policy now. Fortunately, the White House is starting to pay attention. But it's obvious that a majority of the President's advisors still don't take global warming seriously. Instead of a plan of action, they continue to press for more research. A classic case of paralysis by analysis. To serve as responsible stewards of the planet, we must press forward on deeper atmospheric and oceanic research. But research alone is inadequate. If the administration won't take the legislative initiative, Congress should help to begin fashioning conservation measures. A bill by Democratic Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia, which would offer financial incentives for private industry, is a promising start. Many see that the country is getting ready to build lots of new power plants to meet our energy needs. If we are ever going to protect the atmosphere, it is crucial that those new plants be environmentally sound.
Text 3. Of all the components of a good night's sleep, dreams seem to be least within our control. In dreams, a window opens into a world where logic is suspended and dead people speak. A century ago, Freud formulated his revolutionary theory that dreams were the disguised shadows of our unconscious desires and fears. By the late 1970s, neurologists had switched to thinking of them as just mental noise, the random byproducts of the neural repair work that goes on during sleep. Now researchers suspect that dreams are part of the mind's emotional thermostat, regulating moods while the brain is offline. And one leading authority says that these intensely powerful mental events can be not only harnessed but actually brought under conscious control to help us sleep and feel better. It's your dream, says Rosalind Cartwright, chair of psychology at Chicago's Medical Center. If you don't like it, change it. Evidence from brain imaging supports this view. The brain is as active during REM, rapid eye movement sleep, when most vivid dreams occur, as it is when fully awake, says Dr. Eric Nolsinger at the University of Pittsburgh. But not all parts of the brain are equally involved. The limbic system, the emotional brain, is especially active, while the prefrontal cortex, the middle of the intellect and reasoning, is relatively quiet. We wake up from dreams happy or depressed. and those feelings can stay with us all day, said Stanford sleep researcher Dr. William Dement. The link between dreams and emotions shows up among the patients in Cartwright's clinic. Most people seem to have more bad dreams early in the night, progressing towards happier ones before awakening, suggesting that they are working through negative feelings generated during the day. Because our conscious mind is occupied with daily life, we don't always think about the emotional significance of the day's events. Until, it appears, we begin to dream. And this process need not be left to the unconscious. Cartwright believes one can exercise conscious control over recurring bad dreams. As soon as you awaken, identify what is upsetting about the dream. Visualize how you would like it to end instead. The next time it occurs, try to wake up just enough to control its course. With much practice, people can learn to, literally, do it in their sleep. At the end of the day, there's probably little reason to pay attention to our dreams at all, unless they keep us from sleeping, or we wake up in a panic, Cartwright says. Terrorism, economic uncertainties, and general feelings of insecurity have increased people's anxieties. Those suffering from persistent nightmares should seek help from a therapist. For the rest of us, the brain has its way of working through bad feelings. Sleep, or rather dream on it, and you'll feel better in the morning.
Text 4. Americans no longer expect public figures, whether in speech or in writing, to command the English language with skill and gift. Nor do they aspire to such command themselves. In his latest book, Doing Our Own Thing, The Degradation of Language and Music, and Why We Should Like, Care, John McWhorter, a linguist and controversialist of mixed liberal and conservative views, sees the triumph of 1960s counterculture as responsible for the decline of formal English. Blaming the permissive 1960s is nothing new, but this is not yet another criticism against the decline in education. Mr. McWhorter's academic speciality is language history and change, and he sees the gradual disappearance of whom, for example, to be natural and no more regrettable than the loss of the case endings of Old English. But the cult of the authentic and the personal, doing our own thing, has spelt the death of formal speech, writing, poetry, and music. While even the modestly educated sought an elevated tone when they put pen to paper before the 1960s, even the most well-regarded writing since then has sought to capture spoken English on the page. Equally, in poetry, the highest personal, performative genre is the only form that could claim real liveliness. In both oral and written English, talking is triumphing over speaking, spontaneity over craft. Illustrated with an entertaining array of examples from both high and low culture, the trend that Mr. McWhorter documents is unmistakable. But it is less clear, to the question of his subtitle, why we should like care. As a linguist, he acknowledges that all varieties of human language, including non-standard ones like Black English, can be powerfully expressive. There exists no language or dialect in the world that cannot convey complex ideas. He is not arguing, as many do, that we can no longer think straight because we do not talk proper. Russians have a deep love for their own language and carry large chunks of memorized poetry in their heads, while Italian politicians tend to elaborate speech that would seem old-fashioned to most English speakers. Mr. McWhorter acknowledges that formal language is not strictly necessary and proposes no radical education reforms. He is really grieving over the loss of something beautiful more than useful. We now take our English on paper plates instead of china. A shame perhaps, but probably an inevitable one. It is not easy to talk about the role of the mass media in this overwhelmingly significant phase in European history. History and news become confused, and one's impressions tend to be a mixture of skepticism and optimism. Television is one of the means by which these feelings are created and conveyed, and perhaps never before has it served so much to connect different peoples and nations as in the recent events in Europe. The Europe that is now forming cannot be anything other than its peoples, their cultures and national identities. With this in mind, we can begin to analyse the European television scene. In Europe, as elsewhere, multimedia groups have been increasingly successful. Groups which bring together television, radio, newspapers, magazines and publishing houses that work in relation to one another. One Italian example would be the Berlusconi Group, while abroad Maxwell and Murdoch come to mind. Clearly, only the biggest and most flexible television companies are going to be able to compete in such a rich and hotly contested market. This alone demonstrates that the television business is not an easy world to survive in, a fact underlined by statistics that show that out of 80 European television networks, no less than 50% took a loss in 1989. Moreover, the integration of the European community will oblige television companies to cooperate more closely in terms of both production and distribution. Creating a European identity that respects the different cultures and traditions which go to make up the connecting fabric of the old continent is no easy task and demands a strategic choice. That of producing programs in Europe for Europe. This entails reducing our dependence on the North American market, whose programs relate to experiences and cultural traditions which are different from our own. In order to achieve these objectives, we must concentrate more on co-productions, the exchange of news, documentary services and training. This also involves the agreements between European countries for the creation of a European bank for television production, which, on the model of the European Investment Bank, will handle the finances necessary for production costs. In dealing with a challenge on such a scale, it is no exaggeration to say, "United we stand, divided we fall." And if I had to choose a slogan, it would be unity in our diversity, a unity of objectives that nonetheless respect the varied peculiarities of each country.
Text 1. Hunting for a job late last year, lawyer Gant Redman stumbled across Career Builder, a job database on the internet. He searched it with no success, but was attracted by the site's personal search agent. It's an interactive feature that lets visitors key in job criteria such as location, title, and salary, and then emails them with the matching position is posted in the database. Redmond chose the keywords legal, intellectual property, and Washington, D.C. 3 weeks later, he got his first notification of an opening. "I struck gold," said Redmond, who emailed his resume to the employer and won a position as in-house counsel for a company. With thousands of career-related sites on the internet, finding promising openings can be time-consuming and inefficient. Search agents reduce the need for repeated visits to the database, but although a search agent worked for Redmond, career experts see drawbacks. Narrowing your criteria, for example, may work against you. Every time you answer a question, you eliminate a possibility, says one expert. For any job search, you should start with a narrow concept. What you think you want to do, then broaden it. None of these programs do that, says another expert. There's no career counseling implicit in all of this. Instead, the best way is to use the agent as a kind of tip service to keep abreast of jobs in a particular database. When you get email, consider it a reminder to check the database again. I would not rely on agents for finding everything that is added to a database that might interest me, says the author of a job searching guide. Some sites design their agents to tempt job hunters to return. When career sites agents sends out messages to those who have signed up for its service, for example, it includes only 3 potential jobs, those it considers the best matches. There may be more matches in the database. Job hunters will have to visit the site again to find them, and they do. On the day after we send our messages, we see a sharp increase in our traffic, says Seth Peets, Vice President of Marketing for CareerSite. Even those who aren't hunting for jobs may find search agents worthwhile. Some use them to keep a close watch on the demand for their line of work or gather information on compensation to arm themselves when negotiating for a raise. Although happily employed, Redmond maintains his agent at Career Builder. You always keep your eyes open, he says. Working with a personal search agent means having another set of eyes looking out for you.
Text 2. Over the past century, all kinds of unfairness and discrimination have been condemned or made illegal. But one insidious form continues to thrive: alphabetism. This, for those as yet unaware of such a disadvantage, refers to discrimination against those whose surnames begin with a letter in the lower half of the alphabet. It has long been known that a taxi firm called AAAA has a big advantage over Zodiac cars when customers thumb through their phone directories. Less well known is the advantage that Adam Abbott has in life over Zoe Zisman. English names are fairly evenly spread between the halves of the alphabet. Yet, a suspiciously large number of top people have surnames beginning with the letters between A and K. Thus, the American president and vice president have surnames starting with V and C, respectively. And 26 of George Bush's predecessors, including his father, had surnames in the first half of the alphabet, against just 16 in the second half. Even more striking, 6 of the 7 heads of government of the G7 richest countries are alphabetically advantaged: Berlusconi, Blair, Bush, Chirac, Creighton, and Koizumi. The world's 3 top central bankers, Greenspan, Duesenberg, and Hayami, are all close to the top of the alphabet, even if one of them really uses Japanese characters. As are the world's 5 richest men: Gates, Buffett, Allen, Ellison, and Albrecht. Can this merely be coincidence? One theory, dreamt up in all the spare time enjoyed by the alphabetically disadvantaged is that the rot sets in early. At the start of the first year in infant school, teachers seat pupils alphabetically from the front to make it easier to remember their names. So short-sighted Zisman Jr. gets stuck in the back row and is rarely asked the improving questions posed by those insensitive teachers. At the time, the alphabetically disadvantaged may think they have had a lucky escape, yet the result may be worse qualifications because they get less individual attention as well as less confidence in speaking publicly. The humiliation continues. At university graduation ceremonies, the ABCs proudly get their awards first. By the time they reach the Zismans, most people are literally having their Z's. Short lists for job interviews, election ballot papers, lists of conference speakers and attendees all tend to be drawn up alphabetically, and their recipients lose interest as they plow through them.
Text 3. When it comes to the slowing economy, Ellen Sparrow isn't biting her nails just yet, but the 47-year-old manicurist isn't cutting, filing, or polishing as many nails as she'd like to either. Most of her clients spend $12 to $50 weekly, but last month, 2 long-time customers suddenly stopped showing up. Sparrow blames the softening economy. "I'm a good economic indicator," she says. "I provide a service that people can do without when they're concerned about saving some dollars." So Sparrow is downscaling, shopping at Middlebrow Dillard's department store near her suburban Cleveland home instead of Neiman Marcus. "I don't know if other clients are going to abandon me too," she says. Even before Alan Greenspan's admission that America's red-hot economy is cooling, lots of working folks had already seen signs of the slowdown themselves. From car dealerships to Gap outlets, sales have been lagging for months as shoppers temper their spendings. For retailers, who last year took in 24% of their revenue between Thanksgiving and Christmas, the caution approach is coming at a crucial time. Already, experts say, holiday sales are off 7% from last year's pace. But don't sound any alarms just yet. Consumers seem only mildly concerned, not panicked, and many say they are remaining optimistic about the economy's long-term prospects, even as they do some modest belt tightening. Consumers say they're not in despair because, despite the dreadful headlines, their own fortunes still feel pretty good. Home prices are holding steady in most regions. In Manhattan, there's a new gold rush happening in the $4 million to $10 million range, predominantly fed by Wall Street bonuses, says broker Barbara Corcoran. In San Francisco, prices are still rising even as frenzied overbidding quiets. Instead of 20 to 30 offers, now maybe you can get 2 or 3, says John Tealdy, a Bay Area real estate broker. And most folks still feel pretty comfortable about their ability to find and keep a job. Many folks see silver linings to this slowdown. Potential homebuyers would cheer for lower interest rates. Employers wouldn't mind a little fewer bubbles in the job market. Many consumers seem to have been influenced by stock market swings, which investors now view as a necessary ingredient to a sustained boom. Diners might see an upside too. Getting a table at Manhattan's hot new Alain Ducasse restaurant used to be impossible. Not anymore, for that Greenspan & Co. may still be worth toasting.
Text 4. Americans today don't place a very high value on intellect. Our heroes are athletes, entertainers, and entrepreneurs, not scholars. Even our schools are where we send our children to get a practical education, not to pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge. Symptoms of pervasive anti-intellectualism in our schools aren't difficult to find. Schools have always been in a society where practical is more important than intellectual, says education writer Diane Ravitch. Schools could be a counterbalance. Ravitch's latest book, Left Back, A Century of Failed School Reforms, traces the roots of anti-intellectualism in our schools, concluding they are anything but a counterbalance to the American distaste for intellectual pursuits. But they could and should be. Encouraging kids to reject the life of the mind leaves them vulnerable to exploitation and control. Without the ability to think critically, to defend their ideas, and understand the ideas of others, they cannot fully participate in our democracy. Continuing along this path, says writer Earl Shorus, we will become a second-rate country. We will have a less civil society. Intellect is resented as a form of power or privilege, writes historian and professor Richard Hofstadter in Anti-Intellectualism in American Life, a Pulitzer Prize-winning book on the roots of anti-intellectualism in U.S. policies, religion, and education. From the beginning of our history, says Hofstadter, our democratic and populist urges have driven us to reject anything that smells of elitism. Practicality, common sense, and native intelligence have been considered more noble qualities than anything you could learn from a book. Ralph Waldo Emerson and other transcendentalist philosophers thought schooling and rigorous book learning put unnatural restraints on children. We are shut up in schools, in college recitation rooms, for 10 or 15 years, and come out at last with a belly full of words, and do not know a thing. Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn exemplified American anti-intellectualism. Its hero avoids being civilized, going to school and learning to read, so he can preserve his innate goodness. Intellect, according to Hofstadter, is different from native intelligence, a quality we reluctantly admire. Intellect is the critical, creative, and contemplative side of the mind. Intelligence seeks to grasp, manipulate, reorder, and adjust, while intellect examines, ponders, wonders, theorizes, criticizes, and imagines. School remains a place where intellect is mistrusted. Hofstadter says our country's education system is in the grips of people who joyfully and militantly proclaim their hostility to intellect and their eagerness to identify with children who show the least intellectual promise.
The relation of language and mind has interested philosophers for many centuries. The Greeks assumed that the structure of language had some connection with the process of thought, which took root in Europe long before people realized how diverse languages could be. Only recently did linguists begin the serious study of languages that were very different from their own. Two anthropologist linguists, Franz Boas and Edward Sapir, were pioneers in describing many native languages of North and South America during the first half of the 20th century. We are obliged to them because some of these languages have since vanished, as the people who spoke them died out or became assimilated and lost their native languages. Other linguists in the earlier part of this century, however, who were less eager to deal with bizarre data from exotic languages, were not always so grateful. The newly described languages were often so strikingly different from the well-studied languages of Europe and Southeast Asia that some scholars even accused Boas and Sapir of fabricating their data. Native American languages are indeed different, so much so in fact that Navajo could be used by the US military as a code during World War II to send secret messages. Sapir's pupil, Benjamin Lee Whorf, continued the study of American Indian languages. Being interested in the relationship of language and thought, Whorf developed the idea that the structure of language determines the structure of habitual thought in a society. He reasoned that because it is easier to formulate certain concepts and not others in a given language, the speakers of that language think along one track and not along another. Whorf came to believe in a sort of linguistic determinism which, in its strongest form, states that language imprisons the mind and that the grammatical patterns in a language can produce far-reaching consequences for the culture of a society. Later, this idea became to be known as the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, but this term is somewhat inappropriate. Although both Sapir and Whorf emphasize the diversity of languages, Sapir himself never explicitly supported the notion of linguistic determinism. Text 1. Wild Bill Donovan would have loved the Internet. The American spy master who built the Office of Strategic Services in World War II and later laid the roots for the CIA was fascinated with information. Donovan believed in using whatever tools came to hand in the great name of espionage, spying as a profession. These days the net, which has already remade such everyday pastimes as buying books and sending mail, is reshaping Donovan's vocation as well. The latest revolution isn't simply a matter of gentlemen reading other gentlemen's emails. That kind of electronic spying has been going on for decades. In the past 3 or 4 years, the World Wide Web has given birth to a whole industry of point-and-click spying. The spooks call it open-source intelligence. As the net grows, it becomes increasingly influential. In 1995, the CIA held a contest to see who could compile the most data about Burundi. The winner, by a large margin, was a tiny Virginia company called Open Source Solutions, whose clear advantage was its mastery of the electronic world. Among the firms making the biggest splash in this new world is Straightforward Incorporated, a private intelligence analysis firm based in Austin, Texas. Straightforward makes money by selling the results of spying, covering nations from Chile to Russia, to corporations like energy services firm McDermott International. Many of its predictions are available online at www.straightforward.com. Straightforward President George Friedman says he sees the online world as a kind of mutually reinforcing tool for both information collection and distribution, a spy master's dream. Last week, his firm was busy vacuuming up data bits from the far corners of the world and predicting a crisis in Ukraine. As soon as that report runs, we'll suddenly get 500 new internet sign-ups from Ukraine, says Friedman, a former political science professor. And we'll hear back from some of them. Open source spying does have its risks, of course, since it can be difficult to tell good information from bad. That's where Stratford earns its keep. Friedman relies on a lean staff of 20 in Austin. Several of his staff members have military intelligence backgrounds. He sees the firm's outsider status as the key to its success. Stratford's briefs don't sound like the usual Washington back and forth thing, whereby agencies avoid dramatic declarations on the chance they might be wrong. Stratford, says Friedman, takes pride in its independent voice.
Text 2. To paraphrase 18th century statesman Edmund Burke, all that is needed for the triumph of a misguided cause is that good people do nothing. One such cause now seeks to end biomedical research because of the theory that animals have rights ruling out their use in research. Scientists need to respond forcefully to animal rights advocates, whose arguments are confusing the public and thereby threatening advances in health knowledge and care. Leaders of the animal rights movement target biomedical research because it depends on public funding, and few people understand the process of healthcare research. Hearing allegations of cruelty to animals in research settings, many are perplexed that anyone would deliberately harm an animal. For example, a grandmotherly woman staffing an animal rights booth at a recent street fair was distributing a brochure that encouraged readers not to use anything that comes from or is tested in animals. No meat, no fur, no medicines. Asked if she opposed immunizations, she wanted to know if vaccines come from animal research. We assured her that they do. She replied, "Then I would have to say yes." Asked what will happen when epidemics return, she said, "Don't worry. Scientists will find some way of using computers." Such well-meaning people just don't understand. Scientists must communicate their message to the public in a compassionate, understandable way. In human terms, not in the language of molecular biology. We need to make clear the connection between animal research and a grandmother's hip replacement, a father's bypass operation, a baby's vaccination, and even a pet's shots. To those who are unaware that animal research was needed to produce these treatments, as well as new treatments and vaccines, animal research seems wasteful at best and cruel at worst. Much can be done. Scientists could adopt middle school classes and present their own research. They should be quick to respond to letters to the editor, lest animal rights misinformation go unchallenged and acquire a deceptive appearance of truth. Research institutions could be open to tours to show that laboratory animals receive humane care. Finally, because the ultimate stakeholders are patients, the health research community should actively recruit to its cause not only well-known personalities such as Stephen Cooper, who has made courageous attempts about the value of animal research, but all who receive medical treatment. If good people do nothing, there is a real possibility that an uninformed citizenry will extinguish the precious embers of medical progress.
Text 3. In recent years, railroads have been combining with each other, merging into surplus systems, causing heightened concerns about monopoly. As recently as 1995, the top 4 railroads accounted for under 70% of the total ton-miles moved by rails. Next year, after a series of mergers is completed, just 4 railroads will control well over 90% of all the freight moved by major rail carriers. Supporters of the new super systems argue that the mergers will allow for substantial cost reductions and better coordinated service. Any threat of monopoly, they argue, is removed by fierce competition from trucks. But many shippers complain that for heavy bulk commodities traveling long distances, such as coal, chemicals, and grain, trucking is too costly and the railroads, therefore, have them by the throat. The vast consolidation within the rail industry means that most shippers are served by only one rail company. Railroads typically charge such captive shippers 20 to 30% more than they do when another railroad is competing for their business. Shippers who feel they are being overcharged have the right to appeal to the federal government's Surface Transportation Board for rate relief, but the process is expensive, time-consuming, and will only work in truly extreme cases. Railroads justify rate discrimination against captive shippers on the grounds that, in the long run, it reduces everyone's cost. If railroads charge all customers the same average rate, they argue shippers who have the option of switching to trucks or other forms of transportation would do so, leaving remaining customers to shoulder the costs of keeping up the line. It's theory to which many economists subscribe, but in practice it often leaves railroads in the position of determining which companies will flourish and which will fail. Do we really want railroads to be the arbiters of who wins and who loses in the marketplace, says Martin Berkovici, a Washington lawyer who frequently represents shippers. Many captive shippers also worry they will soon be hit with a round of huge rate increases. The railroad industry as a whole, despite its brightening fortunes, still does not earn enough to cover the cost of the capital it must invest to keep up with its surging traffic. Yet railroads continue to borrow billions to acquire one another. With Wall Street cheering them on, consider the $10.2 billion bid by Norfolk Southern and CSX to acquire Conrail this year. Conrail's net railway operating income in 1996 was just $427 million, less than half of the carrying costs of the transaction. Who's going to pay for the rest of the bill? Many captive shippers fear that they will, as Norfolk Southern and CSX increase their grip on the market.
Text 4. It is said that in England, death is pressing, in Canada, inevitable, and in California, optional. Small wonder, Americans' life expectancy has nearly doubled over the past century. Failing hips can be replaced, clinical depression controlled, cataracts removed in a 30-minute surgical procedure. Such advances offer the aging population a quality of life that was unimaginable when I entered medicine 50 years ago. But not even a great healthcare system can cure death, and our failure to confront that reality now threatens this greatness of ours. Death is normal. We are genetically programmed to disintegrate and perish, even under ideal conditions. We all understand that at some level. Yet, as medical consumers, we treat death as a problem to be solved. Shielded by third-party payers from the cost of our care, we demand everything that can possibly be done for us, even if it's useless. The most obvious example is late-stage cancer care. Physicians, frustrated by their inability to cure the disease and fearing loss of hope in the patient, too often offer aggressive treatment far beyond what is scientifically justified. In 1950, the U.S. spent $12.7 billion on healthcare reform. In 2002, the cost will be $1,540 billion. Anyone can see this trend is unsustainable, yet few seem willing to try to reverse it. Some scholars conclude that a government with finite resources should simply stop paying for medical care that sustains life beyond a certain age, say 83 or so. Former Colorado Governor Richard Lamb has been quoted as saying that the old and infirm have a duty to die and get out of the way so that younger, healthier people can realize their potential. I would not go that far. Energetic people now routinely work through their 60s and beyond and remain dazzlingly productive. At 78, Viacom chairman Sumner Redstone jokingly claims to be 53. Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor is in her 70s. And former Surgeon General C. Everett Koop chairs an internet startup in his 80s. These leaders are living proof that prevention works and that we can manage the health problems that come up naturally with age. As a mere 68-year-old, I wish to age as productively as they have. Yet there are limits to what a society can spend in this pursuit. As a physician, I know the most costly and dramatic measures may be ineffective and painful. I also know that people in Japan and Sweden, countries that spend far less on medical care, have achieved longer, healthier lives than we have. As a nation, we may be overfunding the quest for unlikely cures while underfunding research on humbler therapies that could improve people's lives. Human beings in all times and places think about their world and wonder at their place in it. Humans are thoughtful and creative, possessed of insatiable curiosity. Furthermore, humans have the ability to modify the environment in which they live, thus subjecting all other life forms to their own peculiar ideas and fancies. Therefore, it is important to study humans in all their richness and diversity in a calm and systematic manner, with the hope that the knowledge resulting from such studies can lead humans to a more harmonious way of living with themselves and with all other life forms on this planet. Anthropology derives from the Greek words anthropos, human, and logo, the study of. By its very name, anthropology encompasses the study of all humankind. Anthropology is one of the social sciences. Social science is that branch of intellectual inquiry which seeks to study humans and their endeavors in the same reasoned, orderly, systematic, and dispassionate manner that natural scientists use for the study of natural phenomena. Social science disciplines include geography, economics, political science, psychology, and sociology. Each of these social sciences has a subfield or specialization which lies particularly close to anthropology. All the social sciences focus upon the study of humanity. Anthropology is a field study-oriented discipline which makes extensive use of the comparative method in analysis. The emphasis on data gathered firsthand combined with a cross-cultural perspective brought to the analysis of cultures past and present, makes this study a uniquely distinctive, important social science. Anthropological analysis rests heavily upon the concept of culture. Sir Edward Tyler's formulation of the concept of culture was one of the great intellectual achievements of 19th century science. Tyler defined culture as that complex whole which includes belief, art, morals, law, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society. This insight, so profound in its simplicity, opened up an entirely new way of perceiving and understanding human life. Implicit within Tyler's definition is the concept that culture is learned, shared, and patterned behavior. Thus, the anthropological concept of culture, like the concept of set in mathematics, is an abstract concept which makes possible immense amounts of concrete research and understanding.
Text 1. If you intend using humor in your talk to make people smile, you must know how to identify shared experiences and problems. Your humor must be relevant to the audience and should help to show them that you are one of them, or that you understand their situation and are in sympathy with their point of view. Depending on whom you are addressing, the problems will be different. If you are talking to a group of managers, you may refer to the disorganized methods of their secretaries. Alternatively, if you are addressing secretaries, you may want to comment on their disorganized bosses. Here is an example which I heard at a nurses' convention of a story which works well because the audience all shared the same view of doctors. A man arrives in heaven and is being shown around by St. Peter. He sees wonderful accommodations, beautiful gardens, sunny weather, and so on. Everyone is very peaceful, polite, and friendly until, waiting in a line for lunch, the new arrival is suddenly pushed aside by a man in a white coat, who rushes to the head of the line, grabs his food, and stomps over to a table by himself. "Who is that?" the new arrival asked St. Peter. "Oh, that's God," came the reply. "But sometimes he thinks he's a doctor." If you are part of a group which you are addressing, you will be in a position to know the experiences and problems which are common to all of you, and it will be appropriate for you to make a passing remark about the inedible canteen food or the chairman's notorious bad taste in ties. With other audiences, you mustn't attempt to cut in with humor, as they will resent an outsider making disparaging remarks about their canteen or their chairman. You will be on safer ground if you stick to scapegoats like the post office or the telephone system. If you feel awkward being humorous, you must practice so that it becomes more natural. Include a few casual and apparently off-the-cuff remarks which you can deliver in a relaxed and unforced manner. Often, it's the delivery which causes the audience to smile. So speak slowly and remember that a raised eyebrow or an unbelieving look may help to show that you are making a light-hearted remark. Look for the humor. It often comes from the unexpected. A twist on a familiar quote, "If at first you don't succeed, give up," or a play on words or on a situation. Search for exaggeration and understatement. Look at your talk and pick out a few words or sentences which you can turn about and inject with humor.
Text 2. Since the dawn of human ingenuity, people have devised ever more cunning tools to cope with work that is dangerous, boring, burdensome, or just plain nasty. That compulsion has resulted in robotics, the science of conferring various human capabilities on machines. And if scientists have yet to create the mechanical version of science fiction, they have begun to come close. As a result, the modern world is increasingly populated by intelligent gizmos, whose presence we barely notice, but whose universal existence has removed much human labor. Our factories hum to the rhythm of robot assembly arms. Our banking is done at automated teller terminals that thank us with mechanical politeness for the transaction. Our subway trains are controlled by tireless robot drivers. And thanks to the continual miniaturization of electronics and micromechanics, there are already robot systems that can perform some kinds of brain and bone surgery with sub-millimeter accuracy, far greater precision than highly skilled physicians can achieve with their hands alone. But if robots are to reach the next stage of labor-saving utility, they will have to operate with less human supervision and be able to make at least a few decisions for themselves, goals that pose a real challenge. While we know how to tell a robot to handle a specific error, says David Lavery, manager of a robotics program at NASA, we can't yet give a robot enough common sense to reliably interact with the dynamic world. Indeed, the quest for true artificial intelligence has produced very mixed results. Despite a spell of initial optimism in the 1960s and 1970s, when it appeared that transistor circuits and microprocessors might be able to copy the action of the human brain by the year 2010, researchers lately have begun to extend that forecast by decades, if not centuries. What they found, in attempting to model thought, is that the human brain's roughly 100 billion nerve cells are much more talented, and human perception far more complicated than previously imagined. They have built robots that can recognize the error of a machine panel by a fraction of a millimeter in a controlled factory environment. But the human mind can glimpse a rapidly changing scene and immediately disregard the 98% that is irrelevant, instantaneously focusing on the monkey at the side of a winding forest road or the single suspicious face in a big crowd. The most advanced computer systems on Earth can't approach that kind of ability, and neuroscientists still don't know quite how we do it.
Text 3. Could the bad old days of economic decline be about to return? Since OPEC agreed to supply cuts in March, the price of crude oil has jumped to almost $26 a barrel, up from less than $10 last December. This near tripling of oil prices calls up scary memories of the 1973 oil shock, when prices quadrupled, and 1979 to 1980, when they also almost tripled. Both previous shocks resulted in double-digit inflation and global economic decline. So where are the headlines warning of gloom and doom this time? The oil price was given another push up this week when Iraq suspended oil exports. Strengthening economic growth at the same time as winter grips the Northern Hemisphere could push the price higher still in the short term. Yet there are good reasons to expect the economic consequences now to be less severe than in the 1970s. In most countries, the cost of crude oil now accounts for a smaller share of the price of petrol than it did in the 1970s. In Europe, taxes account for up to 4/5 of the retail price, so even quite big changes in the price of crude have a more muted effect on pump prices than in the past. Rich economies are also less dependent on oil than they were, and so less sensitive to swings in oil price. Energy conservation, a shift to other fuels, and a decline in the importance of heavy, energy-intensive industries have reduced oil consumption. Software, consultancy, and mobile telephones use far less oil than steel or car production. For each dollar of GDP in constant prices, rich economies now use nearly 50% less oil than in 1973. The OECD estimates in its latest economic outlook that if oil prices averaged $22 a barrel for a full year, compared with $13 in 1998, this would increase the oil import bill in rich economies by only 0.25 to 0.5% of GDP. That is less than 1/4 of the income loss in 1974 or 1980. On the other hand, oil importing emerging economies to which heavy industry has shifted have become more energy intensive and so could be more seriously squeezed. One more reason not to lose sleep over the rise in oil prices is that, unlike the rises in the 1970s, it has not occurred against the background of general commodity price inflation and global excess demand. A sizable portion of the world is only just emerging from economic decline. The Economist's Commodity Price Index is broadly unchanging from a year ago. In 1973, commodity prices jumped by 70%, and in 1979 by almost 30%.
Text 4. The Supreme Court's decision on physician-assisted suicide carry important implications for how medicine seeks to relieve dying patients of pain and suffering. Although it ruled that there is no constitutional right to physician-assisted suicide, the court in effect supported the medical principle of double effect, a centuries-old moral principle holding that an action having two effects, a good one that is intended and a harmful one that is foreseen, is permissible if the actor intends only the good effect. Doctors have used that principle in recent years to justify using high doses of morphine to control terminally ill patients' pain, even though increasing dosages will eventually kill the patient. Nancy Doubler, director of Montefiore Medical Center, contends that the principle will shield doctors who, until now, have very, very strongly insisted that they could not give patients sufficient medication to control their pain if that might hasten death. George Annas, chair of the Health Law Department at Boston University, maintains that as long as a doctor prescribes a drug for a legitimate medical purpose, the doctor has done nothing illegal, even if the patient uses the drug to hasten death. It's like surgery, he says. We don't call those deaths homicide because the doctors didn't intend to kill their patients, although they risked their death. If you're a physician, you can risk your patient's suicide as long as you don't intend their suicide. On another level, many in the medical community acknowledge that assisted suicide debate has been fueled in part by the despair of patients for whom modern medicine has prolonged the physical agony of dying. Just 3 weeks before the court's ruling on physician-assisted suicide, the National Academy of Science, NAS, released a 2-volume report, Approaching Death, Improving Care at the End of Life. It identifies the undertreatment of pain and the aggressive use of ineffectual and forced medical procedures that may prolong and even dishonor the period of dying, as the twin problems of end-of-life care. The profession is taking steps to require young doctors to train in hospices, to test knowledge of aggressive pain management therapies, to develop a Medicare billing code for hospital-based care, and to develop new standards for assessing and treating pain at the end of life. Anas says lawyers can play a key role in insisting that these well-meaning medical initiatives translate into better care. Large numbers of physicians seemed unconcerned with the pain their patients are needlessly and predictably suffering, to the extent that it constitutes systematic patient abuse. He says medical licensing boards must make it clear that painful deaths are presumptively ones that are incompetently managed and should result in license suspension.
Almost all our problems involve human behavior, and they cannot be solved by physical and biological technology alone. What is needed is a technology of behavior, but we have been slow to develop the science from which such a technology might be drawn. One difficulty is that almost all of what is called behavioral science continues to trace behavior to states of minds, feelings, traits of character, human nature, and so on. Physics and biology once followed similar practices and advanced only when they discarded them. The behavioral sciences have been slow to change partly because the explanatory items often seem to be directly observed and partly because other kinds of explanations have been hard to find. The environment is obviously important, but its role has remained obscure. It does not push or pull, it selects, and this function is difficult to discover and analyze. The role of natural selection in evolution was formulated only a little more than 100 years ago, and the selective role of the environment in shaping and maintaining the behavior of the individual is only beginning to be recognized and studied. As the interaction between organisms and environment has come to be understood, however, effects one assigned to states of mind, feelings, and traits are beginning to be traced to accessible conditions, and technology of behavior may therefore become available. It will not solve our problems, however, until it replaces traditional pre-scientific views, and these are strongly entrenched. Freedom and dignity illustrate the difficulty. They are the possessions of the autonomous, self-governing man of traditional theory, and they are essential to practices in which a person is held responsible for his conduct and given credit for his achievements. A scientific analysis shifts both the responsibility and the achievement to the environment. It also raises questions concerning values. Who will use the technology and to what ends? Until these issues are resolved, a technology of behavior will continue to be rejected, and with it possibly the only way to solve our problems.
Specialization can be seen as a response to the problem of an increasing accumulation of scientific knowledge. By splitting up the subject matter into smaller units, one man could continue to handle the information and use it as the basis for further research. But specialization was only one of a series of related developments in science affecting the process of communication. Another was the growing professionalization of scientific activity. No clear-cut distinction can be drawn between professionals and amateurs in science. Exceptions can be found to any rule. Nevertheless, the word amateur does carry a connotation that the person concerned is not fully integrated into the scientific community, and, in particular, may not fully share its values. The growth of specialization in the 19th century, with its consequent requirement of a longer, more complex training, implied greater problems for amateur participation in science. The trend was naturally most obvious in those areas of science based especially on a mathematical or laboratory training, and can be illustrated in terms of the development of geology in the United Kingdom. A comparison of British geological publications over the last century and a half reveals not simply an increasing emphasis on the primacy of research, but also a changing definition of what constitutes an acceptable research paper. Thus, in the 19th century, local geological studies represented worthwhile research in their own right. But in the 20th century, local studies have increasingly become acceptable to professionals only if they incorporate, and reflect on, the wider geological picture. Amateurs, on the other hand, have continued to pursue local studies in the old way. The overall result has been to make entrance to professional geological journals harder for amateurs, a result that has been reinforced by the widespread introduction of refereeing, first by national journals in the 19th century, and then by several local geological journals in the 20th century. As a logical consequence of this development, separate journals have now appeared aimed mainly towards either professional or amateur readership. A rather similar process of differentiation has led to professional geologists coming together nationally within one or two specific societies, whereas the amateurs have tended either to remain in local societies or to come together nationally in a different way. Although the process of professionalism and specialization was already well underway in British geology during the 19th century, its full consequences were thus delayed until the 20th century. In science generally, however, the 19th century must be reckoned as the crucial period for this change in the structure of science.
Text 2. A great deal of attention is being paid today to the so-called digital divide, the division of the world into the information rich, and the info poor. And that divide does exist today. My wife and I lectured about this looming danger 20 years ago. What was less visible then, however, were the new positive forces that worked against the digital divide. There are reasons to be optimistic. There are technological reasons to hope the digital divide will narrow. As the internet becomes more and more commercialized, it is in the interest of business to universalize access. After all, the more people online, the more potential customers there are. More and more governments, afraid their countries will be left behind, want to spread internet access. Within the next decade or two, 1 to 2 billion people on the planet will be netted together. As a result, I now believe the digital divide will narrow rather than widen in the years ahead. And that is very good news, because the internet may well be the most powerful tool for combating world poverty that we've ever had. Of course, the use of the internet isn't the only way to defeat poverty, and the internet is not the only tool we have, but it has enormous potential. To take advantage of this tool, some impoverished countries will have to get over their outdated anti-colonial prejudices with respect to foreign investment. Countries that still think foreign investment is an invasion of their sovereignty might well study the history of infrastructure, the basic structural foundations of a society, in the United States. When the United States built its industrial infrastructure, it didn't have the capital to do so. And that is why America's second wave infrastructure, including roads, harbors, highways, ports, and so on, were built with foreign investments. The English, the Germans, the Dutch, and the French were investing in Britain's former colony. They financed them. Immigrant Americans built them. Guess who owns them now? The Americans. I believe the same thing will be true in places like Brazil, or anywhere else for that matter. The more foreign capital you have helping you build your third wave infrastructure, which today is an electronic infrastructure, the better off you're going to be. That doesn't mean lying down and becoming fooled, or letting foreign companies run uncontrolled, but it does mean recognizing how important they can be in building the energy and telecom infrastructures needed to take full advantage of the Internet.
Text 3. Why do so many Americans distrust what they read in their newspapers? The American Society of Newspaper Editors is trying to answer this painful question. The organization is deep into a long self-analysis known as the Journalism Credibility Project. Sad to say, this project has turned out to be mostly low-level findings about factual errors and spelling and grammar mistakes, combined with lots of head-scratching puzzlement about what in the world those readers really want. But the sources of distrust go way deeper. Most journalists learn to see the world through a set of standard templates, patterns, into which they plug each day's events. In other words, there is a conventional storyline in the newsroom culture that provides a backbone and a ready-made narrative structure for otherwise confusing news. There exists a social and cultural disconnect between journalists and their readers, which helps explain why the standard templates of the newsroom seem alien to many readers. In a recent survey, questionnaires were sent to reporters in 5 middle-sized cities around the country, plus 1 large metropolitan area. Then residents in these communities were phoned at random and asked the same questions. Replies show that compared with other Americans, journalists are more likely to live in upscale neighborhoods, have maids, own Mercedes, and trade stocks, and they're less likely to go to church, do volunteer work, or put down roots in community. Reporters tend to be part of a broadly defined social and cultural elite, so their work tends to reflect the conventional values of this elite. The astonishing distrust of the news media isn't rooted in inaccuracy or poor reportorial skills, but in the daily clash of worldviews between reporters and their readers. This is an explosive situation for any industry, particularly a declining one. Here is a troubled business that keeps hiring employees whose attitudes vastly annoy the customers. Then it sponsors lots of symposiums and a credibility project dedicated to wondering why customers are annoyed and fleeing in large numbers. But it never seems to get around to noticing the cultural and class biases that so many former buyers are complaining about. If it did, it would open up its diversity program, now focused narrowly on race and gender, and look for reporters who differ broadly by outlook, values, education, and class.
Text 4. The world is going through the biggest wave of mergers and acquisitions ever witnessed. The process sweeps from hyperactive America to Europe and reaches the emerging countries with unsurpassed might. Many in these countries are looking at this process and worrying. Won't the wave of business concentration turn into an uncontrollable anti-competitive force? There is no question that the big are getting bigger and more powerful. Multinational corporations accounted for less than 20% of international trade in 1982. Today, the figure is more than 25% and growing rapidly. International affiliates account for a fast-growing segment of production in economies that open up and welcome foreign investment. In Argentina, for instance, after the reforms of the early 1990s, multinationals went from 43% to almost 70% of the industrial production of the 200 largest firms. This phenomenon has created serious concerns over the role of smaller economic firms, of national businessmen, and over the ultimate stability of the world economy. I believe that the most important forces behind the massive M&A wave are the same that underlie the globalization process: falling transportation and communication costs, lower trade and investment barriers, and enlarged markets that require enlarged operations capable of meeting customers' demands. All these are beneficial, not detrimental to consumers. As productivity grows, the world's wealth increases. Examples of benefits or costs of the current concentration wave are scanty. Yet it's hard to imagine that the merger of a few oil firms today could recreate the same threats to competition that were feared nearly a century ago in the U.S. when the Standard Oil Trust was broken up. The mergers of telecom companies such as WorldCom hardly seem to bring higher prices for consumers or a reduction in the pace of technological progress. On the contrary, the price of communications is coming down fast. In cars, too, concentration is increasing. Witness Daimler and Chrysler, Renault and Nissan. But it does not appear that consumers are being hurt. Yet the fact remains that the merger movement must be watched. A few weeks ago, Alan Greenspan warned against the mega mergers in the banking industry. Who is going to supervise, regulate, and operate as lender of last resort with the gigantic banks that are being created? Won't multinationals shift production from one place to another when a nation gets too strict about infringements to fair competition? And should one country take upon itself the role of defending competition on issues that affect many other nations, as in the U.S. versus Microsoft case?
Text 5. When I decided to quit my full-time employment, it never occurred to me that I might become a part of a new international trend. A lateral move that hurt my pride and blocked my professional progress prompted me to abandon my relatively high-profile career, although, in the manner of a disgraced government minister, I covered my exit by claiming, "I wanted to spend more time with my family." Curiously, some 2.5 years and 2 novels later, my experiment in what the American term downshifting has turned my tired excuse into an absolute reality. I have been transformed from a passionate advocate of the philosophy of having it all, preached by Linda Kelsey for the past 7 years in the pages of She magazine, into a woman who is happy to settle for a bit of everything. I have discovered, as perhaps Kelsey will after much publicized resignation from the editorship of She, after a build-up of stress, that abandoning the doctrine of juggling your life and making the alternative move into downshifting brings with it far greater rewards than financial success and social status. Nothing could persuade me to return to the kind of life Kelsey used to advocate and I once enjoyed. 12-hour working days, pressure deadlines, the fearful strain of office politics, and the limitations of being parent on quality time. In America, the move away from juggling to a simpler, less materialistic lifestyle is a well-established trend. Downshifting, also known in America as voluntary simplicity, has, ironically, even bred a new area of what might be termed anti-consumerism. There are a number of best-selling downshifting self-help books for people who want to simplify their lives. There are newsletters, such as the Tightwad Gazette, that give hundreds of thousands of Americans useful tips on anything from recycling their cling film to making their own soap. There are even support groups who want to achieve the mid-90s equivalent of dropping out. While in America, the trend started as a reaction to the economic decline, after the mass redundancies caused by downsizing in the late 80s, and is still linked to the politics of thrift. In Britain, at least, among the middle-class downshifters of my acquaintance, we have different reasons for seeking to simplify our lives. For the women of my generation who were urged to keep juggling through the 80s, downshifting in the mid-90s is not so much a search for the mythical good life, growing your own organic vegetables and risking turning into one, as a personal recognition of your own limitations.